and some others have touched on for the discussion around the Third Temple, as well as a couple of breaking news stories over the last 12 hours or so um, pertaining to Israel and some different regions that have gotten hit. So let's just jump in.
Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Nazi Javid. We begin with the latest news from the Middle East. Today, Iran named a new supreme leader. The Assembly of Experts have picked Mojtaba Khamenei, the second son of the late supreme leader Ali Khamenei, to lead Iran. President Donald Trump said last week that it would be unacceptable to him if Khamenei's son was elevated to supreme leader. After announcing its decision, Iran's Assembly of Experts called on citizens to support the country's new leadership. Mojtaba Khamenei is the third leader of the Islamic Republic since the 1979 revolution. And with Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's son named Iran's next supreme leader, hardliners are expected to remain in control, raising new questions about whether the U.S. could be pulled deeper into the conflict. I spoke with a Sacramento State expert about what this could mean for Iran, the region, and here at home.
Khamenei's name represents repression, undermining of basic rights. He has been at the helm at almost every wave of protest and repression.
Iran has named Mojtaba Khamenei, the son of the late supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, as the country's next supreme leader.
For the most part, we can interpret this as a signal of defiance by the Islamic Republic, not only toward the West, because Donald Trump has said that this was absolutely the last person he wanted to have in this leadership position. It strikes a very defiant and non-conciliatory tone.
Razavi says for many Iranians, the decision is seen as a continuity with the current system.
He was his father's right-hand man. Iranians are not happy about the decision because it essentially signals to them that the Islamic Republic is digging its heels in. If Mojtaba Khamenei survives this war, I think he's going to probably face legitimacy challenges.
But reactions inside Iran are not all the same.
The people who are celebrating this are celebrating it because they believe that the continuity of leadership is needed to help the Islamic Republic survive.
Earlier in the day, Iranian Americans in Citrus Heights gathered at a rally celebrating for a different reason, hopeful for a free future for their homeland.
The Islamic Republic of Iran have killed thousands of Iranians in the last 2 months. So we are here to support U.S. military intervention.
Some at the rally say they support international pressure after decades under the same government.
If you draw the line between Iranian people and Iranian government, it's easy to see people are celebrating here. No one celebrates war and getting bombed.
We are the voice of the voiceless, and then we are relaying the voice of the people from inside because they cut the internet. Iran is in a dark.
At the rally, one Iranian American called for unity, directing his message to California's U.S. senators.
It has nothing to do with Republican or Democrats. It has to do with the right things in the world. It has to do with getting rid of terrorism. It has to do with human rights.
Razavi says some Iranians see outside pressure as a last resort after years of protests and attempts at change.
From their perspective, it is the last possible action that could be taken. From their perspective, they have tried everything. They've tried protesting, they've tried voting, they've tried gathering signatures for petitions, they've tried organizing civil society, and the Islamic Republic has foreclosed that kind of civil society robustness at every single turn.
Meanwhile, a seventh U.S. service member has been killed in action. According to the Pentagon, the U.S. and Israel are launching a new wave of attacks against Iran, now targeting the country's infrastructure. Israel says it has hit multiple oil refineries. Massive plumes of smoke seen above the fuel depot in Tehran. Elsewhere in the city, video posted on social media showing a massive fireball erupting as someone is heard saying the fuel is in the streets, burning people's shops and houses as another major refinery was hit. Iran retaliating against these attacks, apologizing to its neighbors first, promising to stop any further fighting unless Iran was attacked first. But then, hours after that apology, strikes rained down in several Gulf countries. Drones and missiles hitting this high-rise in Kuwait. The video showing the moment an Iranian drone struck the airport in Dubai, and now Saudi Arabia with its first casualties, saying a military projectile fell on a residential site. And we want to show you more images of that attack on Iran's oil infrastructure. Iran's largest fuel storage facility, the Shahran oil deposit in northeast Tehran, was ablaze for hours. Thick plumes of smoke drifted from the compound into central Tehran, triggering the rare weather phenomenon of black rain, which is rain saturated with oil.
You're telling me.
That's a mess. That's an environmental disaster no matter what happens.
There are key players involved in this war, the one happening tonight, who believe that what we're seeing on our television screens and on Twitter will usher in a series of events that begin with the destruction of the Dome in the Rock, Aqsa Mosque, and then the rebuilding of the Third Temple, after which the world will end. God will come back. And they mean it. And by they, we mean literally some of the guys fighting the war. So you may have read reports today that commanders in the field of American troops, a lot of them, and who knows if this is true, but it's out there, told their troops on the eve of the outbreak of this war that we're doing this for Jesus, because it is Jesus's will that we do this, and that by doing it, we will usher in a series of events that bring about the end of history, the end of time, Armageddon, the last days. It's hard to believe that's true, especially since, by the way, there are 1 million Christians in Iran. So if you were doing this for Jesus, presumably you would go out of your way not to hurt his followers in the country you're attacking. Did the U.S. government or any government make any attempt to spare the Christians? Are we making an attempt tonight? Of course we're not. And of course, when the smoke clears, ultimately we will find out, just a guess, that Christians suffered disproportionately in this, as they do all wars, from the Iraq War to the bombing of Nagasaki, the seat of the Christian church in Japan, et cetera, et cetera. Christians have a way of dying disproportionately in these wars, which tells you something about their real motive. But in any case, there was a spate of stories suggesting that U.S. commanders told their troops they were doing this for some weird anti-Christian reason posing as Christianity. But it's not just the U.S. side. Here's an IDF soldier, apparently an American by his accent, describing why he's at war. Watch this.
They call this operation the Swords of Iron. But what are we really fighting for? We're fighting for the right of the Jewish people to exist, be Jewish, practice their religion, and be free. And one day our true leader will come and we'll be united as a whole Jewish nation so we can rebuild the Beit HaMikdash.
Beit HaMikdash, probably mispronouncing it. That's the Hebrew term for the temple, the third temple. We are doing this so we can rebuild the temple. Now you'll notice he's pulling off patches on Velcro on his IDF uniform. These are not civilian clothes. This is the uniform of the government of Israel, of its military. And he has patches on that uniform, one of which is a symbol of the temple, the third temple. So it just couldn't be clearer. Why are we doing this? To rebuild the third temple. Now, if you think we're just cherry picking this off the internet, one guy wearing an unauthorized temple patch, paid for, by the way, a uniform paid by us, armaments paid for by us, the U.S. taxpayer pays for all this stuff one way or another. The U.S. taxpayer pays for the military of Israel. Boy, does it. If you think we're being unfair and just like found one guy, well, here's a bunch of guys. It took us about 2 minutes on the internet to find this today. Here is a selection of IDF soldiers. Let's put it on the screen. There you go. And all of them have the same patch. Look familiar. Look carefully at that. What is that? That's the temple. That is the third temple. And we'll get to in a minute about how this might actually happen and what it would mean for the rest of the world. And just to be clear, these are conversations that most Americans, certainly me included, never wanted to have. Everybody's religious beliefs, sincere religious beliefs, when held up to the light of the rational world, to the man-made world, seem a little spooky and crazy, which is one of the reasons that in the culture some of us grew up in, we don't talk about them in public because they're personal. They're the most personal part of a person. So it is without judgment, by the way, that we're airing this, okay? Just describing it because it is significant to the future of the world, to the future of this war, and to our future as Americans. So how exactly did the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, a military that the U.S. taxpayer pays for, that lots of wealthy Americans send money to friends of the IDF, how did all these guys wind up wearing patches suggesting the point of this war was the destruction of one of the holiest places in Islam and the rebuilding of a temple that is totally anathema to Christianity? Like, how did this happen? Well, there are a lot of ways it happened. The main way it happened is because no one in the United States noticed, because it's such a secular place. And as noted, we have eyes but can't see and ears and can't hear. But this has been going on a long time in public through, in part, the efforts of a group called Chabad, C-H-A-B-A-D. And you may know people who give money to Chabad or run to Chabad, super nice people, engaged in all kinds of charitable activities, drug rehab. There's a lot about Chabad that's really good. But what is Chabad exactly? Well, Chabad, you can look it up, is a very old organization, about 250 years old. And it's a branch of Hasidic Judaism. It's an organization that was overseen for many years by a guy called Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, who was famously in Brooklyn, considered the Messiah by some of his followers, who was a friend of presidents, or certainly someone presidents visited. He was a very powerful man in the Orthodox and the Hasidic community. And he was the overseer of Chabad, which predated him and outlasted him, but he was its most visible ambassador. And Chabad has been pushing in a pretty subtle way, unless you look carefully, for the reconstruction of the Third Temple. And it seems like, from the reading we did recently, that those patches actually came from Chabad. Well, in any case, Chabad is pushing for the building of the Third Temple. But it's not just Hasidic groups from Brooklyn, and it's not just IDF soldiers. There are amazingly a lot of American evangelical leaders, Christian Zionists, whose main point is rebuilding the Third Temple. Now, how could an American Christian or any Christian call for the building of a temple whose inherent presence denies Christ, who said clearly, and Christians believe this, temple. It's a core point of faith. I am the temple. You want to speak to God, you speak through me. That's Christianity. That's the whole religion right there. So if you're a Christian preacher calling for the rebuilding of the Third Temple, you kind of missed the whole point. That's more than apostasy. That's like not even knowing what the religion's about. So it's hard to believe there could be any ordained Christian leaders pushing for the rebuilding of the Third Temple. Oh, but there are a lot. There are a lot. And here's just one. This is Pastor Greg Locke. Listen to this.
The Gaza Strip, which has now been cut off by Israel, and rightly so. They should have cut them off a long time ago. Now, I don't care how insensitive you think I am to that. There's 6 doors in this church. You can leave anytime you want to. They've cut them off, electricity. They've cut off their water. They should have. Now, listen, I'm not for hurting anyone that's innocent. But anybody that supports terrorism is not innocent. You understand that? Israel should make the Gaza Strip a parking lot by this time next week. Destroy the whole thing. What they ought to do is evacuate up there on the hill and get a great big missile and blow that wicked dome of the rock plumb off of the spot where it's standing right now, so we can get that Third Temple rebuilt and usher in the coming of Jesus.
Boy, it is embarrassing and shameful as an American Christian to hear that and to know that video is from a few years ago. It's been on the internet. No one bothered to highlight it. Most people weren't even aware this was going on. Oh, it's definitely going on. These are very common views. Seems obvious that Mike Huckabee has them, that a lot of the Christian Zionists, John Hagee, that you think just like Israel. They just like Israel a lot. No. These are clerics, so their lives are informed by their religious views. What are their religious views? Well, you just heard it right there from Pastor Locke, who is quite a prominent Christian Zionist. He's not some lone wacko. And there he is with an Israeli flag waving behind him, casual calls for genocidal violence. Just blow it up, make it a parking lot. Well, 2 million people live there. What happens to them? They're terrorist sympathizers. That right there is the tell. This is not Christianity. Imagine Jesus saying, just kill them all. They're terrorists. Is there anything in the gospel that suggests Jesus believed that? No, there's a lot to suggest, in fact, to tell us in very clear terms. He thought the opposite, of course. But the last part, let's build the third temple and bring about the return of Jesus, is a direct contradiction of core Christian theology. And even people without theology degrees who didn't go to some eminent Bible college can tell you, what? Jesus says, I am the temple. That is not Christianity. It's not even a close facsimile of Christianity. It's clearly evil. And it is, in some sense, the driving force behind the efforts to rebuild the third temple. Julian the Apostate, who was the last guy to try it, who died invading Iran, he was not Jewish. He was a pagan, just like Pastor Locke. But for some reason, he was the instrument of trying to do this. And there are many of these people, and not just in the theological realm, in the political realm. And that's relevant to you, whether you believe in God or not, or interested in the history of the Abrahamic faiths or not. Global leaders believe this. People you wouldn't expect, and you wonder, what is going on here? It's enough to make the hair on your arms go up. Did everyone know there was an effort to rebuild the third temple and the foundation stone except me? I can't believe I was left out of this conversation. No, all of this took place in public. And if we'd been paying attention or been tuned into that frequency, the spiritual frequency, we've been spiritually sensitive enough to pay attention, we would have known this. But of course, when you grow up in a materialist culture, when the only things you believe are real are the things that can be measured or purchased on Amazon, you tend to miss a lot. And we missed this. Inflation makes credit card statements particularly scary. You work 40, 50.
No commercials. What is this? Point of view, you've swung your last chicken. Yeah, I wanted to see what this was. We might not be able to watch but a minute of this. I don't know.
From far, but we got a question. Why does Todd Young put Israel before America? Anybody able to answer that one? Can you answer why Mr. Todd puts Israel before America? I'm from China. Where are you from?
I'm from China.
Indiana.
The funny part is that dude that's speaking is from D.C. He's like grew up in Washington, D.C. I think he's Palestinian. But because he looks a certain way, they're like, where are you from? And he's like, I'm Chinese, motherfucker. What does it matter?
Yep, I'm just a Chinese citizen investigating America.
So what are we doing?
We're asking people why they're putting Israel in front of America.
Okay.
And your boss told us that if we're in the hallway and the door's open, we are allowed to film inside.
Okay. As long as you don't step foot into the office, because
we haven't. I know. I'm 37 years old, and that's a simple concept that I've fully internalized.
Yeah, I'm a adult. I don't need to be explained what the situation is. Thank you.
I don't need it explained. Thank you. Please hang up. So, ma'am, could we ask why is Senator Todd Young putting Israel's interests ahead of America's interests?
I love the slow push on her face. It's so cinematic.
Go Hoosiers. You guys Hoosiers fans?
Why doesn't she just close the door?
Harrison. Remember Marvin Harrison? I had Marvin Harrison on my fantasy football team. Hell,
dude, Marvin Harrison was a beast. I did too.
Player. I miss Marvin. Hey, sir, can you explain why Mr. Young is putting Israel before me?
He's like, it's cool, boys. I love the Colts. I love some sports ball. Now, can we get a America first? Don't worry. Hoorah.
America? That's a good old boy.
That's a good old boy.
You guys know you're able to close the door. You know what? I'll give you guys credit. You're not closing the door, and you've just got it so boring on board. I'm sorry. This one's bored. I'm sorry, sir. Can I ask you, do you put America first or Israel first?
I don't have to answer any of your questions.
I didn't say you did.
I'm just going to choose not to.
That's cool. Why do you have so much sass, though?
Man, that's cool. Why do you have so much sass?
Do you have any other destinations you guys are trying to go to?
Just wandering. Is that okay? Do I need to give you a specific destination? What did you just say? I'm going to choose not to answer that.
You want to know? You want to print out of my itinerary for the week? Should I share with you my schedule?
Okay, I'm cool with that.
I'm cool with that, too.
All right, so where are we going next? This guy's cute.
Where are we going next? Sir, you know, you're taking your job way too serious, bro.
I'm not upset. You're upset. I'm cool, man. It's whatever, bro.
Did I say that that's an issue?
So
I just said your energy's uptight, bro. You can hang out, but you don't need to be so uptight.
Beautiful snowfall outside.
You're not a cool hang, bro.
Not a cool hang at all.
Not a cool hang at all.
He's like the literature of the group type
Bro,
shit.
it's okay, bro. You want friends? You could be our friend. Come on, let's roll, bro. You're cool. You want to be our friend? Come on, you could be our friend. Sir, I say, sir.
Sir, I say.
We got a super important question for you, big boy. You put America first or Israel first. That's the fastest he ever walked.
Oh my God, they're booking it. They're like, just walk fast. Get away from the brown man.
Keep that pace, 10,000 steps a day. You have loved ones that care about you. Cardiovascular health is critical.
It's a good way of putting it, Martin. A charm offensive.
So what are you guys trying to accomplish?
here? No, bro, please, no.
Dude, I love that. Like, this guy has heard everything. He's heard it all. There's nothing you could throw at him. Yeah. You know. What are you trying to call? I think you're going about this wrong. Shut the fuck up, you literal tone cop. He's a cop that's a literal tone cop.
Hold on. We don't need to talk to a sir. Why on earth? Do you know we've dealt with 20 cops today and they don't care? Why do you even care? You're such a loser, bro. How tall are you, bro? You're like 5'2", bro.
How much hair do you have in your head?
No hair, bro, but how tall are you?
It's tough.
Tougher to be 5'2".
Dude, you're wearing a Tim Pool beanie and you want to talk about how much hair the dude has? You're bald, motherfucker. That's not a fight you're going to win.
5'2", bro. Tougher to be 5'2", bro. Tell you that for sure. Yep, he doesn't deny it. Sir, you know women don't like men that are 5'2", right?
Officer Carcamon.
Carcamon?
Pin 7997.
Bro, you're such a loser, bro.
Oh, look. Yeah, requesting backup. This pedestrian said I can't get laid. Calling a 419er. I've been personally offended. Let's arrest this man for anti-Semitism.
I'm not sure why you're getting rude.
Bro, you're rude, bro. Are you getting what do you want to fight, bro? Why are you punching your fist? You're passive aggressive. Whoa.
This dude is giving you a master class in how to troll in real time. And I think a good strategy is always to articulate their behavior. Whatever they do, their body language, whatever way they decide to come at you, you know? If it's disingenuous, if it's insincere, if it's hostile, just call it out. Then you'll notice they'll start to fumble. They'll have to pivot. It's like, oh, can't do that anymore because I've been called out on it.
Oh, Napoleon complex guy right here.
Napoleon complex guy. Oh,
You're about to go viral,
man.
brother. You do know that, right?
How many followers you got on TikTok?
I got millions of followers.
Damn, man. Trying to let me get some of that money? Some of that TikTok money?
I don't get TikTok money.
Oh, damn.
I got you, bro.
Thank you. I appreciate you, boss.
No problem, homie. You know, you see how he's chill? You see how he's just minding his business?
Just minding mine. Just going on a beautiful walk in the Hart Building.
Dude's like 20-nothing years old, you know? Just a regular grunt, working for a paycheck, policing his peers for the good of the Epstein class. You hate to see it. Doesn't even understand what world he's living in and what he's actually ultimately serving, which is to undermine his own class interests, his own livelihood, his own socioeconomic conditions.
So what's your ethnic background?
Puerto Rican.
Puerto Rican?
I guess we need to call ICE. Let's see if PNN throws out the ICE line. I always love that.
Boricua, Borena, Boricua.
It's pretty good.
Borena.
Practice?
Yeah, I practice. Hey, remember me, the guy from the back of the class, the one you used to laugh at, the one that wears the glasses? Well, look at me now, girl. You know who that is?
I don't.
That's Big Pun, brother. That's that's Dominican. No, Big Pun, is he Puerto Rican or Dominican? I forget. I'm laughing at you. I'm laughing at you now. You told me I was a midget. I was scared to crack a smile. Ha, 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 ha. I'm laughing at you. I'm laughing at you now. You told me I'm a midget. I was scared to crack a smile.
Man, now you really see how small he is. It's just a big world, and he's just a little guy. He's a little shy guy.
Ha, 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 ha. That's Puerto Rican music. You don't like it? 600 bins, 20-inch rims, house in the hills. This is the Puerto Rican jabroni of the week, bro.
Don't just take classes, take charge. Start your comeback today at Purdue.
Okay, that was reasonably funny.
Love. I said, oh my God, that was a master class. What a beautiful soul. Speaking of beautiful souls, here is not a beautiful soul. Someone who has admitted he's probably going to hell, but nobody asks him why does he feel that way? Trump gets annoyed by a question regarding Russians helping Iranians. What a stupid question to ask at this time. Is it? because it seems to be happening right now. So it's pretty relevant, Mr. President, but okay.
That's an easy problem compared to what we're doing here. But can I be honest? It's just, I have a lot of respect for you. You've always been very nice to me. What a stupid question that is to be asking at this time. We're talking about something else. Can we keep this maybe a little bit? Go ahead, please.
Looks like the chicken swingers are ready for the 23rd wave of God's plan. They're strapping up, they're stretching, they're getting their running legs in shape. Time to flee, because it's ball till they fall. Get it? Look at this unholy alliance. I'm going to tell my kids that this is Western Judeo-Christian civilization. Hey, that'd be a pretty good tweet. Why not double up our PNN material here?
Ron, sir, do you support the war in Iran? You look like a senator. You look like you might got some power to you, sir. I've been dealing with low power level people. I'm tired of them. I needed a high power level.
I'm just a lowly fellow from Alabama.
Roll Tide, sir.
No.
Auburn all day. Let's get it. I'm sorry.
Auburn. Oh, he's an Auburn fan. Backfire. I love his initial in is to like find out where the person's from and say, oh, I like the sports team. Roll Tide. Oh, Alabama, Roll Tide. Oh, you're from Indianapolis? Oh, go Colts. Love Marvin Harrison. All right. Free Palestine?
Well, I got a question, sir. You Israel first or America first?
America first. Oh.
Beautiful. Should we end U.S. aid to Israel?
What's that?
Should we end U.S. aid to Israel?
No.
Why not? They're not a liability for us?
No.
What do they add for us?
Our history.
History.
They add a lot of history. Is the history in the room with us at this moment? That's a good way of saying they don't add anything. Well, it's just what we've always done. We know we have a history of doing this, so we'll just continue doing that, which is insane. It's an insane argument. Literally ahistorical, one, and immaterial, if that's the right word. It does not comport with the material world to say that. Oh, well, it's just like there's a lot of history. No, there's a lot of money, you motherfucker. That's what you're not saying. There's just a lot of money in it, and you speak flatteringly upon that dynamic because you are benefiting from it somehow. I mean, I don't know what this guy's bank account looks like or what his career opportunities were, but it's obvious that he was embedded in that same Zionist architecture, right? I mean, anybody that wants to just fall back and say, oh, the history, which brings me to my next point. You know, the opposition to this decadence that we see and this degeneracy that we see from Western civilization. We enjoy all the power. We've been the world superpower for so long, so we've allowed ourselves to rest on our laurels, for lack of a better way of putting it, but we don't really need to acknowledge what's actually happening because, first of all, it's not good to acknowledge that we're losing power. I'm speaking as if I'm part of the Epstein class or something, you know? I mean, I'm saying as Americans, but really what I mean is the class war and the people that are on the other side, but they don't need to acknowledge what the material conditions are because as soon as they acknowledge that the material conditions are changing, they recognize and they send a message to everyone that they realize it's over and their power is going to continue to diminish. So they can't look to any physical evidence to point to justify all of their class interests, I guess. So they can get away with lying is my point. They can say things like, oh, it's just the history. Oh, well, you know, God promised them the land 3,000 years ago. There's no real justification for it. They have the ability to lie with impunity. But on the other side, the flip side to that is that the opposition has to really take account to the material conditions. They have to really be objective. They have to really speak honestly and tell the truth. They are the ones that are being undermined and are the weaker aspect of this overarching contradiction between imperialism versus indigenous nationalism, which is taking precedent in world affairs. So that's why you see a lot of honesty from the other side. You see a lot of honesty from the Iranians, from the Russians, from the Chinese. But the West lies, riddled with lies.
They add for us
Our history.
history.
Yes.
They have no history, sir. They're younger than you, sir. You're older than the state of Israel.
That's a great answer.
Israel itself.
You know, my dad's from Bethlehem, Palestine. You know, we the original Christians. My great-grandfather was the head Orthodox priest in the Church of Nativity. My father was born on the grounds of the Church of the Nativity, and y'all are selling the Christians of Palestine down the river for some Polish-American Jews that have sold y'all a crock of crap, sir.
Crock of crap, sir, from Alabama, sir. I love how he puts on his airs like he's a Southern man.
I believe what I believe.
Well, sir, you can't teach.
He doesn't need to. I mean, I get it. He's just like waiting for the elevator, whatever. He doesn't really need to explain himself.
Old dog, new tricks, but you know, there's something called super agers. They get into their 80s and their mind's as sharp as a 20-year-old.
Oh, yeah.
If you support Palestine, you could be a super ager. If you support Israel, you'll have Alzheimer's within 3 years, sir.
If you support Israel, you're going to get Alzheimer's in 3 years, sir.
Just let God just spoke through me to you. I hope you take that advice. She liked that one. You have a great day, sir. America first.
Dude, this guy is just shining his light to the world, to all the darkness, all the vapid darkness in people that are just oblivious and can't be bothered. He's just out there speaking truth. I love it.
So for your loved ones, cut back on the sugars and the fatty foods and get in 10,000 steps a day. There's people that love you. Do better, sir.
Do better, sir. So a lot of Zionists are crying about the use of these so-called cluster missiles, which apparently aren't cluster munitions. I mean, maybe there's a cluster aspect of it, I guess, but they're technically MIRV, multiple independent re-entry vehicles. I hope I got that acronym right. But Ryan Grimm says this newfound respect for international law from Eve Barlow, who spent the last 2 years demanding we sanction the ICG and the ICC for enforcing international law, is not very persuasive. Now she's crying that international law is being violated by the Iranians. But what's interesting about this is that technically they aren't, because Iran, as well as Israel, as well as the United States, did not sign this statute that forbid, I don't know if statute's the right legal term, but it's some resolution that outlawed the use of cluster munitions in times of war. America and Israel use cluster munitions with impunity. And this is the first time that they're finding out after the round stage, and they're crying about international law, which is exactly what we've been saying for years. Like, oh, and Israel's breaking international law. So Israeli officials have been at open war against every institution upholding international law, and also even refused to sign the treaty banning cluster munitions because they use them too. Exactly the point that I just made to you. If Israel is truly interested in respecting international law, that's a delightful turn of events, but I'm skeptical. So here's Eve Barlow saying these cluster missiles are illegal, as in, quote, against international law. But watch a single leftist say anything about one missile suddenly becoming 80 missiles when it's Israel under attack. Yeah, because Israel is an illegal occupier, guilty of an ongoing genocide, ethnic cleansing, and a whole litany of crimes against humanity, which violate your precious international law that you're crying about right now. So spare me the selective moral outrage, Eve. Sorry, your victim card is denied. Cry harder? I don't know what to tell you. These are the times that we live in. Read the room, Shoshana. Au revoir, Shoshana. Leftists want all Jays to and not have the infrastructure to defend ourselves. No, we just want you to violate the precious international law that you suddenly seem to care so much about, but for the past 3 years, for the past 78 years, have been in violation of. In fact, the entire international community calls upon you to vacate the occupied territories, vacate the Gaza Strip, vacate the Golan Heights, vacate East Jerusalem, vacate the West Bank. Ever since 1967, it's been formally agreed upon that Israel has been in violation of international law, and it gets voted on every year by the UN. Hey, Israel, remember those territories that you illegally begot in a war of aggression, which is a crime against humanity? Yeah, you need to vacate those occupied territories, but Israel never does, of course. And the moment that they finally get some retribution, it's now time to cry about international law. What a crock of shit. The Israeli Defense Forces are posting fighter pilot hype videos. This one says, POV, you're an IDF pilot on the way to Tehran. I said, POV, you've swung your last chicken. Don't you think? Don't you think this guy who's so proud to be a fighter pilot that he's blurred his face out, don't you think it's the last chicken that he's ever swung has already happened? True, that's not a POV, that's a selfie. Like, I'm in it for this part of the clip, Saeed, of course. Duh. Another one says, on our way to make history. And I said, on your way to be history, or to become history. Here's some lazy propaganda from the 7K Club.
Hey, pro-Palestinians.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question for you.
Okay, shoot. I mean, no, don't
Don't shoot. Sorry, I forgot you're Israel. Nice one.
No, go ahead.
How come, and I'm going to butcher
You've jerked your last pollo.
this name,
Just the name?
Aouni Bey Abdul Haiti, a prominent Palestinian leader, told the Peel Commission in 1937, there is no such country. Palestine is a term the Zionists invented.
People say weird things all the time. Let me give you an example. Here's Golda Meir, the Prime Minister of Israel.
We are gardeners.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Want to work on power sports that move as fast as you do?
East and West Bank was Palestine. I'm a Palestinian. From 21 until 48, I carry the Palestinian passport.
So, you have a choice. Who are you going to believe? Some guy's name that you can't even pronounce and that you're butchering, or your own prime minister? Now, normally, I don't recommend listening to or believing any Israeli, but you're Israeli, listen to your prime minister.
Yeah. If you want to debunk Zionist propaganda, just quote Zionists. Iran says no negotiations with the U.S. will be considered until a new supreme leader is formally announced. I thought they already announced the formal leader. I thought it was Khamenei's son. No talks with Trump. The official called President Donald Trump's claim that Iran is seeking negotiations a huge lie. On one, the definition of a liar and a coward is someone who speaks out of both sides of their mouth, and that's exactly what Trump does perpetually. And in one of the more recent press conferences, he literally says Iran is tough and they want to fight, and then he says, but they really want to make a deal, which is to say to negotiate a ceasefire. And Trump says, but it's a little late. It's a little late to make a deal. Well, what he's really saying is that the United States wants to negotiate a ceasefire, but it's a little late now to make a deal because they just started a war. So it's always projection, always. Saying Tehran has had no contact with Washington since last week's meeting in Geneva between Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff. That should have been their first tell. When you send Steve Witkoff, Israel's attorney, Israel's stenographer, to go negotiate on behalf of the West, that's how you knew that this was a complete shit show, a complete ruse, as it were. It says leadership transition is underway following the assassination of Ali Khamenei. In the opening U.S.-Israeli strikes, Iran formed an interim leadership council led by Pezeshkian, Mohsen-e Ejei, and cleric Ali Arafi. The voting has been conducted, the official said, adding that security measures must be completed before the new leader's name is announced. War strategy. Despite U.S. claims Iran's military capacity has been decimated, the official said Iranian forces are continuing and expanding retaliatory strikes, including plans to deploy more advanced missile systems in upcoming phases of the conflict. Decentralized Mosaic Defense, Ali Ahmadi, an Iranian-American analyst and fellow at the Geneva Center for Security Policy, said Iran's military is designed to keep fighting even if senior leaders are killed. This mosaic of different Iranian military commands around the country operate independently and continue firing missiles and drones, he said, with regional sectors executing pre-planned strike packages and coordinating without talking, knowing each other's game plan. Under this structure, he added, there doesn't need to be a centralized command structure. Ceasefire mediation. The senior official told Drop Site several countries have approached Tehran seeking mediation. Our assessment is that the U.S. side requested their mediation. These requests have so far been rejected. So there you go. That's according to a senior official in Iran, brought to us by Drop Site News, which pairs nicely with what I just said, that Trump was lying and it was actually the reverse was true of what he said. Our assessment is that the U.S. side requested their mediation, U.S. or Israel, the official said, adding that the logic of this position is also clear. Energy infrastructure in the region constitutes U.S. interests directly or indirectly. Here's the difference between Israelis and Palestinians. Pretty apt at this moment. Here's a photo from the Chinese Mizar Vision satellite, which has captured warships, likely part of the USS Gerald R. Ford strike group, making their way from the Mediterranean to the Red Sea via the Suez Canal. But China's just, it's on site, it's on lock. They got the Americans and the Israelis clocked, I tell ya. Unconfirmed report that Israel's early warning has been reduced from 8 minutes to 4 thanks to Iran taking out radar systems across the Gulf. And a lot of Israelis are complaining, we don't have any time. I'm kvetching because I don't have enough time to get out of my home when the sirens sound. The sound of sirens. The U.S. just has used roughly 400 Tomahawk missiles in 3 days of strikes on Iran, which is about 5 years of supply. We've already run through 5 years of Tomahawk missiles in 3 days. 400 Tomahawk missiles, that's like the equivalent of like 300 million Americans' healthcare. So I hope it was worth it. This is what I was alluding to earlier. So we're hearing reports that we've begun phased, I say we, Team Humanity. Obviously, the Iranians have begun the new phase. They say that they're on phase 2 now. They've finished their stockpile of old missiles, and now the true technology of the Islamic Republic will be revealed. From now on, Khaybar Sheikhan 4 missiles will be launched toward the Gulf and the Middle East, and intensively towards Israel and the American forces deployed in the region. Everyone who has chosen to stand against Iran will bear the consequences in the coming hours. Here's Pete Kegg's breath.
I think it's safe to say there's no plan for a wave of new Middle Eastern refugees to the United States of America. I think as the president has pointed out for a long time, there are a lot of countries in the region who would be capable of providing that kind of support if need be, but that's certainly not something we're planning on. I think it's safe to say there's no plan for a wave of...
He's spiritually a chihuahua. Iran responds to Trump's oh yeah, that's right. Trump was like, we will accept nothing else than unconditional surrender. And a lot of analysts are saying if you're trying to create the conditions for an unconditional surrender, it's like you have to send in the army, you know? You got to have boots on the ground. We don't have that. And much is talked about, much is hyped about this supposed air superiority that the Americans enjoy. They say that they've established air superiority. I should have asked Suleiman when he was here if that's true, but that's what the claim is. But even if that is the case, it's like that's not going to achieve your objective. Your stated objective is to foment a regime change. It's never happened through air superiority. So I've learned a lot about war and missiles against my will in the past week, and I'm trying to relate to you accurate information. If you're an enemy of Israel, Israel attacks you. If you're an ally of Israel, Israel attacks you. It sounds like a great plan for world domination for the chicken swingers, don't you think?
What? You know how we read the Old Testament and read that every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess about the Messiah, and we know that's about Jesus, and we see that as a positive thing? Yeah, they believe that every knee will bow and every tongue will confess because they're going to force you. Folks, welcome back to The Narrative with me, your host, William, the host with the most and the most chutzpah. Folks, today we're talking about something actually kind of serious. Tucker Carlson was slammed today by the usual suspects for his criticism of Chabad Lubavitch, the Hasidic organization located in Brooklyn. Chabad is a sacred cow for these people. You don't fuck with Chabad. Chabad is it's like the mafia of the Jewish world. I mean, Chabad is like a serious organization. These are not good guys, and these are not guys who take it lightly to criticism. So today, here's William making a video criticizing them. Folks, let me note right now, I have no intent to harm myself. Any photo of me in a compromising position, it's either AI or I don't apologize for it. Got nothing on me that ain't already out there, so let's get after it, folks. Let's take a look at this clip.
So how exactly did the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, a military that the U.S. taxpayer pays for, that lots of wealthy Americans send money to friends of the IDF, how did all these guys wind up wearing patches suggesting the point of this war was the destruction of one of the holiest places in Islam and the rebuilding of a temple that is totally anathema to Christianity? Like, how did this happen? Well, there are a lot of ways it happened. The main way it happened is because no one in the United States noticed, because it's such a secular place. And as noted, we have eyes but can't see and ears and can't hear. But this has been going on a long time in public through, in part, the efforts of a group called Chabad, Chabad. And you may know people who give money to Chabad or run to Chabad, super nice people, engaged in all kinds of charitable activities, drug rehab. You know, there's a lot about Chabad that's really good. But what is Chabad exactly? Well, Chabad, you can look it up, is a very old organization, about 250 years old. And it's a branch of Hasidic Judaism. It's an organization that was overseen for many years by a guy called Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, who was famously in Brooklyn, considered the Messiah by some of his followers, who was a friend of presidents, or certainly someone presidents visited. He was a very powerful man in the Orthodox and the Hasidic community. And he was the overseer of Chabad, which predated him and outlasted him, but he was its most visible ambassador. And Chabad has been pushing in a pretty subtle way, unless you look carefully, for the reconstruction of the Third Temple. And it seems like, from the reading we did recently, that those patches actually came from Chabad. Well, in any case, Chabad is pushing for the building of the Third Temple.
It's good, but he could go deeper. The story behind Chabad is a lot more sinister. It is a lot more disturbing, and it's a lot more influential than anybody would admit to you. But luckily, you have me, Frillium, a guy who was raised directly next to them. As you can see, I am from the beautiful state of New Jersey, specifically the part of New Jersey that's next to New York City. I know Chabad really, really well. And so now I'm going to expose them for you. Folks, before we get into all that, be sure, like, subscribe. I want to do a quick intro because I'm really looking forward to this one. I don't even have a script. I'm just ready to go on this one. Now, Chabad was founded in what's modern-day Belarus in the 1700s. This kind of requires you to understand what Hasidism is. I mean, I've made clips about it before. Hasidism is basically this very ultra-Orthodox sect of Judaism. You know, the guys with the funny hats and the curls, those are Hasids, usually. That's basically what it is. Hasidim is just like a grander movement. Saying Hasidism is kind of like saying Christian. Like there's a lot of different ways you can skin that cat, or I guess sacrifice that chicken. More on that later. But we are focused today on Chabad, which is a dynasty. Basically, all of the Hasidic dynasties are like these families of influential rabbis from like hundreds of years ago that have continued into today and have codified their own rules, their own beliefs, their own legal perspectives in terms of like religious law. This is basically how Hasidic Judaism is organized. And so Chabad is a Hasidic dynasty started by a guy that they call the Alter Rebbe. Rebbe being like a supreme rabbi, Alter literally meaning old. So the old supreme rabbi. And his whole bit was he took Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism, Jewish magic, right? That whole belief you might have heard of. That's some deep schizophrenic territory. That's a whole other video. But the whole bit about Chabad is he took Kabbalah and he took the very legalistic, rational, kind of like scholarly perspective found in Eastern European Jewry at the time and combined them. And that's how Chabad was created. Now, Chabad itself is an acronym. It's just the Anglicization of that acronym. It's an acronym of Chokmah, Binah, and Dat. Wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. They put a lot of emphasis on the intellectual, on education, on shit like that. And while today they actually aren't the biggest Hasidic dynasty, they were incredibly popular in Eastern Europe. Like Russian Empire, Eastern Europe, very, very popular in the urban centers because, like I said, they combined both the spirituality and this rational kind of like post-Enlightenment thinking. They were initially very supportive of the Bolsheviks. I mean, come on, do I even have to fucking tell you that? But funny enough, Chabad represents like kind of the start of right-wing Jewry. Now, what do I mean by that? Chabad was actually thrown out by the Soviet government, which, I mean, that's like impressive. To be a Jewish organization thrown out by the Soviet government, that's crazy. This is because when the Russian Revolution happens, all the Yiddish communities that were involved in that revolution, they were very secularized. They were left-wing, they were communist, and Chabad is deeply religious. And so they got thrown out. Like immediately, and they ended up moving to America. They set up shop in Brooklyn and specifically in a place called 770. This is their main building that's been the headquarters of the global Chabad network for decades now. They set up shop there and have been there ever since. Now, this is a very powerful group, and we have to ask the question, why? The answer lies in three things: the collective, the property, and the power. First off, the collective. They pool their money, basically. They run a series of nonprofits and series of charities, which effectively all of their adherents donate money to, which kind of ends up tallying up to a certain percentage of their income. And so they're pooling their money consistently. Like you'll see shit where, like, legally speaking, they were gifted a $3.8 million building. Like one of their adherents gifted it. Legally. Second, they like own most of Brooklyn. Like most of Brooklyn falls under them in some capacity in terms of property ownership. And finally, power buying. They bought a lot of power. When you look at the original start of like the Israel lobby, all of it goes back to Chabad hands and Chabad money. Specifically, under the leadership of their last leader, a guy called Rebbe Schneerson. Rebbe Schneerson was the last Rebbe, the last leader of Chabad, arguably the most influential Jewish figure of the 20th century. Born in 1902, died in 1994. Remember when I talked about the whole getting kicked out by the Soviets? He was one of the people who was kicked out. He was a child at the time. Basically, in the 1950s, he marries in to the Chabad lineage and becomes the leader. Now, the Rebbe's job was that of like a supreme rabbi. He kind of oversaw everything. But what made Schneerson different, which would go on to ultimately make Chabad different, is his emphasis on outreach. Yes, what makes Chabad so famous and makes Chabad so interesting is the fact that they engage in something called Karav Rechokim. Hebrew pronunciation isn't that good, please forgive me, but it literally means drawing those who are distant near or back to this sort of like Hasidic old school belief. You have to understand, when we first started letting Jews into this country en masse, they were coming from Eastern Europe and Eastern Germany, like that whole region. Basically, all of them were Hasidic, or they were some form of Orthodox. Like, they were adjacent to that. Literally all of them. Go look at any of the photos from when they first came in. They're all wearing the garb. Via Ellis Island, at the time, we still had, like, some assimilation programs. And so, like, that quickly started to go away. Something that Schneerson did not like, because he believed that the Jewish people should never assimilate, that everyone else needs to assimilate for them. And so he creates the Karov Rechokim, the outreach program. And this involves basically going to places where secular Jews are, going to universities, going to law schools, going to Wall Street. Literally today, on any given day, if you go to Wall Street, you might see them posted up outside with their mitzvah tank. It's like a RV that they converted into like a portable like religious building, and they drive it around Wall Street and like literally accost people and are like, "Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish?" And if you say yes, they'll take you to their mitzvah tank and try to get you to do a mitzvah, which is like a small religious act. This is because Schneerson and subsequently Chabad is obsessed with blood. Now, what do I mean when I say obsessed with blood? That sounds a little crazy. No, I'm not saying they grab small, precious children and use their blood as ketchup. No, they are obsessed with genetics. They are obsessed with the idea that they are a people and that all of them need to be brought into this specific belief. Actually, one of their slogans, of which there are many, is Hashem needs every yid. I shit you not. Like, go to one of their areas, they will have bumper stickers that say Hashem needs every yid. Hashem, God, that's what they call God. They believe that every single Jew, whether secular or not, needs to come join them and their beliefs and Hasidism in order for things to be good. Because Chabad is super focused on genetics, and it's super focused on eschatology, on the end times. This is because they believe those two things are linked. They believe that when they get enough Jews and they get enough of them on their side and they're able to rebuild the third temple, then the end times come. The Mashiach arrives. This is what Tucker Carlson lightly touched on, but needs to be expanded upon heavily. The main slogan, the main thing that they say in all of their prayers in Chabad is Mashiach now. Mashiach is the Hebrew Anglicization of Messiah. So they're basically saying Messiah now. Because mind you, Jews don't believe Jesus was the Messiah. They believe that Jesus was a false Messiah, that he was a bad guy. So Chabad is included in that. They really don't like Jesus. More on that later. But they believe firmly in the idea that they need to rush the end times, that basically the Messiah is only going to arrive if the Jewish people push for his return. Like, he's not going to show up on his own. They got to make him do it. And the way by which they do that is by basically eradicating idolatry from the world and bringing Jews back into their Orthodox beliefs. So this is the background of Chabad. But we have to ask ourselves, what is the goal? Like, we can see that they're doing these big things. They're doing big, shady things. But why are they doing it? What is the ultimate end goal here? Are they just doing it for fun? Does the White House just like have really good matzo ball soup? I don't like, what's the goal? Sadly, the answer is fucking terrifying. In order to understand Chabad's modern goals, we have to dive a little bit deeper into their beliefs. Before we start, all the Goyim brained out there, turn off this video. It's not for you, okay? I'm going to be honest. If there's one compliment that I can pay to Chabad, it's the fact that their like theology and their beliefs very complicated and very intellectual. I kind of understand why they would look like mega church Christians and call them Goyim. This stuff is like deep, honestly, deeply schizophrenic. I'm fairly certain the first guy, the Alter Rebbe, was just schizophrenic, and these people just claim what he believes as gospel. The stuff is like super deep. I mean, all of Hasidism is like really deep. It's Kabbalah. I'm gonna try and make this as simple as possible for my like Goyim-ass audience. You know what? Let me just give you like a Goyim-friendly summary, okay? 1 second. Jew guy, not good. Rabbi, bad. Bad rabbi. No. Bad rabbi. Jesus, good. Now that we've covered that and let's get into the Gentile-brained action here. The main scriptural text of Chabad is called the Tanya. It was written by the Alter Rebbe. It's considered his masterpiece. It is this, like I said, deeply schizophrenic combination of Kabbalah and like rational logic that creates the Chabad eschatology and the Chabad theology. They cover basically every aspect of life, but what's important here is their understanding of the end times and their understanding of their relationship to us, the Gentiles. One of the main beliefs of Chabad is that there is a profound difference between the Jew and the Gentile, specifically found in their souls. They believe that every single Jew, by virtue of blood, possesses something called the Nefesh Elochet, literally divine soul or godly soul. Basically, everything we think of when we say the word soul, that's Nefesh Elochet, but only Jews have that. They believe the rest of us have something called the Nefesh HaBehamet, animal soul, that we look like people, but we aren't people, that we're driven by our impulses, we're carnal, we need to be guided by those who have Nefesh Elochet. Think of it as base and superstructure, ego and id, right? Like they believe that they are enlightened, that they have this capacity to be enlightened, and that we are just kind of animated by our instincts, that we're carnal, we're fleshy, that we're not to be trusted with ourselves. You might have heard the phrase tikkun olam, which is a central Jewish concept of like their relationship with God, that Jews have a responsibility for tikkun olam, to repair the world. That the world is like fundamentally broken and we're fundamentally away from God because we have original sin, like in Christianity, but they don't believe that Jesus Christ cleans us of our sins. They don't believe that Jesus Christ ended all that. And so they believe it's the job of the Jewish people to repair the world. There has been many, many different ways in which that's been interpreted. Chabad specifically interprets that in saying that Gentiles, we can't rule ourselves. They view it as a burden. That's honestly, I'm going to rant here for a second. That's how disgusting this is. They view that their responsibility before their God is that we, the Gentiles, that we are so much lesser that we can't be trusted with ruling ourselves, that they have to take the reins from us for our own good. And that they don't consider it like an enslavement of us because, we should be so lucky. We should be so lucky to be enslaved by these people. That's what they believe. That they basically have a burden to take over us, a burden to rule over us, because we have the Nefesh HaBehamat, we have the animal soul, and they have the Nefesh Elochet, they have the godly divine soul. We are not ensouled like them, that they're smarter than us, they're better than us. This is a fundamental belief of Chabad, but it was expanded upon and turned into political dogma by Rebbe Schneerson. So remember, like I said earlier, Rebbe Schneerson was super into outreach, was super into the idea of we should get involved in the public, we should get involved in government, etc., etc. During this time, Rebbe Schneerson writes what he calls the Noahide laws. Little background, Noahide is in reference to Noah, like Noah's Ark, and then the covenant that was made by God that he would not destroy the earth again, the rainbow, all that whole story. Rebbe Schneerson writes the Noahide laws, which are basically 7 laws that he says the Gentiles should keep. If the Gentiles can keep the 7 laws and stay out of the Jews' way and let them have power and let them take over governments and let them operate politically, then they can repair the world and they can bring on the Messiah. So what are the Noahide laws? Do not worship idols, number 1. Respect God and do not blaspheme his name. Respect human life. Don't murder. Do not commit immoral sexual acts. Do not steal. Create courts of justice, like pursue judicial justice. And do not eat the flesh of an animal that is still alive. Those are the 7 Noahide laws. Now, these sound kind of basic, like this just kind of sounds like the rules you hear in, kindergarten. Like it's not anything crazy, but what's sinister about that? You have to remember that Chabad hates Christianity. Remember how I spoke about this whole eschatology, this whole soul thing, etc., etc. Here's the thing. Just like the rest of Judaism, they believe that all the Jewish people are descended from Israel, from Jacob in the Bible. And they believe that the innate enemy of Jacob is his brother, Esau, and his descendants, Edom, etc., etc. And they believe that all of these struggles and responsibilities of Israel, they have adopted, that they have inherited. Chabad, because like I said, they're very obsessed with blood and like lineage, they believe that the roles of all the nations and people in the Bible, those things have been inherited into today. And they believe that Esau, the enemy of Israel, the enemy of Jacob, his descendants went on to create Rome. Yes, like Rome. The Roman Empire. Okay, I mean, big deal. Rome's been gone for what? Thousands of years? I mean, who cares, right? Here's the thing. Like I just said, they believe in inheritance. So they believe that Rome is the inheritor of this great conflict that they have. So much so that Rome went and destroyed their temple. So they really don't like Rome. I literally made a whole clip about how they literally travel to Rome and they travel to the Arch of Titus, the big arch that commemorates the destruction of the temple, and they spit on it. Really, really don't like Rome. Here's the thing though. Rome was Christianized. They believe that the church took on the legacy of Rome, i.e. the legacy of Esau. Yes. They see Christianity, more specifically Europe, all of the former Roman territories, the now Christian, European, white territories, as their enemy. Do you see where I'm going with this? They have two top directives: to get other Jews to join them and to specifically and actively de-Christianize the West. Their goal is to de-Christianize the West. And so the reason that Schneerson came up with the Noahide laws isn't because he was just doing it for fun. He created a new religion, one that can be practiced without you even knowing it, that centers the Jewish people as the center of the world, as those that we should listen to. That's crazy, right? How would they de-Christianize the West? How would one group do that? Ask yourself, when did the West start becoming secularized? I mean, you could argue maybe in the 60s, but no, you still had things like, the moral majority forming and all these other, kind of evangelical Christian stuff. So when did the West start becoming secular? When did the West start making like Jews the center of our everyday life? What one could say, it was probably like under Reagan at the start of like codified neoconservatism, right? Makes sense. Reagan was kind of our first like explicitly a neoconservative president. He fundamentally changed a lot of our country, introduced a lot of policies that kind of wrecked America's productive capacity, et cetera, et cetera. It makes a lot of sense, right? I'm going to read you a statement from President Reagan, April 3rd, 1982. Amid the distractions and concerns of our daily existence, it is appropriate that Americans pause to reflect upon the ancient ethical principles and moral values which are the foundation of our character as a nation. We seek and steadfastly pursue the benefits of education, but education must be more than factual enlightenment. It must enrich the character as well as the mind. One shining example for people of all faiths of what education should be is provided by the Lubavitch movement, headed by Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, a worldwide spiritual leader who will celebrate his 80th birthday on April 4th, 1982. The Lubavitcher Rebbe's work stands as a reminder that knowledge is an unworthy goal unless it is accompanied by moral and spiritual wisdom and understanding. He has provided a vivid example of the eternal validity of the 7 Noahide laws, a moral code for us all, regardless of religious faith. May he go from strength to strength. In recognition of the Lubavitcher Rebbe's 80th birthday, the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States and Congress assembled have issued House Joint Resolution 447 to set aside April 4th, 1982 as a national day of reflection. Yes, the Noahide laws entered our government with the express purpose of de-Christianizing the West. Ever since the 1980s, we have been further and further de-Christianized, further and further secularized, but most importantly, further Judaized. This is because they believe in order to bring about the Messiah, they have to defeat Esau. They have to destroy Edom, i.e., they have to destroy Rome. And they do that only by destroying the belief of Christianity and by destroying Esau's descendants, i.e., people who look like me, people who maybe look like you. Are you starting to get it? Are you starting to put the pieces together? This is an organization that wants the de-Christianization of America and wants the removal of Europeanness from America. This is the group pushing for that. This is them. Everything you think of when you think of this type of group, it's them. And so with all of this in mind, we come to today. How does this matter today? Like what is going on today and how is this being played out today? We know that now the Noahide laws are in our government. They're effectively trying to change the religion of America into this Noahidism because they don't believe in Christianity and they see Christianity as the enemy. But what does this all do? Well, the goal of this has always been the end times. It's been the arrival of their Mashiach, of their Messiah. That's why they're doing all this. And so part of their belief is that the temple has to be built, that Israel needs to build the temple. So what does that mean for their political support? Chabad is deeply supportive of Israel and the IDF. Like Tucker Carlson mentioned, all of those like temple patches came from Chabad. Yes, they want to see the destruction of Al-Aqsa Mosque and the construction of a third temple. They believe that in doing this, they will be able to bring about the Mashiach. Folks, that is going to do it for us today on this episode of The Narrative. I hope you enjoyed. I didn't add a little sponsorship read on this one. I feel like I could.
That was the first time I've ever seen anything on his channel. But that was pretty good, and that was a great breakdown. Asman. Yeah, I want to see what Asman's got going on today, the last few days. I don't know, I kind of disagree with his take on this war, although I agree with, with Asman the majority of the time. I don't with this, but let's see.
Authorize Israel's attack on Iran's oil depots and Trump is getting mad? Wait, what? Breaking, the U.S. is dismayed by Israel's attacks on 30 oil depots on Saturday, sparking the first significant disagreement between the allies since the war began, per Axios. Strikes details include, the strikes reportedly went far beyond what the U.S. expected when Israel notified it in advance. We don't think it was a good idea. An Israeli official said the U.S. message to Israel was WTF. The president doesn't like the attack. He wants to save the oil. He doesn't want to burn it. U.S. gas prices are now expected to surge well above $4 a gallon this month. Insane video appears to show the last moment the storm drains across the Iranian capital of Tehran exploded and burst into flames as a result of runoff from the Sharon oil depot. Oh my God. Wait, is this a real video? Holy shit. This is an oil refinery in Tehran province has been targeted in an airstrike causing a massive fire. And again, some of these might be misattributed. You know, all this is breaking news. It's coming out as we're looking at it. Footage shows massive flames in Tehran, reportedly from oil tanks hit by Israeli strikes. Jesus Christ. Well, I guess Trump wasn't lying. I feel like these are probably the biggest attacks that I've seen. Crude oil futures just opened up 20%. Trump's going to crash out. It's $108. I'm not sure how to read this. Oh. Shit. So the last time it was this high was in 2022. This shit went up real quick. 73%. I feel like we're getting another one of these if Netanyahu doesn't comply with Trump's strategy. Yeah.
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
That's the way it looks. That's an old clip for sure, but that's the way it looks. I didn't watch any of this, although, on my main YouTube, I am subbed to the Trapmore Ross channel.
Folks, Dubai is still under serious fire. A lot of the influencers that have bragged about their amazing Dubai tax-free life are now crying and desperate to catch the next flight home. They're paying $100,000, $150,000 for private flights to get out of there. And one of the biggest clowns on the internet, Andrew Tate, he is desperately trying to get in, okay? He is trying to penetrate the airspace of Dubai, all right? You know what I'm saying? He does his thing. But it has been an absolute disaster for Andrew Tate trying to get back into Dubai. Ironically, he told everyone Dubai was safe before he was even there. He was in Romania capping about how safe Dubai was. He had absolutely no idea. But he has been on an absolute journey to get into Dubai. It's resulted in him being detained again, something he knows a lot about. And so in this video, I'm going to break down everything to do with Andrew Tate's disastrous journey back to the very unsafe city or emirate of Dubai. But before I do that, let me just remind you of just how serious the situation is over there. There's some crazy videos that have been circulating of the Iranian strikes that have been continuing. Don't be fooled by the influencers. It's still going on. There's a lot of trouble. This is Chinese construction workers in a Dubai high-rise building basically experiencing a missile strike firsthand. Look how outrageous this is. It is terrifying, okay? Can you imagine actually having to deal with that? People saying it's time to leave the job site. That's lunch.
Yeah, they don't pay enough. There's no way. You couldn't pay me enough. Well, I'm scared of heights, so I wouldn't have my ass up there anyway. But can you imagine, and you're looking down and you're seeing these explosions? Like, what would you do? You're up there. What are you going to do?
See you tomorrow. Can you imagine just doing your job and a freaking missile lands feet in front of you? But if your job is to shill courses on the internet, maybe going to Dubai is the best thing for you. So Andrew Tate, he's been very vocal about the attacks and the situation in Dubai. He's been running his gums non-stop about it. And I'm going to show you a few clips, basically, and we're going to understand exactly why he is so vested in Dubai being whitewashed as the safest place on earth right now. He apparently has 34 investment properties, children, and families. I'm pretty sure he has multiple families in Dubai. He said, I've not evacuated anyone because I'm betting with my own flesh and blood that in 2 days the crap will be gone. Now, that was March the 2nd. It's now March the 6th. Imagine this is your breadwinner, your protector, your family, you know, your family, was it patriarch? This would be terrifying. Listen to what he has to say.
Now, I'm putting my money where my mouth is because I have 34 investment properties in Dubai. I have children in Dubai. I have family in Dubai. And I've not evacuated anyone. Because I'm betting with my own flesh and blood that in 2 days, this crap will be gone. Now, if I'm wrong and it escalates and gets really bad, then I was wrong. I'm not CENTCOM Central Command. I don't know. I'm just looking at what makes sense to me. And the biggest indicator to me that this is not a real war is that Iran is heavily targeting the UAE, which is theatrical. Why are they wasting all these missiles and drones on the UAE when they could be hitting shipping? Why aren't they hitting Tel Aviv? Why are they hitting this country that had nothing to do with anything? Because they want theatrics. They want a play. They want a story.
If there's one person that wants theatrics and a play and a story, it's Andrew Tate, okay? But let's just leave that by the wayside for now. Just a few days ago on March the 3rd, Andrew Tate would post screenshots of his and his brother's plans to hottail it over to Dubai. And he shared this screenshot, which I don't personally believe is real. Or I feel like these guys, not that I don't believe it's real, but I feel like these guys be having these fake conversations to rile up attention and clout on the internet. He said, me and Tristan will live stream us getting into Dubai to show what effing cowards you men are. Vaccinated pussy holes, I swear, bragging about how you like to pay taxes. Watch this space. And Tristan said, I should fly back, land on the battlegrounds, walk the quarter deck like Nelson. When can I fly? Everyone's a baby. I can't tolerate this. He said, you and I are the last real N-words alive. Let's find a way in, brother. I'm riding with you. He said, I'm not having it. I missed my bed. This is something. We can find a way via Saudi Arabia. We have plot armor. We're bomb-proof. Fuel the jet. Let's get out of this effing dump and back to Dubai. Okay, and there would be a follow-up to this. All right, he was sharing all types of things. He said, Mad Max. This is a message that said, we need dirt bikes waiting for us across the Saudi border. We will run into the desert. Helmets and goggles also. Water, protein bars, battery packs for phones only. They're going to make the trip, all right? They made it sound like it was Mad Max, all right? And during their, I guess, what do they call it, the emergency meeting podcast, they explained how they plan to enter the country.
All the airports in Dubai and Abu Dhabi and the UAE are closed. How are you going to get in? Have you seen the hat? Yes or no? Have you seen the hat? Because this should answer all your trifling ass motherfucking questions about how I'm getting in. I just need to get somewhere in the Middle East. Nice. Nice. You put me somewhere in the Middle East, and the road warrior will find his way home. That's what our plan is. What's your plan? Is it detailed? No. Somehow get to the Middle East. I keto my way to 4 wheels, point my vehicle in the right direction, straighten my road warrior hat, warm up the engine with a sand whirlwind Aikido storm, and ride like the wind. Yeah, so our basic plan is to get somewhere in the Middle East, get on dirt bikes, drive through the desert, get across the border into the UAE, where a Bugatti and a Pagani are waiting for us, where we can burn all the way home to Dubai, in the middle of a war, amongst falling ordnance, while everyone else runs away. We go there to prove they're fucking pussies.
So they're going to do the impossible, right? So Andrew Tate, the following day after this, he would announce his flight to Dubai. He was planning to get there via Saudi Arabia. And this is basically how he explained. He said, I will fly to Saudi tonight. I will cross the desert to get into Dubai with war room soldiers. While the rest of the earth runs away like cowards, we show respect to the greatest city on earth. Dubai, we're coming. Mad Max Dubai Road featuring Andrew and Tristan Tate. Also featuring the Pope, Bailey Bolton, Alex Stango, Brandon Bolton, and more. 50 brothers with engines roaring through the desert while the world prepares for war. Okay, getting all the way over there. Oh god, I don't want to see anything crazy underneath this. Twitter's been an absolute cesspool of just like murders and porn recently. I'm trying to avoid some of that stuff. But anyway, on March the 5th, they announced they had arrived at the Saudi airport. They had touched down in the Middle East. Look at this. They touched down.
We're doing it against my better judgment, but it is what it is.
Why is this against your judgment?
We're going into an active war zone.
There's missiles, there's bombs. When did everyone become such a fucking baby?
You sound like a baby. Oh, there's missiles. Where?
A fucking baby. What do you think a missile could do? Kill you?
I'm going to my house.
I'm going to my fucking house, and no one's gonna stop me. What's the problem? Everyone's got some big fucking problem. Fucking pissy pants. Pampers must be making a fortune.
Fucking first world problems. What are you, missiles? Jesus Christ.
So there's zero fear for both of you, obviously.
Are you familiar with the concept of quantum immortality? John McAfee once wrote about it.
You're not quantumly immortal.
He put 5 bullets in a 6-cylinder gun, span it, and fired it against his head, and span it and fired it against his head again 100 times in a row because he's the version that doesn't die. That's me.
Plot armor.
Quantumly immortal.
We maximize the plot, and God gives us armor. That's why we're going into an active war zone.
Main character never dies.
For little to no reason, because we do have other houses.
Oh yeah, true. All over the world.
Wah.
So, yeah, I'll be real with you. Already, I'm feeling like this isn't good press for Dubai. Now, we're going to find out what happened in a minute, but I'll be honest with you. If I was the Dubai princes and I'm trying to shut down all the information about how bad things are in Dubai, I don't want this clown show arriving to my city, to my emirate, to basically make to scare all the hoes, basically. It's not actually a good look. Okay, I'm not sure whether the Ukrainian escorts of Dubai will feel safe. They feel safe with the missiles, but with this creep show around, they might not feel safe. So apparently one of Andrew Tate's wives was not feeling his plan, and I definitely don't think this was real. I think this was staged. But he posted this. He said, try and enjoy a little journey into a war zone and your wives start having breakdowns. It said, you risk your life for what? It doesn't make sense. You should have stayed in Romania. I can't believe you are doing this. You always risk your life. You could just life a very good life with all the money you have. He said, real N-words do real N-word things. They said, no, you have too many responsibilities. All right. You guys can be the judge of whether that was real or just staged. All right. I don't think. I mean, if that's actually how he treats one of his many wives, I feel for her. I do have sympathy for her. Now, they proceeded to board a bus to the border, okay, from Saudi Arabia to Dubai. Tate posted it. He said, on a random bus in Saudi, getting closer to Dubai. So, got to sit at the back of the bus like a cool kid, all right? Now, unfortunately, as soon as they reached the border to Dubai, they were stopped. Oh, no. What could have possibly gone wrong? And now, I found this pretty delicious, the way this went down, but I'll show you first and I'll tell you. Okay? So, it says staff post. This video was filmed a few hours before the attempted border crossing. Andrew is currently offline and being questioned. Now, this doesn't look very Mad Max, does it? I thought they were going to rip through the desert on ATVs and Bugattis on 4 wheels. All they need is protein bars and power banks. He's looking like he is in a university smoking area. This doesn't look very Mad Max. Doesn't look like it smells good. Looks like it's too hot. Doesn't look very fun. Doesn't look very Top G. Looks like you're being given your marching orders by some more powerful people.
Yeah, I think I'd have just sat my ass at home. Right? I mean, nothing's going on in, well, there's probably plenty going on in Romania, but, I mean, bomb and missile-wise, might would have been okay.
Press is taken on halt.
2.5 hours we've been sat here.
In the mountains.
Ate all my M&Ms. Ran out of emergency supplies.
He ate all his M&Ms. I didn't know. Maybe that's what he meant when he said Mad Max, the M&Ms. He ate all of his, you know what I'm saying?
Some kind of war. Some kind of war problem. Something about borders, refugees, visas, laws. Some kind of war crap.
There has been machine guns strapped on top of cars driving by.
There has. And we have heard loud bangs. 2.5 hours we've been stuck here. Any smokes? No. Got any Iran drinks? No. How about on your Kazakh hat? Road warmer. Why have been in Kazakhstan? This hat isn't about Kazakhstan. It's about being a road warmer. Why have we been stuck here for 2.5 hours? Because that's the nature of the game. You know what? Genuinely, I forgot what being a normal person is like. And when you're a normal person, you need to have patience. I forgot about that. Because, you know, I get like straight on the jet, straight off the jet. Mr. Tate, right to the front, VIP. I totally forgot that normal people have to wait for that. Yeah, lines and shit. Lines.
We've been waiting all day.
Waiting. How do you get anything done? I don't have to wait for anything. They give me what I want right away. They're waiting for me. They treat me better than they treat anyone else. All the service, if a location has X amount of service, all the service goes to me and everyone else has to share a fraction of my leftovers. They share the breadcrumbs as I enjoy the feast of service because I'm a globally renowned A-list celebrity. But on this particular adventure, I'm like a normal man, like a normal guy. I like it. No, it's shit. And I forgot how spoiled I am. I cannot wait to get back to the private jet terminal and then hand me a cigar and say, Mr. Tate, your jet's ready, get straight on the plane.
What happened to Mad Max, man? What happened to Mad Max? 2 hours on a roadside, you know, on a roadside, whatever this checkpoint is. And he's back to being a privileged billionaire. I missed my service, the spoils of the warrior of service, the great service I get. He said, I hate this. I hate this. Get me off. I'm not Mad Max anymore. It's pathetic.
Because even the other people who fly private, you're not a celebrity. You may have money. You're not the top. I'm the most loved man alive. So it's like, I've got the best human experience ever. I've got the best life ever. Everyone loves me. My life's fantastic. I live on T-bone steaks, and now I'm being forced to ingest a shit sandwich. Now, what I should say is that I don't mind doing a shit sandwich, you know? It's actually a good thing to do a shit sandwich sometimes, to go back to being grateful. Now, fuck all that. Ciao, ciao. Hi, guys. Hello. We're waiting for the bus. We're on the bus. We're on the bus. I know you. Yes, bro. I'm on the bus. Yeah, I'm trying to get back to Dubai. I'm on the bus. Where's your car? Well, we didn't bring a car. We flew here, and now we're going to take this bus across the border. Thank you, G. Thank you, bro.
Celebrity status.
At least the police ain't arresting me. Bit of recognition, you know? At least the cops ain't arresting me. Anyway, the moral to this story is that sometimes it's good to go back to remember and appreciate how far you've come and how spoiled you are, but fuck all that. I don't want to go back. I don't want to live like you fucking people. I don't want to not be famous. The best thing ever is to be rich and no one know who you are, said the fucking coward who's afraid of a little bit of jail or a few assassination attempts. No, everyone's gonna know who the fuck I am, and everyone's gonna know how fucking rich I am. That's what I want. You know me. You know my face. The police know me. Everyone fucking knows me. Random cops in random GCC countries know me. I went to Kazakhstan and we got fucking mobbed in Istanbul. I'm the most famous man alive. Everyone fucking knows me. I don't want to go back. That's how I want to stay. Give me my shit pronto. Rich as fuck.
He's so narcissistic.
This experience of going back to being one of you is revolting. So they better fix our fucking bus so I can get on my dirt bike. We're gonna be riding at night at this fucking time. We're gonna end up in the desert in the dark because of this fucking delay. Everything was planned perfectly. Anyway, I miss being a fucking celebrity. This blows.
So Mr. Mad Max, he misses being a celebrity, all right? I didn't see too much, too much ATV Desert Crossing there. We just saw a whole bunch of complaining because he'd been made to wait hours. He had to wait 2 hours. He's so famous, the most famous person in the world. He was taken into a detention center for questioning, and unfortunately, he would reveal his Dubai mission had been halted. Oh, no. Oh, the Mr. Unmatched perspicacity was no match for the rules, all right? He would claim that he was unable to leave the detention center, all right? They got him. They locked him down. He's used to this at this point, all right? He's used to this. He's had this done to him plenty of times before. Let's see.
So I'm eating crackers in some kind of detention center thing. Everyone had to x-ray their cases on the bus. Everyone had to get off the bus, get all their suitcases off the bus. It takes hours. X-ray everything for bombs. Everyone was getting off the bus and finding their suitcases. There was a huge line. So I just sat on the bus. Ignored the line, waited for the entire line to go down. I just sat on the bus. And because I stayed on the bus when everyone else was off the bus, they assumed I was trying to avoid this check. So now I'm going through some advanced check where they're scanning my body for digested bombs, and they've taken both my passports, and they're going through all my things, and they're swabbing everything down, and they're questioning me and going through my entire history. I'm in some terrorist detention center for some terrorist check. All because when everyone got off the bus and stood in the line, I waited on the bus for the line to get smaller because I didn't see the point standing in the desert. So now I'm detained, but I have crackers. Welcome to the Middle East. I guess tensions are high for some reason. I'm like, do you know who I am? One of the guys goes, no. The other guy goes, yeah, I know you are. I'm like, then why are you detaining me? Well, but you stayed on the bus, it's suspicious. I'm like, bro, do you think I'm a fucking terrorist? Jesus Christ. Human trafficker, maybe.
Well, apparently, okay, things weren't so bad in the end. Things worked out. He would claim, right, he would finally get his Mad Max on. He would say he would be released from a migrant jail, and he would start his desert crossing. Okay, this is the latest. This is today. Target Dubai. Phones have just beeped with missile warnings. He's now on his... He's managed to get access to a much better camera, all right? He's got a cigar, and now he's on Mad Max timing. Let's see.
Yeah, okay. That was fun. I ran into Super Cop, who decided that I was a terrorist for some reason. So now, it's time to cross the border, huh? Time to get home.
You got a body behind you who wants to cross it too.
You want it? All right, you getting in? I guess I'm riding solo then.
That is so cute. I'm not gonna lie.
Let's run it.
Let's run it.
So look, I'm not going to lie. He's looking a lot more Mad Max now. So look, that is the latest that we've heard of, you know, the Top G, you know what I mean, Mad Max, Gax. I don't know what to call this guy, okay? But it is pretty crazy, okay? I would like to see him get to Dubai. I would like to see him kind of have to struggle to process the deteriorating situation there when they're saying that the missile defense systems might be running out soon. His multiple families, and basically having to toe the line. Now, do you want my honest opinion? I think that he's taking this opportunity to flee to Dubai from Romania so that he doesn't have to face any of his charges in the UK or Romania. And I think he's going to kiss ass for all of the authorities and the state in Dubai so that he can basically get favor from them. He can clear up their little tourism and image problem, and then they're never going to extradite him. That's just my opinion, okay? Let me know what you guys think. I will keep you guys updated when this madman actually gets to Dubai, and I'll keep you updated on the many bombs that will be dropping on his little baldy head. Until next time, guys, I'm out.
Sparkling Ice Flavor Lab, Stella speaking.
I'm curious to see what it's like, you know, just from a first-person point of view. So hopefully the Tates make it safely either way. But yeah, their footage would be nice to see. Which one was this here? Oh, Trump's lackey's attempt to sell war gets ripped to pieces by MAGA. Yeah, I haven't seen this one yet, and I don't think that I have ever watched this. What's it called? Rebel HQ. This says the watch list. Okay, I don't know.
Miller's egghead ass Ben for a while. Did they like bench him? Did they put his dumb ass on the sideline because he goes on and screams and sounds like a shrieking person all the time? I wonder, but he's back. And man, he stepped right back in it.
I don't think that people understand the Trump doctrine is not isolationism. Maybe you can help set them straight, because I'm not too effective, I guess.
The president has made clear that he believes America's awesome military might should be used to protect and defend America's interests, not to surrender the world to our adversaries, to our enemies, to those who would do us harm, not to surrender the world's resources, lanes of commerce, or capacity to keep our citizens safe. No, America first means America will be the greatest, most unquestioned, unmatched power in the world. And it means we will defend American lives. And yes, we will avenge American blood. Iran has waged war against the American people, this regime, for 47 years.
Stephen Miller saw all of the differing accounts of the reasons why Donald Trump started this war with Iran. And he said, here, look, let me jump in and say it more forcefully with more whining nature to my voice. And maybe people will start listening. Let me cook. And instead, when he went in, he said, America first means America will be the greatest, most unquestioned, unmatched power in the world. Bro, maybe you shouldn't have said that. Because I remember as you guys campaigned, you kept talking about how you're more isolationist. You're not going to keep funding other people's wars. You're not going to keep running off and spending American taxpayer dollars and sending off American troops to die for Donald Trump, or as they always said, every other president that's starting wars. Instead, Stephen Miller thought that he really nailed it. Maybe because Sean Hannity's dumbass said, oh man, you know what? Stephen, I think you nailed it. That's not what some of these conservatives said. Damn. Andrew Day says, that's not what America First means. America First means that the U.S. government, which derives its power and legitimacy from the American people, should advance their interests. And they put in parentheses, not Israel's. Oh, that sucks. Man, so far, Stephen Miller hasn't landed that plane. So far, it's just been screeching and stuff. Here, Matt Lewis. Turns out, he says, America First can mean whatever you want it to mean. Again, quoting it from that clip from Stephen Miller. Man, I wonder if Stephen Miller was paying attention to what some of these folks were saying about his declaration that he thought he was cooking on. Jake Jackson says they're literally just rebranding neoconservatism into, quote, America First before our very eyes. This is absolutely disgusting to watch happen. Disgusting even. Stephen, they're not buying it. They're not buying it. Stephen. One last post that I'm going to read said, America First, quoting, he said, Stephen Miller says this. Stephen Miller, quote, America First means America will be the greatest, most unquestioned, unmatched power in the world. This is disgusting, he says. This is how they fool psychopaths into sacrificing their blood and treasure for Israel. And oh, damn, he added on the Epstein class. It's almost like, even though they thought they were getting away with the lies about this war, the lies about the Epstein cover-up, the lies about how they're stealing our money, the lies about Doge, the lies about how they've dismantled our education system, our healthcare system. Well, how many more, 2 more weeks before we get that healthcare plan from Donald Trump, by the way? Just asking as an aside. Nobody is buying this bullshit anymore. So, I mean, it might as well be the best time to drop in something like this. Drop Site News put together this little compilation. you know, since Stephen Miller and the rest of these folks keep talking about how somehow Donald Trump is the peace president, and he ran apparently somehow on, you know, attacking Iran. This is some reality that I think a lot of Americans are acting like they forgot about.
I am the candidate of peace. I am peace. People don't believe that. I am peace.
A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for a man who wants to end wars, not start them.
We do not want war with Iran. We actually want peace. The Iranians are clearly not very good at war. Perhaps they should follow President Trump's lead and give peace a chance.
Kamala's campaigning with warmongers like Liz Cheney. How do you think that is? She picks Liz Cheney, whose father virtually destroyed the Middle East. You know, Liz Cheney, she talks big, oh, I want war. She always wants war. Every time I was with her in the White House, we should attack this nation, that nation, nations that people never even heard of, we should attack. She's a big tough guy. She sits back in Washington, oh, we ought to go and attack Iran, Iraq. We're going to attack everybody. That's why I broke up with her. All she wanted to do is go to war with everybody. These war hawks, they want to draft your kids to die in wars, and they will never fight themselves. You know, we'll stay around the country for 15 years, just bomb the hell out of everybody, make everybody miserable. Nobody knows why we're there, you know, the wars that never end. These endless wars that we've been in, I've gotten us out of so many. We don't want to get into wars. We're tired of fighting. I'm the only president in the last 84 years that didn't start a war. Under Trump, we will have no more wars, no more wars, no more wars. We will have prosperity and peace. We will have prosperity and we will have peace. Remember, I'm the president of peace. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. He's going to start a war. I said, no. My rhetoric is going to keep us out of wars. And that's what happened. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. I believe that he will attack Iran sometime prior to the election because he thinks that's the only way he can get elected. Isn't it pathetic?
Drop Site News put together one of those compilations that I used to do all the time for the Young Turks, man. Lovely. I mean, just it's pretty straightforward. Just find all the times that he lies. This guy's a propagandist. That's like all he does. So since they're now stuck under this guy who's not promoting war with Pete Hegseth, literally like writing poetry about how he can't wait for more bloodshed, how the dripping of blood from the skies over Iran, the way that Pete Hegseth is talking, they had to shift. So the narrative has to shift from how this Nobel Peace Prizing deserving president doesn't start any wars. In fact, he ends 12 to 15 to 20 of them. Now, people like Jim Jordan, we just saw what Donald Trump campaigned on. We just saw it. And Jim Jordan's job is to tell us that, you know, that's not what we saw.
When people step back and evaluate it, they say this was the right decision. This was consistent with what the president told the American people when we, the people, elected him. He said he was going to do this and make sure it didn't happen. And again, I think Americans are willing to, you know, accept this and support this strongly because it just makes good common sense.
So people have to step back and evaluate this whole thing. And what they'll figure out is that apparently there's this new reality that you're supposed to believe, like some propagandists, that suddenly this is everything that people voted for. They voted for this. This MAGA Republican Party is in shambles because that's what they're pushing on one end from Jim Jordan. And from the other end, back to John Kennedy, who nailed Chris.
And the Democratic leader in the House, the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, says we're going to lose. Reaction to that?
He's wrong. He's wrong. We've already won. We will eventually leave Iran after having destroyed their renewed efforts to develop a nuclear weapon, after having destroyed their missile arsenal, after having destroyed their missile launches, after having destroyed their navy, and the good people of Persia will now have an opportunity to pick their own leadership. Hakeem is wrong.
Senator Kennedy, I wish I had, at times, your brain.
No, you don't. No, you don't, bro. I wish at times I had your brain, because I'm curious what the feeling of mush swimming around in my head feels like. But John Kennedy's point is we've already won. We've already won this war. We went in like a few days ago and we've already won. Well, why the are you still in there if you've already won? I feel like it just might be a talking point.
They cannot have a nuclear weapon. They have to give up their long-range ballistic missiles. They cannot continue to sponsor terrorism all over the world, as what many administrations have put up with as the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. And they can't have these naval capabilities that can instantly shut off 20% of the world's energy supply. Those are the objectives, and God bless our United States military that are achieving those objectives right now as we speak. Like you said, in many ways, we've already won.
Laura Ingraham also had a Chiron, a graphic saying we've already won. I feel like it maybe it's a memo that went around that said, make sure that you push the propaganda and tell these idiots that are watching your network that we've already won, so that no matter how many dead bodies they see come back, no matter how many reports of innocent civilians that we've bombed, as Pete Hegseth literally celebrates those things happen, no matter how much you see it, just tell them we've already won.
I don't know. It kind of looks like it's just getting started, doesn't it?
We have New Mexico Congresswoman Melanie Stansbury. She's a member of the Oversight and Natural Resources Committees. Welcome back to the show, Congresswoman. So this morning, the president posted, today Iran will be hit very hard and is under consideration for complete destruction. And NBC reports Trump has privately expressed serious interest in deploying troops on the ground inside Iran. How long can Trump continue sidestepping Congress and ignoring the majority of Americans who oppose this war?
Well, I think the primary question on everyone's mind is, why did the president launch an unauthorized war against Iran? It's very clear that the American people do not support this war, that overwhelmingly the American people don't understand what our objectives are, why the president launched strikes to begin with, and certainly Congress has not been provided with an adequate legal explanation for any sort of imminent threat. There is no strategy on the ground. There is no apparent exit strategy, and we don't understand how they plan to stabilize the region after this attack. So I think many of us, it's not just that he has launched an unauthorized war. We don't even understand the foundation for why they did it, and they can't provide a clear explanation.
Which, on the basis of what you just said, makes the fact that both the House and Senate failed to pass war powers resolutions rather stunning, though it was expected. Some Democratic leaders are sharply criticizing Trump for not seeking congressional authorization. I know you are one of them. However, stopping short of saying whether they oppose the military action itself. So, is this war with Iran a mistake, or are Democrats hiding behind process complaints because the party is divided on policy?
I don't think we're divided on policy because we don't even know what the administration's policy is. Now, is Iran the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world? Yes, absolutely. Is Iran a country that has attacked its own citizens? Yes. Are our allies in the Middle East been under constant terrorist attacks from Iranian affiliates? Yes, all of these things are true. But part of why past presidents have not unleashed military efforts on the ground against Iran is because of the potential to unleash chaos, the potential for American troops to lose their lives, as they already have, with 6 service members already losing their lives, and because it is very clear in the United States Constitution that only Congress has the authority to declare war. And while this president has already, of course, launched strikes, it's very clear he does not have the authority to put boots on the ground, to declare war against Iran. And in addition to that, there is no clear objective here. What it seems to be is that he is essentially doing the bidding of the Israeli government and Netanyahu, and has launched this war at their bequest. But why is the American taxpayer dollars, American lives, and our resources being put on the line? And he needs to come to Congress to ask for permission and to explain what he is trying to accomplish there.
And to that end, the dignified transfer of 6 American service members killed in Kuwait is set to begin shortly. And when asked about the fallen soldiers, Hegseth, Defense Secretary Hegseth, said, quote, "When a few drones get through or tragic things happen, it's front page news. The press only wants to make the president look bad." What is your response to Hegseth's seeming lack of accountability or empathy and framing soldier deaths as a media problem?
I think that this administration's entire approach is disgraceful. When they came to brief us earlier this week in Congress, they made no bones about the fact that they expect more deaths of more service members. I have never in my entire life seen an administration with less concern for basic human life and dignity than I've seen with this administration, including for our troops. And I think that's reflected by the number of active duty military who are quietly saying they don't understand what this war is for, why they are being sent abroad, and the many millions of veterans across the country right now who are angry watching as the commander-in-chief is deploying troops over to the Middle East after he promised the American people that he would not entangle us in more foreign wars. I think that it is not just disgraceful, but completely irresponsible. And when our troops sign up to serve this nation, there is a contract with the government that we will not put their lives on the line if not for the defense of this nation. And this president cannot explain, even in the most basic terms, why this war is in America's interest right now.
I'm going to switch gears here because after Kristi Noem's firing, you posted a video of you and your dog writing, quote, "We're all celebrating out here at the Capitol." By the way, not sure if you or your dog was happier about it, given Noem's sordid past shooting her dog. But President Trump reportedly fired Noem over her $220 million taxpayer-funded self-promoting DHS ad campaign and her poor performance testifying on Capitol Hill this week. Do you expect meaningful change at the DHS with her departure and Senator Mark Wayne Mullins' likely arrival?
Well, let me just clarify that adorable wiener dog is not mine, but he was absolutely celebrating outside the Capitol as millions were across the country, which is why we posted that video. But you know, listen, I think it's very clear that this administration's policies are violating the Constitution, due process rights of Americans and immigrants seeking asylum in this country. But Kristi Noem's own personal accountability and lack of leadership at DHS is in part what has led to the direct murder of 2 U.S. citizens and dozens of other Americans in detention under DHS, as well as the absolute violation of rights that we've seen under this administration. In addition to that, as you mentioned, she's misappropriated $220 million in taxpayer dollars to support her own media campaign, and ultimately these are criminal activities which we intend to hold her accountable for. But the fact that this administration didn't remove her completely from the taxpayer dollar in terms of employment indicates that they don't actually they are not actually seeking accountability, because if they were, they would have actually removed her from federal service and be seeking to hold her accountable for her actions, and instead have put her in charge of another office somewhere else in the government.
Despite having no time, I want to quickly ask you about whether House Oversight and how is going to hold DOJ accountable for this most recent release of more Epstein files, way past the legal date upon which to do so. And the fact that it does include these 3 interviews, if you will, with someone who has made an allegation against the president.
Yeah, well, this week we issued a bipartisan subpoena of Pam Bondi for her mishandling of the Epstein case. It's very clear that the new files provide greater detail about the allegations against the president. And I can tell you that within the next week, we will be filing articles of impeachment against Pam Bondi for her handling of this case.
Extraordinary. All right. We will look ahead to all that. Melanie Stansbury, despite not having that adorable dog, we do appreciate your time with us. Thank you so much. We'll see you again soon.
Well, what is this? Netanyahu invokes Amalek after striking Iranian girls' school. I mean, I like Anna, but other than that, I'm not, like, a big Young Turks fan, but we'll see what he has to say.
Our media covers up. Their job isn't to cover the news, it's to cover up the news. So I asked CNN, New York Times, Washington Post, MS Now or later, Fox News, why are you all covering up the news on behalf of a foreign country? It is super weird.
So CNN reporter Tal Shalev acknowledged the following, and this is the headline of a February 28th, 2026 CNN piece. Timing of US-Israel attack on Iran bears symbolic meaning in Judaism as Netanyahu references holiday of Purim? Am I saying that correctly? Okay.
Not really, but it's okay.
How do you say it?
I'm not sure either. Purim?
Purim. Okay, fine. So here's what Netanyahu is quoted as saying. 2,500 years ago in ancient Persia, a tyrant rose against us with the very same goal to utterly destroy our people. Netanyahu said of the story.
The Polish people?
Said of the story, which takes place in what is now Iran. Today as well, on Purim, the lot has fallen, and in the end, this evil regime will fall too. Now remember, the first Israeli strike was on a girls' elementary school in Iran, killing 175 children, mostly children. We don't know if every single one was a child, but most of them were little girls. Okay, so ahead of the upcoming Jewish holiday, worshipers read a specific portion of Deuteronomy, which of course is in the Old Testament. It commands the ancient Israelites to remember Amalek and to eradicate the memory of Amalek once the Israelites settle in their land. Amalek is often referenced as a historical enemy of the Jewish people, and Netanyahu invoked it shortly after the October 7th, 2023 attack on Israel, which is why they leveled Gaza. They used this insane ideology to justify killing all those innocent civilians and leveling the Gaza Strip. So the fact that he invoked Amalek again after striking an elementary school and killing 175 people, I think is notable when you're trying to decipher who the actual terrorists are.
So look, I've said this many times. I get Israel's motivations. I get the big dumb suckers over in America with tons of cash in the military to do our dirty work for us and let them die for us. Let them spend their money instead of us. I get it. And by the way, I think that a lot of foreign governments would do that if they could do that. So I don't think that Israel is necessarily uniquely evil, right? They've just figured out a better way to capture our government. So the people that I'm most angry at are disgusting, cravenly politicians. Who go, oh, money? Oh, I'd love to serve you. Give me campaign contributions and I'll betray all my voters. I'll make them go to war. I'll have their sons die. I'll do anything Israel commands of me. 94% of Congress gets legalized bribes from the Israeli lobby. But this second group that I'm furious at, and you see it all the time on the show, is the national media. So those guys tell us no, 94% of Congress doesn't mean they bought Congress. In fact, we're never gonna tell our audience that. We're gonna say like, oh, we have a special ally. We're not gonna tell them the #1 donor to Trump and Biden were Israel. #1 donor to Mike Johnson and Hakeem Jeffries is Israel. 94% of Congress is Israel. We're not gonna tell them that the Israelis, now when a Palestinian or anyone who's friendly to the Palestinians supports them says from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That's it, Palestine will be free. They say, oh, monster terrorists. Netanyahu literally said Israel is going to have from the river to the sea. He didn't talk about Israelis being free. He talked about taking all of that land. The charge they actually make against Palestinians, even though that's not the saying for the Palestinians, is Palestinians will be free. So, okay, so then you would imagine, since we had congressional hearings and giant national media outrage over that chant, that they would have gone nuts over Netanyahu. Never mention it. Now, this is the second reference to Amalek, which is kill men, women, children, animals, kill them all. I mean, if a Palestinian had said that, or any Muslim had said that, they'd be like, you genocidal, anti-Semitic, put them in prison, right? Congressional hearings. The leader of Israel, who's actually killing men, women, and children by the tens of thousands. And immediately in the Iran war goes, bomb the hospitals, bomb the elementary schools. Hey, it's not like he didn't say he was gonna do it. He said he was gonna do it.
Exactly.
But our media, our lying, disgusting media, won't ever tell you that. You can look it up. These are verified quotes. But our media covers up. Their job isn't to cover the news, it's to cover up the news. So I asked CNN, New York Times, Washington Post, MS Now or later, Fox News, why are you all covering up the news on behalf of a foreign country? It is super weird, super weird. And you're basically declaring, no, we don't care about the American people. We're gonna lie to you on behalf of the Israelis. We're gonna pretend that the Muslims are the aggressors, even though Israel has taken more and more land. We have eyes, we can see the map. They've continually expand their territory, continually are deeply bigoted against Muslims, drive bigotry in this country against Muslims. So we attack their neighbors, they constantly murder civilians at grotesque rates, and our media goes, no, they're the victim. Nah, that's it. No, there's gonna be a head-on collision here, because the establishment isn't going to move an inch. They're gonna be pro-Israel 200% until the very last minute. And the American people are getting angrier and angrier. Now, 3/4 of us said, don't go to Iran. Do not bomb them. And
we did it anyway.
And we did it anyway. We now the polls have switched. They're both Democrats, Republicans, Independents. They're all saying, stop funding Israel, right? Nope. Shut up, Americans. If you don't submit to Israel, you're all anti-Semites. That's what our goddamn media says every day, and our scum politician.
Yeah.
So, American people, the establishment, boom, head-on collision. I don't know what's gonna happen. And you know what? When it happens, whose fault it is 100% the establishment's fault. Because no matter how many times the American people overwhelmingly said, we don't want to serve Israel anymore. We don't want our kids dying for Israel. We don't want to spend trillions of dollars for Israel. The establishment said, shut up and serve Israel. Well, you're gonna have a collision. I don't know what form that takes. I don't want it. I hate the idea of it, but they're gonna create a giant mess in this country because they just will not serve Americans ever. They demand loyalty to a foreign government, and we're never gonna give it.
He's right. The majority of what he said is actually right, bizarrely, right?
Why don't we take a quick look at some of the issues that have already come up when it comes to the US-Israeli attacks on Iran in particular, because it turns out that the civilian casualties are really starting to increase significantly. The total number of reported civilian deaths stands at 1,114, including 181 children. The New York Times published their investigation into the elementary school, the all-girls school in Manab that was part of the opening strikes against Iran. And it turns out that their investigation found that the United States did carry out those strikes, which is incredibly devastating. You know, you have an incident, like the death toll in that strike keeps changing, but there's evidence that a double tap happened, double strike, and that as many as 160 little girls were killed as a result of these strikes against the school. Anyway, now there's more because there's a new report in the UK publication known as The Telegraph, and the title of the piece, if you want to read it for yourselves, is "Tehran: An Apocalypse of Hospitals in Flames and Children Buried Beneath the Rubble." Certainly sounds a lot like Gaza, doesn't it? The report indicates that Kamran, a Tehran resident, told The Telegraph that the United States and Israel have been bombing endlessly with no care about where or what they're striking. He says, quote, "They are striking buildings where families live. After each explosion, people rush to help, and then another bomb hits the same area." And again, it bears repeating, these double tap strikes were carried out against the girls' school in Manab. The girls' school in Iran, where 165 people were killed by an apparent US-Israeli attack, was hit with 2 strikes, with the second missile killing sheltering survivors. 2 first responders and the parent of a slain child have told Middle East Eye. And according to Kamran, going back to his statements, remember he's the guy who lives in Tehran. He says many people are trapped under the rubble. Hospitals are filled with injured patients and staff are overwhelmed. They are even striking hospitals where the wounded are being treated. And hospitals certainly are being struck. A hospital in the southern Bushehr area have been destroyed. Then you also have the emergency workers who have been seen evacuating newborn babies from that hospital, which suffered the terrible strike, trying to get those newborn babies out into safety. The Gandhi Hospital in Tehran and multiple other medical facilities across the country were also struck by the Israelis and the US. Ashkan, another Tehran resident told the Telegraph, quote, "An apocalypse is unfolding here. Today has been the worst day. Those who had cars fled. Those of us without cars are left here under the bombs." So the bodies are piling up, and it's absolutely devastating, Cenk. And what also should be reported, but isn't really reported in US media, unfortunately, is the fact that the Iranians have actually carried out some strikes on important military installations and military capabilities that we have in the region. So for instance, to be fair, CNN did do this investigation. They found that Iran has destroyed a key US radar system supporting a THAAD missile defense battery at our base in Jordan, more than 500 miles away from Iran. The radar, a critical component used to detect and track ballistic missiles for interception, appears to have been completely destroyed during the early days of this war. That's not a good sign for the United States, certainly, and it's not a good sign as the United States runs low on these, interceptor missiles.
Yeah, so let me add a couple of things to that. A refugee crisis has begun. A lot of Iranians starting to move to Turkey, and from there they'll probably move into Europe. So Israel driving yet more mass refugee and immigration crises towards the West. Number two, we're trying to make a deal with the Kurds to have them do a disastrous, basically incursion from Iraq into Iran, and they'd get slaughtered. But they're trying to foment a civil war. They were waiting for the green light from the Americans. Marco Rubio said, "We haven't armed them, but I can't speak for the Israelis." So that means the Israelis have armed the Kurds, which by the way then leads to another problem. The Turks are not going to be happy at all about the Kurds being armed very near their border. So they're going to be even more irate about this and pushes them closer to Iran on it. So now guys, this entire epic disaster, especially on the Iranian people, brought to you by the same Israelis who told you we have to attack Iran because they care so much about the Iranian people. The protesters were killed and the Israeli hearts broke over it. So they had to go in there and kill them more.
So I want to address that real quick because I think that there are a lot of well-meaning people who even watch our show. In fact, I got a lengthy email from one of our viewers, a longtime viewer of TYT, who seems to think that we are defending the regime in Iran. That is not the case. I am against US and certainly Israel's involvement in what's going on because they don't care about brutalizing the Iranian people. In fact, in Tehran, they have been brutalized from the very beginning of this war. I mean, the opening strikes killed hundreds of little girls in an elementary school. So do you guys understand where I'm coming from? I'm not rejecting this war because I don't care about the Iranian people and I want them to suffer under a regime they don't like. I think that the situation will be far worse with US and Israeli involvement because as we've heard Pete Hegseth say now in multiple press conferences, there are no brakes on the car. They don't believe in war crimes. They don't believe in being held back by international law, meaning they don't care about killing civilians. How is that liberating the Iranian people? Please explain that to me. That is not some, default support for the Iranian regime. I just know better. As an Armenian, okay, Armenian American, I was born and raised in the United States, but nonetheless, I care about Armenia. I would rather put a gun to my head than encourage the US military to do an invasion into Armenia for any reason, because I know it's not going to end well. So I just don't get it. I don't get how people don't understand this. I don't get how people can see what Israel has carried out in Gaza and think that the Israelis would care to protect Iranian civilians. And so far, all we've seen is civilians getting battered and killed.
Yeah, so look, I know people are so frustrated with the regime in the Iranian diaspora that they think anything to change it, anything. And I want to go back, I want to be with my family, or I want to be able to visit, and I'm going to trust the Israelis. Oh no, never trust the Israelis. Are you crazy? I mean, just because you want regime change doesn't mean that any way to do it makes sense. Okay, what if North Korea said, all right, great, your wish is our command. We're gonna do regime change in Iran, and we're gonna start by nuking them.
Losing your hair? Tired of hiding and looking older than you really are? With Bosley.
How would that help? Like, I guess what you're saying is, well, obviously Israel is not North Korea. They have our best interests. Oh my God, you think they have your best interests in mind? No, they don't. So that which brings us to today. So what's happening, as Anna told you, here we go again. They're bombing schools, hospitals, apartment buildings. So I was debating this on Piers Morgan yesterday, and Matt Schlapp, the head of the, one of the largest conservative conferences, about the 165 girls killed in the elementary school. He said, well, if they'd grown up, they were gonna wear burqas anyway.
Yeah, he's a disgusting, despicable excuse for a human being, honestly. Like, these people disgust me, absolutely disgust me. And it's pure evil. Like, these are the people who are gonna liberate the Iranians. They don't even see the Iranians as human beings. They think that they're all like religious extremists, worthy of slaughter, including little girls. Yeah. So I apologize to people who are offended that I don't want US and Israeli involvement or intervention in Iran. And it's not because I don't care about the Iranian people. It's actually the exact opposite of that. I don't want them to be slaughtered.
Yeah, beware of Israelis bearing gifts. They're usually bombs, okay? So, and by the way, as Anna pointed out, the double taps have begun. So why do you do a double tap? So that you murder the rescuers that came in to find the wounded and save their lives. Only the most evil people do that. And that's inarguable. A double tap is incredibly evil. It's to kill the ambulance drivers, the medics, the doctors that show up. So this is to help the Iranian people. We told you, I mean, God, I wish we could help the Iranian people in some other way. But if you're looking for the Israelis to help you, well, listen to Bezalel Smotrich, now one of the most important people in the Israeli cabinet. He said, we're gonna turn Iran into Khan Yunis. That's in Gaza. So they basically saying we're gonna level them. Oh,
he
sorry,
said that
Lebanon.
about Lebanon.
Yeah.
But I mean, the point remains. I mean, they're not just focusing on leveling Tehran. They're gonna do the same to Lebanon, and they're saying it out loud. And by the way, at this point, I think it's pretty obvious when the Israelis tell you they're gonna do something, you should believe them because they do it.
Yeah, especially when they tell you that they're gonna do something terrible. And finally, so just saw a little earlier, huge rallies in Iran. Guess for who? For the regime. Why? Because they're burying 165 girls, and everybody sees the graves 24/7 and burying the kids there. So now, as expected by rational human beings, they have rallied around the flag. And now they hate America, and they
have we really stopped to think and talk about where this could go, how it could end, and potentially how this war is being fought?
You made 3 big predictions. 1, that Trump would win. 2, that he would start a war with Iran. And 3, that the US would lose that war. It's quite a stunning prediction. Do you stand by it?
The reality is that right now, it's a war of attrition between the United States and Iran. And the Iranians have been preparing 20 years for this conflict. And now they have a pretty good strategy of how to weaken and ultimately destroy the American empire. So what the Iranians are doing is they're waging war against the entire global economy. And so they are striking the GCC countries. They're going after the critical energy infrastructure. They blocked off the Strait of Hormuz. And eventually, they will go after the water desalination plants, which is the lifeblood of these nations because they don't have fresh water supply. The Iranians are actually threatening the very existence of Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar.
That's Professor Zhang again speaking about the potential strategy or the actual strategy. He did point out there's ways that they're attacking other things than just their normal, what we would think is bomb them till they're dead. There's no way you can do that to the United States of America. So they're attacking in different ways. That's the strategy. And this is the leadership from the Department of War walking right into that strategy.
Flying over Tehran, flying over Iran, flying over their capital, flying over the IRGC, Iranian leaders looking up and seeing only U.S. and Israeli air power every minute of every day until we decide it's over. And Iran will be able to do nothing about it. B-2s, B-52s, B-1s, Predator drones, fighters, controlling the skies, picking targets. Death and destruction from the sky all day long. We're playing for keeps. Our warfighters have maximum authorities granted personally by the president and yours truly. Our rules of engagement are bold, precise, and designed to unleash American power, not shackle it. This was never meant to be a fair fight, and it is not a fair fight. We are punching them while they're down, which is exactly how it should be.
Nothing is more American than sitting there bragging about how you can punch someone when they're down, how you can murder their civilians, how death, destruction, and absolute dismantling of every human being that you can find is somehow the talk of the good guys. Yo, if you're watching a movie and you hear someone say that and you just walked in the theater and I'm a little bit late, you're like, oh, wait, at least I caught up. That's the bad guy. The bad guy who's one talking about death, destruction, we're flying over your towns, we're flying over your country, we can do whatever the F we want to you, and we will murder you. Blood will be running in the streets. It's weird. I feel like that's what we always, characterize our enemies to have the mindset of. Let's go back to this professor who thinks and refer back to how he's continuing about this description of how this war could play out.
And why this is important is that the Gulf states are really the linchpin of the American economy. So what they do is they sell petrodollars and then they recycle the petrodollars back into the American economy through the investments in the stock market. And right now we know that the entire American economy is propped up by AI investments in data centers. And a lot of that comes from the Gulf states. So if the Gulf states are no longer able to sell oil, and they're no longer able to finance AI, this AI bubble in the United States, then this AI bubble will burst, and with it will burst as well the entire American economy, which is really a financial Ponzi scheme.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, sir, an Amazon data center was literally hit in the UAE.
It's almost like he makes some sense. So the American economy, as we already know, is built off of this house of cards regarding around everything that we can with the stock market and investments, as Trump has been increasing this whole thing with investments from foreign leaders, unnamed folks, people from his crypto deals, because he's looking to make money for himself, like right now, because his old ass will be dying soon. And who gives a damn? He's an evil person. Who cares what happens afterwards? I just want to keep comparing the difference between Professor Zhang and his intelligent points versus the meathead approach of bragging about murder, blood, and devastation and white supremacy from this guy.
Iran's senior leaders are dead. The so-called governing council that might have selected a successor, dead, missing, or cowering in bunkers, too terrified to even occupy the same room. Senior generals, mid-level officers, enlisted ranks, they can't talk or communicate, let alone mount a coordinated and sustained offensive. That's not great for morale. The Iranian Air Force is no more, built for 1996, destroyed in 2026. The Iranian Navy rests at the bottom of the Persian Gulf. Combat ineffective, decimated, destroyed, defeated, pick your adjective. In fact, last night, we sunk their prize ship, the Soleimani. Looks like POTUS got him twice. Their Navy, not a factor. Pick your adjective. It is no more.
There's a reason why that Donald Trump snatched this guy from Fox News. He's a propagandist, and he's gonna preach and pitch these characterizations of what is it we're gonna do and how devastating and horrific and strong we are, because he's an actor. He's there to play the role. He's there to think that they can convince enough people that if they say, put him at the bottom of the ocean, choose any adjective you want, they're if you just keep saying things and then we have no, a real grasp on what it is that's happening or what could happen, and you've detached yourselves so far from any experts, thinking people who maybe have a measured response, who maybe want to get to an objective that ends things, but what they're trying to do is destroy things. Pete Hegseth already said it, but he's a propagandist. That's why he's reading this. So last little clip from Professor Zhang about this approach.
We also wanted to talk to you about munition. The United States is racing to accomplish Iran mission before munitions run out.
The United States military is not designed to fight a 21st century war. Remember, the military-industrial complex came to being after World War II, and it was designed to fight the Cold War. And the Cold War was really about muscle flexing, who was to first get the person on the moon. And so the entire American military strategy revolves around very sophisticated technology that costs a lot of money to build. And that's what the American air defense system is. And that's why we're seeing this asymmetry in this war, where you have these $1 million missiles trying to take out these $50,000 drones. And it's not sustainable in the long term.
It's going to require a lot of money. As you keep seeing, the military budgets keep getting larger and larger. They break records every year when they ask for this, of our money. And then what happens to our economy? What happens to our jobs? What happens to our ability to thrive and live normally? It all goes to their destruction of the world. And there's a reason why they're going towards this destruction of the world. I want to show you something.
That's in Iran despite years of sanction. Imagine a year from now or a year and a half from now the capabilities they would have to inflict damage on us. It's an unacceptable risk, especially in the hands of a regime that's run by radical clerics. The Ayatollah was a radical cleric. That entire regime is led by radical clerics who don't make geopolitical decisions. They make decisions on the basis of theology, their view of theology, which is an apocalyptic one. That has to be taken very seriously as well.
Marco Rubio talking about the apocalyptic nature of these radical Muslims. Don't forget that. The apocalyptic nature of these radical Muslims. They make decisions based on the basis of theology and their view of theology, which is an apocalyptic one. That's what Marco Rubio said. Do not forget that, because every time they lump any of these characterizations on anyone else, the problem is it ends up revealing how we're doing just that. A military commander told a group of non-commissioned officers that President Donald Trump was, quote, listen to this, anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to earth. That was from a complaint that was filed with this religious freedom watchdog amongst folks in the military. Listen, Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump can keep talking about these radical Muslims and how their mindset towards destroying the world is based in their theological views, but it's weird. It's exactly what we're doing. Here's more. The NCO said of the commander, he urged us to tell our troops that this was all part of God's divine plan, and he specifically referenced numerous citations out of the book of Revelation referring to Armageddon and the imminent return of Jesus. Is this radical Islam? Or is this, like radical Christianity? Because it seems to be all the same things that we keep saying that they're fighting based on. It's like Jesus can't come back on his own. It's almost like they don't believe in the teachings that they've been talking about when it comes to the Bible that they say they study so much. More, he added that the superior had a big grin on his face when he said all of this, which made his message seem even more crazy. So there's folks that are revealing the way that this, this command leader was telling other folks to teach our soldiers that are going into war that they're fighting this weird thing, a holy war, to bring back Jesus. In a statement, Weinstein suggested that reports indicate an increase in Christian extremism in the military, noting that the complainants report that the unrestricted euphoria of their commanders who perceive a biblically sanctioned war that is clearly the undeniable sign of the expeditious approach of the fundamentalist Christian end times. It's almost like they're radical Christians who fight wars to bring back Jesus. Last bit of information here, you guys. They're promising listen to this, as we just talked about the savages of these extreme Muslims. They're promising a 200-mile-long river that is a 4.5 feet deep filled with nothing but the blood that their weaponized version of Jesus will spill at the Battle of Armageddon. And Weinstein said, that's a lot of blood. Part of what makes the account so disturbing, Weinstein said, is that service members aren't able to push back when they're given the orders that blur the line regarding the separation of church and state. This is all about time, place, and manner, he said. If you're being proselytized by your superior, you can't say, get out of my face, because under the military's criminal code of justice, insubordination is considered a felony. So they're forcing their religious beliefs of Armageddon and this holy war that they're supposed to be fighting in Iran against their enemies, their mortal spiritual enemies that they've made up because they're using the beliefs of Christianity to then go and attack other folks. And of course, in order to deflect that, you just say the other folks are doing exactly what it is that you're doing. It's almost like it's odd. It's almost like this message that was recorded by, multiple Democrats. It's almost like when they were talking to these service members that what they were saying will ring true really soon.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or our Constitution.
We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
the Army,
or Navy,
the Air Force,
your vigilance is critical.
And know that we have your back.
Because now, more than ever,
the American people need you. We need you to stand up for our laws,
our Constitution,
and who we are as Americans.
There's a reason why Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth, and this entire administration lost their minds when that video was released. There's a reason why they also tried and failed to bring up charges against Mark Kelly. Veterans and folks who've worked in these fields before brought it up and said there's going to be a need for it. Fox News came forward and asked people, grilled them over this and said, what illegal orders are you talking about? We're talking about the legal orders that they've already committed and the ones that they continue to do and the ones that they'll expand into saying we're fighting a holy war. And therefore, any children you kill, any civilians you kill, anybody you decide to maim, rape, and murder, it's okay because God said it's okay.
Are you researching dental implants?
There's a lot of dental offices that'll talk about doing their teeth in the day process. A lot of times what they mean is they'll do the surgery and give you some sort of teeth the next day. But those teeth are not permanent teeth. They're temporary teeth that you wear while you're healing.
In the old way, you would get a set of acrylic or temporary material teeth that gets screwed right onto the implants.
In reality, you're getting, let's say, a converted denture. These small-in-the-day teeth that you get too, they're made with dentures. It's basically plastic. It's going to break. Here at Nuvia, we're able to deliver permanent teeth in 24 hours.
24 hours after my surgery, my beautiful arches were fixed in my mouth. And not only did I have a bite and a smile, but a lot less mental anxiety.
People are always asking me, are those permanent? Are they going to last a lifetime? Well, yeah, they are. 2.5 years later, and they're just like the first day I got them, just as strong as ever.
During the surgery, you're not only going to be treated by your treating surgical doctor, you'll also have a CRNA, a nurse anesthetist there as well. So you'll have two people that have certification in keeping you safe during your procedure so that you make sure that you're safe during the entire process.
Nuvia's offering the final permanent teeth. These teeth are basically indestructible. During the 4 to 6 month period right after your implants get placed, osseointegration is happening. So those implants are in the bone and your body is creating new bone that grows into those implants and locking them in. Nuvia has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 50,000 Facebook members for you to connect with. Not to mention their 99.13% success rate to back it up. Nuvia's new way of doing things actually helps the healing process along. The reality of it is, back in the early 2000s, giving you a set of teeth, either the day or day after you have your surgery, that was incredibly controversial. Back in the early 2000s, that was the new way of doing things. 20 years later, there is definitely room for improvement.
It's literally the day of surgery. You get the implants placed. We get the scans, we get all the records, we send this to the lab, and literally just overnight, they'll make the zirconia prosthesis and it'll be delivered the next morning.
What do you think the best way for those implants to integrate is? With a set of teeth hanging on them that has some microflexure to it, or with a rigid splint that's going to keep those implants perfectly in place and still so that your body can create new bone? Old way, new way.
After facing immense backlash stemming from claims the DOJ was purposely trying to withhold some of the Epstein files to protect Donald Trump, the DOJ has now released the interview with the woman accusing Trump of sexually assaulting her when she was a child. Cenk, we'll get into the details in a second, but first, your 2 cents.
I'm a little puzzled by this, guys, because these are terrible allegations, but we covered them before. I guess there's more details now. We'll share the horrific details with you in a second. But why did this come out now? That's super weird. We'll talk about that too. First, Jordan, give us the facts.
Sure. To bring you up to speed a bit, the allegation was public knowledge thanks to internal FBI documents and a slideshow that was made public in the initial Epstein file dump that showed prominent names listed in the Epstein files. You could see here, stated Epstein introduced her to Donald Trump, who subsequently forced her head down to his exposed penis, which she subsequently bit. In response, Trump punched her in the head and kicked her out. This incident was said to have happened in the 1980s when the accuser was between 13 and 15 years old. The agents interviewed the alleged victim 4 times in 2019 and had written summaries of each conversation. However, NPR's report says only the FBI's first interview with the Trump accuser, in which she makes no allegations of wrongdoing against the president, was part of the DOJ's massive records release made public last month. According to the New York Times, initially officials said the missing files were, quote, duplicates that had been released elsewhere, but that wasn't true. So now let's get into what the additional 3 interviews, which took place in August and October of 2019, revealed. In the second interview, the woman described additional abuse by Epstein and several of his male associates. She said that Epstein drove her and or flew her to either New York or New Jersey sometime when she was between 13 and 15 years old. And she was taken to a very tall building. It was there that she said Epstein introduced her to Trump. Trump asked everyone to leave the room where they met and mentioned something to the effect of, "Let me teach you how little girls are supposed to be." According to the description of the woman's comments in the interview, he then unzipped his pants and put her head down to his penis. The woman told agents that she bit Trump, who then struck her and said words to the effect of, "Get this little blank the hell out of here." In the woman's third FBI interview about 3 weeks later, agents wrote that she described receiving threatening telephone calls that she said she believed had to do with Epstein or Trump, as well as several incidents where she was almost run off the road by other cars. Up until this point, her attorney had been present during the interviews. However, during the 4th and final one, she was uncomfortable with being recorded and questioned the point of coming forward with these allegations. It's unclear what became of the FBI's investigation into the woman's claims. An email sent between FBI agents last summer and included in the DOJ file notes that one identified victim claimed abuse by Trump, but ultimately refused to cooperate, although it doesn't specify if it's the same person as the accuser.
News misses. We've taken control of Iran's airspace and waterways without boots on the ground. We control their fate. But when a few drones get through or tragic things happen, it's front page news. I get it. The press only wants to make the president look bad, but try for once to report the reality. The terms of this war will be set by us at every step.
Yes, try for once, you damn dirty media, to report the reality, not like the deaths. We don't like that. That's bad reality. Don't do that. Just focus on the fact that we've been able to take control of the water without boots on the ground, which is good. Because if you put the boots on that ground, they sink. And then you're swimming, at least for a bit. Then eventually maybe you sink, and then the media would have to report on that. So it's probably for the best that we were able to do it without boots on the water. So anyway, yeah, Pete Hegseth wants you to focus on the good stuff and not do like downer news that reflects poorly on the president because, oh, boo-hoo, American soldiers died. That's woke nonsense, and Pete Hegseth is not gonna stand for it. Now, sarcasm aside, I think that's a little bit cavalier, a little bit cruel. I mean, normally in the past, people in his position, Secretary of Defense, although his preferred pronouns are sex/war for some reason, he would really prefer if you call him that, would pretend to give a damn about soldiers dying. They might even expend a rhetorical tear or two to pretend that they care about civilians dying. But Pete Hegseth doesn't have time for that woke BS. And so, feels like that also makes Trump look bad, makes the war effort look callous, makes it look ill-considered. So let's get into a little bit of that bad media sparring with the press secretary about why all of this is not necessarily reading well. Take a look.
Given what Secretary Hegseth said this morning, is it the position of this administration that the press should not prominently cover the deaths of US service members?
No, it's the position of this administration that the press in this room and the press across the country should accurately report on the success of Operation Epic Fury and the damage it is doing to the rogue Iranian regime that has threatened the lives of every single American in this room.
Secretary Hegseth was complaining that it was front page news about these 6 service members who were killed.
That's not what the secretary said, Caitlin, and that's not what the secretary meant, and you know it. You know you are being disingenuous. There is not, we've never had a secretary of defense who cares more.
Drones get through or tragic things happen, it's front page news. I get it, the press only wants to make the president look bad. Yeah, as you know, we cover the deaths of US service members under every president.
The press does only want to make the president look bad. That's a fact, especially you. No, listen to me. Especially you and especially CNN. And the Secretary of Defense cares deeply about our war fighters and our men and women in uniform.
Yeah, I hate almost every word of that. Although I do love that she kept calling him the Secretary of Defense. I do appreciate that. So yeah, no, we report on the soldiers that die in every war. That's always a thing that we do. And yeah, you can be frustrated with the media, but Caitlin Collins is among the best in the media, and it's so fake the way they need to pretend that she's like a partisan actor or something. My God, blow it out your ass. But anyway, if you thought the Pete Hegseth's comments were a little bit callous, a little bit ignoring the lethal consequences on our side of this war, wait until you get a load of Donald Trump, because I agree. Well, I disagree with Carolyn Levitt. It's not the media's job to make Trump look bad. So far it's been Pete Hegseth's job. It's certainly Kristi Noem's job, but it's also Trump's job. So he said this. He was asked by Time Magazine if Americans should be worried about retaliatory attacks at home, and here's what he said: "I guess, but I think they're worried about that all the time. We think about it all the time. We plan for it, but yeah, we expect some things. Like I said, some people will die. When you go to war, some people will die." That's reassuring. Soaring rhetoric. That is city on the hill business right there. Yeah, some people die. The important thing is that it's not me. I'm gonna be fine. Pete Hegseth is gonna be fine. But yeah, some of you might die, and that's a sacrifice that I am very much willing to make. Well, at the risk of potentially angering the easily triggered Secretary of Defense, let's point out the 4 soldiers that have actually died that have been identified so far. Some have not. And we have their pictures right here. Army Reserve members, Captain Cody Cork, Sergeants Nicole Moore, Declan Cody, and Noah Tgens as well. Those are the first 4 that were identified. We also have Major Jeffrey O'Brien as well. And there is Also a final victim, Chief Warrant Officer Robert Marzan. They have not made a photo available of him. We're not going to speculate by searching social media or whatever. And so we're supposed to pretend that that's not a thing. Like, remember, wasn't it Trump that like stopped the whole thing of having photographs of the caskets covered with the flags? And Trump obviously is going to waste his time calling the families. Like, again, the medal ceremony, that was to justify the war at the state.
Who's one of the smartest and most honest. So in just a second, we're going to talk to Sagar and Jetty, who's one of the smartest and most honest analysts of American politics, we think, about the effect of the war in Iran here in the US on our politics, on our economy, on our life. But first, just a couple of quick things, which is no matter what you think of this war, you've got to be rooting for the United States, your country, and particularly for the people fighting this war. It's a cliche to say it, but it's true. They are the best people. This country produces people who voluntarily join to defend the United States, who are often put to bad use and badly treated by our political class, but that doesn't make them bad. They are great, and you got to be rooting for them, for us collectively, and saying prayers both for the country and for the people fighting on its behalf and in its name, our troops. That is real. The second thing concerns a show that we did 2 days ago about the efforts to rebuild the third temple in Jerusalem. We went on at some length about this and why at its core for some of the people fighting in this conflict in the United States and Israel and Iran, this is a religious conflict, and that we should be aware of the effects of that long term. Religious conflicts are not typically resolved quickly. They can go on generationally. They can go on 1,000 years. In fact, they're still ongoing for over 1,000 years in some cases. So it's a big deal to have a religious war. In some ways, this may turn out to be a religious war. In others, it's just inherently a religious war. So you should know. And at the center of that conflict is this thing called the Third Temple, which is not yet exist, but some people would like to rebuild. So we did a whole show on this, seemed important and true. And in the course of that show, we described patches that some soldiers in the Israeli military, the IDF, are wearing that show an image of a temple, the Third Temple. And we asked, where did these come from? And it seems like from accounts that we read from those soldiers online that they got these patches somehow from a group called Chabad. In the United States, it's a global group, but it's headquartered here in New York and Brooklyn. And we said, and you can check the tape, it was like, Chabad, they seem like really nice people. Met a bunch of people in Chabad over the years. They do a bunch of charitable enterprises. But apparently these patches came from Chabad. And Chabad, check their website, is in favor of rebuilding the Third Temple. And why wouldn't they be? They're religious Jews. And the temple is at the center of Judaism as described in the Torah, what Christians call the Old Testament. And all sacrifices, all public worship takes place in the temple in Jerusalem, built on the foundation stone. And that's where God resides, according to Judaism, to Torah Judaism. And all of that ended in 70 AD when the Romans, as predicted by Jesus, destroyed the temple. Now, from a Christian perspective, God destroyed the temple, Jesus destroyed the temple, and became himself the temple. He replaced the temple with his body. And he says this, I am the temple. So that is the Christian view of the temple. But the Jewish view of the temple is very different. And it's what I just described, which is this is where God lives. So if you're a religious Jew, you want to see the temple rebuilt. And there's no criticism of that. That's a religious perspective, which is internally coherent. Our only point was, you should know that this is happening and that U.S. taxpayers are paying for it. And apparently these patches came from Chabad. That was the kind of sum total of my observations about Chabad. Well, the next morning, which is to say yesterday, wake up and there are all these attacks. Chabad, you're attacking Chabad. You're blaming Chabad for the war. No. Didn't really pay too much attention to it. Of course, these are organized by, these attacks are part of a propaganda campaign waged by Israel and its proxies here in the United States, who are many, at least online. And the idea was to make this seem like an attack on Chabad, which it wasn't, and not intended to be, and wasn't, not inherently an attack. And then Bill Ackman gets in and says, you have potentially blood on your hands. You're calling for violence. And Bill Ackman is mad at me. I know Bill Ackman because nothing to do with Israel, because I once pointed out him as a else, but he wound up with $1 billion in his own island. Where did the money come from? How does this economic system work, actually? Can I get in on this? And I made that point about Bill Ackman because anyone who knows Bill Ackman knows, not a genius, not like a moron or anything, but clearly not a brilliant person at all. And yet he is so rich. So that's his grudge. Understandable. People don't like it when you point that out. No one's ever answered the question, by the way, how did he get rich? But whatever. Anyway, he's mad. And so he accuses me of, stoking violence or something. And I just completely ignore it. But then I get 2 phone calls from friends of mine, people I know and have known a long time, who are involved with Chabad, both good guys, and both have kids at Chabad schools. And the first calls and says, people are really upset that you're calling for violence against Chabad. And I said, well, I'm not calling for violence against anybody, including Chabad. And I would never do that, ever. I totally reject that. And so that didn't happen. And he said, well, it'd be very helpful if you would issue a statement disavowing violence. And I said, well, gosh, I've done like 100 shows on that. I hope my life is an ongoing disavowal of violence against innocents. And I will continue to say that because I sincerely mean it from the bottom of my heart. It's my religion. So yes, I mean it. And then just to be kind of mean, I said, I will issue a statement disavowing violence against innocents in tandem with Chabad's statement disavowing violence against innocents. Knowing, of course, Chabad does not disavow violence against innocents, of course, Gaza. And they can't because they don't believe that. I think, I would be surprised if Chabad issued a statement disavowing all violence against all innocents. And of course, if they do, I will, join them for dinner to celebrate because and I will praise them for doing that. And anyone who does that will get praise from me, heartfelt, but I doubt they're going to do that. And then I get a call from another friend of mine, like an actual friend of mine saying, the school because of your calls for violence. And I thought, oh my gosh, now I'm upset because I don't want to add at all, even inadvertently, to an environment where people are afraid or feel like they're going to get hurt. And so I guess what I would say is, of course, I'm totally opposed to violence against innocents again. But moreover, this is the product of the war that is underway now and evidence of the point that this is fundamentally a religious war whose effects are already being felt here, which is to say groups are in fear of other groups. American groups are in fear of each other. And that is just absolutely a tragedy. And we should all oppose that. And at the center of it are the most innocent of all, which are kids who are being told by adults that they could be killed for who they are. Now, think about that for a second. Think about a PR campaign or a propaganda campaign designed to make people terrified for their lives, which is what the Israeli campaign is, telling Americans that they could be killed, that anti-Semitism in the United States is so terrible, being ginned up by people like me and other people online, that they could be killed. Imagine, that's not true at all. But imagine being so unscrupulous that you would terrify kids in order to silence criticism of your territorial expansion campaign, which is exactly what this is. Israel wants to be bigger. They want their regional rivals out of the way. They want to weaken the United States, get us out of the Middle East, and they want to weaken Western Europe, which they just hate for whatever reason. They truly hate Western Europe, which is one of the reasons the Israeli government has helped move migrants into Europe to weaken and destroy it. What is that? I don't really know the answer, but it's demonstrable. They hate Western Europe. And so whatever their bizarre agenda is, in order to stop criticism of it, they're telling Americans, including children, that they could be killed to get them on side with their program. That is super dark. That is evil, completely evil. And imagine, moreover, playing along with it with your own kids, telling your own kids that people hate them and will always hate them no matter what they do because of how they were born. That is not good for kids. And I say that not just as an American, but as a father of many kids. Like, that's the worst thing you could ever do to children. Who's doing that? A lot of people are doing that. And it doesn't produce happy people. It produces unbalanced people like Mark Levin, whose mother clearly told him that. That is not a fair description of the country we live in. We live in still now, for all its flaws, a very decent country where people accept each other's differences. And there is an organized campaign underway this moment to foment religious hatred in this country, hatred of American for American on the basis of religious identity. And that is totally wrong morally, but more than that, it's completely destructive. If you want to wreck the United States, and some people do want to wreck the United States, weaken the United States, people behind this war want to do that. Again, that's one of the reasons we're having this war, is to weaken the United States, both economically and destroy its social cohesion. You would do that. And that's why they are doing that. And so I would just hope that all Americans can resist that, deal with each other as individuals, as fellow Americans, as citizens, and whatever you do, leave the kids out of it. Don't use kids for your political ends. That is totally wrong. And the rest of us should call it out when we see it. So I hope everyone connected to Chabad understands that the last thing I would ever do is call for violence against them because they're part of a religious group. No, that's the opposite of what I'm saying. And so with that, our friend Sagar and Jetty. Sagar, thank you very much for doing this. I've been thinking of you all week. Let's start just with the overview. What have you learned since this war began?
Well, Tucker, unfortunately, and I'm very sad to say this, is that our very sovereignty is in question right now. The Secretary of State made perhaps one of the most remarkable statements of my entire life and perhaps in modern history when he declared unequivocally that we are involved in this war as a result of the either inability or the adherence to an Israeli strike that was going to happen on Tehran. This reveals a lot of different things about our government, our structure. We were either unable to exert pressure on Israel to avoid such a war, we either acquiesced to it, and both are terrifying in their result because we are, of course, the global superpower, and Israel is a client state. I've also learned, very unfortunately, having spent my entire career trying to repudiate the lessons of the Iraq War, of Syria, and of Libya, of an overwhelming propaganda effort on both sides, both parties, the mainstream media, but still, unfortunately, very alive and well, it seems, in the Republican Party and in the White House, cheering on regime change, demands of unconditional surrender made to the Iranians just this morning, the endorsement of a Kurdish civil war campaign. It really does feel as if things are accelerating, even with the perspectives in modern history of literally 5, 10, even 15 years ago, to learn that these are exactly the moves that we should not be making. And so I'm really terrified right now to be saying that our sovereignty itself remains in question at the behest here of Israel, our very own government, which seems complicit and is course involved in these very strikes. And then watching the way that this is all going, I do not see a single way that this will make the life of any individual American better.
You probably find a lot of bags of chips in your pantry during spring cleaning this year. Most will have nutrition labels that read like science projects, dozens of weird. I agree with that. And you could feel it in the days leading up to it. I saw Trump 3 times in the month before, and it was obvious to me that he didn't want to do it. It was, I think, obvious in every TV appearance that he made. He was never made the case that this was going to help us in any way. He did make the case that Iran shouldn't have the bomb. Got it. It was never about that, of course. I don't think he wanted a nuclear armed Iran. I don't think he likes Iran. I think he's been told they tried to kill him. I think that's all real. But he understood the risks, and it was obvious to me from talking to him that he didn't want to do this, but that he kind of couldn't get out of it. And the American president just has less room to maneuver than voters imagine he does. And it's just it's a horrible burden on every president since John F. Kennedy. You can feel it. And I think we should all go back and look at the tapes at pivotal moments. And like, these guys just don't have the latitude they thought they did. And they're bumping up against immovable objects and pressure that just can't be resisted.
Well, it's tragic if that's the case. I will say, I mean, we can't take away the individual action of our commander in chief and of the people who are in power. And let's be honest here, Tucker, Promises were made. You and I sat in many rooms over the years where we were explicitly told that this is the one thing that we are going to avoid, war with Iran. And I do want to make very clear that it's not just about war with Iran. This is a regime change war with Iran. This is a regional war with Iran, which has now engulfed our Gulf allies. This is now a war which is depleting our interceptor stockpile, calling in the very alliance structure of the United States. We are potentially pulling interceptors away from South Korea, which we of course do 400% more trade with than Israel. I mean, take the combined GCC bilateral trade, the Gulf Arab nations with the United States compared to Israel, and you have Gulf officials who are furious going on national television saying that they are being deprioritized. Their very ministers at this moment you and I are speaking are talking about withdrawing their economic investments in our companies, trillions of dollars at stake. And all of that belies the very people who I think you talked about, the American soldier. And I've been thinking all week about Declan Cody. He was 20 years old and he perished in that attack on our base in Kuwait. He was born 4 to 5 years after 9/11. I'm literally in this business to trying to make sure that something like that doesn't happen. It breaks me to watch somebody who is just that young, who had their entire life ahead of them, perish in another Middle Eastern war, not to mention including one of the servicemen was a mother of children. She had, had hobbies. She had a husband. And I have to say, I cannot let our individual leaders off the hook here. Secretary Hegseth recently made a statement at the Pentagon podium where he said and chastised the national media for not celebrating more of the, quote, wins that were happening in Iran and spending too much time on the dead American soldiers, trying to highlight that as if it's some sort of political prop. And part of the reason I'm here today and part of the reason I do my show every day is just to say it's not 2003. I will not be blackmailed, silenced, or told that we cannot mourn our dead, that we cannot support our troops without supporting the war. This is over. We are absolutely declaring an end to this. I think you thought, many others thought that this was an end whenever it came to the Trump election in 2024. And it is tragic, actually, to have to be able to sit here and talk to you about this situation today.
I mean, the vote for Trump, which I cast, and I try not to, I don't vote that much, to be totally honest with you, never have because I'm always traveling. But I voted absentee for Trump and was happy to do it. And I think a lot of people who don't normally vote did the same. And they did it in part as a vote for sovereignty. That's the debate is, does the United States have a right to make decisions in its own interest, in the interest of its own people? Does your vote actually matter? Are you voting for Bibi every time, whether you want to or not? Or are you actually voting for an American who might help your country? And I think we kind of answer that question. Like if Trump isn't going to save us from a system that kind of hates us, then what's the option?
Right. And I'm pleading. I know that many people in the administration are going to listen. So let me just lay out the case already of the damage that has been wrought on the United States. Our alliance structure in the Gulf Arab nations is in question. We have multiple bases which have been hit. These are allies which pump billions of dollars into our economy. Their very lifeblood is at threat right now. Force majeure being declared. Qatar LNG production has significantly declined. The very morning that you and I are taping this, we just got a very troubling jobs report, 92,000 losses in the economy. We actually saw unemployment tick up for native-born Americans. That is the very opposite of what Donald Trump wanted on the campaign trail. An oil analyst that I deeply respect, I spoke to him this morning. If the Straits of Hormuz remain closed, he projects oil at $200 per barrel. This is a disaster, a full-fledged disaster. The very day you and I are speaking, again, gas prices are at the highest price in Donald Trump's entire presidency now so far. So you can see very clearly for the individual pocketbooks of every American, they will feel the result of this war. And then geopolitically, when you say sovereignty, what is that about? Sovereignty, the questioning of NATO, which Trump and many of his officials talked about. It's not about subsuming our national interests in transnational organizations. But even then, we are watching. If you care so much about NATO, I've been trying to make this point to the neocons, the Ukrainians are already noticing that many of the weapon systems, which would be needed to defend them if they wanted to continue this war, are going to be depleted. And they're not very high on the priority list. I talked about South Korea, about Japan, about our actual economic commitments to real allies, by the way, people who we do a lot of trade with, who love us, and we we love them, watch how we are abandoning them. If you care about China and trying to project power in the South China Sea, the interceptor stockpile that we are using right now is a joke compared to what some potential conflict with Taiwan would look like. We're already slowly removing many of those options off the table. We are not stronger as a result of this action. And I do not see an off-ramp currently floated by the President of the United States, who is now declaring unconditional surrender. Tucker, you and I, we've bonded often over history. Let's remember unconditional surrender and what it takes. It takes the bloody urban conflict and invasion of Europe and the Battle of Berlin. It takes dropping atomic bombs in Japan, floating hundreds of thousands of American casualties if we needed to invade Japan, to occupy it and demand that very policy. It takes Ulysses S. Grant, who is willing to sacrifice literally hundreds of thousands of casualties for an entire year-long period to get to that point. That's what unconditional surrender means. And that is what the president has been demanding. And I want every American to realize that. Unconditional surrender, if that is the true demand, and it is now, President Trump said, make Iran great again this morning. That can only be enforced with an ocean of American blood. And that is not something in our national interest. We are walking every single day closer to that possibility. And it is an abomination, if you ask me.
So most people don't wake up in the morning and decide to feel horrible, exhausted, foggy, disconnected from themselves. But it does happen, and it happens slowly. You're working hard, you're showing up, and then your energy disappears by midday. Your focus is dull. Your weight won't move. A lot of people are told that's just getting old. That's what it is. But that's not actually true. For many men and women, these are not personal failures. They are signals tied to your metabolism, your hormones, and nutrient imbalances that go undetected for years. You don't even know you're deficient. And that's why we're happy to partner with Joy and Blokes, a company that was built for people who are all done guessing and ready to figure out what exactly is going on. And that starts with comprehensive lab work and a one-on-one consultation with a licensed clinician. An actual human being explains what's happening inside you and builds a personalized plan, which includes hormone optimization, peptide therapy, targeted supplements. So don't settle. Go to joyandblokes.com/Tucker. Use the code Tucker for 50% off your lab work and 20% off all supplements. That's joyandblokes.com/Tucker. Use the code Tucker, 50% off labs.
Lawn citizens, Scott's back. As soon as I see some weeds popping up, I'll get my bonus S out, put it in the spreader, and I'll hit that area. That'll keep the weeds at bay. When you feed it, and it's thick, and there's
20% off supplements. Join Blokes. We don't have the ground force necessary. I don't think Americans would voluntarily participate in it. I just don't think we can do that. It would require weapons of mass destruction. It would require presumably nuclear weapons in order to do that. And let's not lie to ourselves. We're moving toward that.
Yes, and that is another important point that I think you have been highlighting here, is if you look at the decision matrix where everything is about upping the ante. A good friend of mine actually pointed out many of the Vietnam aspects that were already starting to climb. So you watch very quickly. We thought we could just decapitate the Ayatollah and they would crawl over and make a deal. It didn't happen. So then what happens? We have to start bombing the police stations, the border guards, to be able to make sure that these Kurdish CIA-backed groups can make an incursion, that they can start their civil war in part of the country, distract the security force. At every step, when the Iranians reject an American overture, the natural choice of the American president will be escalation and bombing. Already, I mean, watching statements coming out of the Pentagon, it's shocking. It's like Military Assistance Command Tehran. They're bragging. I mean, Tucker, as an American who really was radicalized by the Iraq War, to see the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff about how we've already dropped double the munitions of shock and awe, I actually felt like I was going insane, because we have learned nothing. Already they're talking about we've struck 2,000 different targets across the country. Look, you don't have to believe me. Go and look at footage from the ground. It doesn't look like civil war has erupted, civil society, or any of that. The Iranian regime remains relatively in power as of right now. And so when you, again, up the ante, which President Trump did with his demand for unconditional surrender, remember, they told us it was just about nuclear weapons, then it was about ballistic missiles, then it was about projecting terrorism or something in the region, which is, nebulous and undefinable. Designed for that reason, by the way, so that we would have to be able to go to war. Well, then we now get to unconditional surrender, which is only enforceable with massive weapons, nuclear weapons in this case. And now we have two nuclear armed powers, Israel and the United States, which are engaged in this conflict. And the Israeli part of this equation is really important. America actually does have an interest in a stable Iran because of the Straits of Hormuz, which, by the way, our empire is now having to ensure oil tankers moving through the Straits of Hormuz and potentially put all of our Navy sailors at risk to escort ships through. Does it even make any sense? Did you know that almost 80% of the oil moving through the Straits of Hormuz goes to Asia? 50% of it goes to China. So we're insuring and paying for Chinese oil for the Straits of Hormuz. But Israel doesn't care about any of that. There's even a quote from an Israeli analyst in the Financial Times who said, look, if they change the regime, great. If they have a civil war, great. If anything happens, great. As long as they can no longer pose a regional threat to the nation of Israel, then the Israelis are happy. We have divergent interests, actually, in what happens in the country of Iran. But this president has fused them with Bibi Netanyahu. And by doing that, he has sold us truly into Pandora's box. And now, even extricating from this situation, if the president just declared victory today, which, by the way, Mr. President, please do so. It will be the best thing, smartest decision that you have ever made in your entire presidency. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen. Even if he did, think about all the fundamental questions of U.S. alliances that were already in the minds of these Gulf leaders, of Japan, of South Korea, of Taiwan, any potential U.S. ally around the globe. Hundreds of billions have already basically been put to the test. The war is costing, internal Pentagon projection, $1 billion per day every single time that this goes on. And extraordinary measures are already being taken. I just read this morning, the Russians are providing intelligence to the Iranians to help them target U.S. bases. Not like we can complain, can we? That's how the Pentagon runs the entire Ukraine war. As we learned from the Discord leaks, we do their battle damage assessments, we give them the coordinates, and we tell them exactly where to shoot. So we are entangled in a deep conflict, which has immense risk for the global energy markets, for our own soldiers, for the region. We've talked also about sovereignty. Let's talk about the refugee crisis. My favorite question that you asked Ted Cruz, he didn't even know the population of Iran. 92 million, by the way. 92 million, 1/3 almost the size of the United States of America. Destabilize a country which, if we give them the Gaza treatment, which again looks currently potentially likely, and especially when the Israelis are involved, what does that mean? Mass immiseration, mass refugee flows all across Middle East, across Europe. Turkey is already, you have Naftali Bennett, the former Israeli prime minister, already saying, oh, actually, Turkey is already now a threat to Israel. A friend of mine predicted the dissolution of NATO will not come from America. It will come from an Israeli action on Turkey. And I hate to say it, it looks even more likely today. Turkey, again, actually a good ally. We have a good base there. We have a decades-long relationship. All of that apparently is being thrown out as long as it's in Israel's national security interests.
So if you game this out a little bit, what that means, because countries under threat flee to safety.
University of Phoenix just made the most sense for our family, and it just offered the most flexibility. I could save time.
Just like people do. If our allies in the Gulf, which are real allies, actually, like we get, as you just said, we get massive benefit from our alliances with these countries. But if they feel unprotected by the United States, and it seems like they do, because they are, they're going to go somewhere else. That it's same for Turkey. So I'm not for NATO because I don't think it's fully under U.S. control. On the other hand, the option is powerful states, emerging states like Turkey, which is not getting less powerful with time, will align with the BRICS, of course. And so,
absolutely.
So the net effect of this is to weaken the United States, to get us to pull out of the Middle East, which Israel wants, and to weaken the Gulf states and to destroy Europe, which Israel hates for some reason, has always hated Europe. So, maybe there are obvious reasons. I don't know, but they have abetted the decline of Europe very aggressively. Now you're seeing Iranian refugees massing in France to cross the English Channel. This is this morning to Great Britain. So it's already happening. The migrant flow was already going into Europe. Like, tell me that wasn't the point from the start. Of course it was.
Exactly. And this is why I find it so galling to actually have this administration be the ones who are perpetuating this policy. We understood that the global effects of this refugee crisis, it inspired, things like Brexit, things like declarations of sovereignty, the Donald Trump election in 2016. This was genuinely a rejection of that. And then to watch the Syria-Libya playbook currently being played out. I mean, unfortunately, I find many people know Syria and Libya were a disaster, but they can't eventually explain why. So let's take some time. What was it? There was a so-called protest, against Bashar al-Assad. That protest movement quickly became subsumed by radical jihadists. The United States, for no reason, basically decided that it was in our interest to remove Bashar al-Assad, massively fund all of these jihadists in the region. We gave them weapons, we gave them time, money, support, of course. And what happened? It created a gigantic civil war, as you always talk about. It destroyed the Christian community, some of the less radical elements of that society. And now 14 years later, a literal al-Qaeda terrorist is their president. The only reason that we don't talk about him that way is because he's a friend of Israel and allowed portions of his country to basically be annexed by them. That's what the Israelis want. They want, and they have no problem with seeing a rump state emerge in Iran. But that's not in our interest. That's not in Europe's interest. That's not in our allies' interest. It is massively destabilizing. Same in Libya. What was the promise? No-fly zone for Gaddafi. He literally gets sodomized on national television, on a video, which, deeply inspired Kim Jong-un and many other regimes that wanted to race to a nuclear weapon. I've been told directly that whenever we asked in those bilateral meetings with Kim Jong-un, we said, why don't you just give up your nuclear weapons? He said, look what happened to Gaddafi. He's never going to do it. And he shouldn't. In fact, his entire policy has been vindicated. So that's another element of this. Let's think about nuclear proliferation. Since the outbreak of the Iran war, Poland has now declared their intent to try to become a nuclear power, a nuclear armed state. France said they are going to increase the amount of nuclear weapons that they have under production, and they are no longer going to publicize them. South Korea and Japan are going to be having some very serious discussions around this. So in an ostensible war over a nuclear program, we've actually probably inspired more nuclear proliferation than even the war in Iraq, which I did not think was ever possible. So to watch this all continue in this spiral, none of it works to our benefit. And you and I are not NATO defenders. No. We've talked often about the folly of expanding NATO eastward. However, we can recognize we have fundamental interests in a few select group countries. The problem with NATO is that it got far away from our core security interests. But now countries in the core security umbrella themselves are questioning their fundamental relationship with the United States. The Eastern Baltic region is not one that keeps me up at night, but Japan, South Korea, Japan and South Korea, the GCC countries, which, look, I'm not saying we need a massive basis or any of that in the region, but we need oil. We need natural gas to keep flowing nicely. We need some of that money to be coming back here. And that's obviously very beneficial to our companies. Those things being called into question erodes the foundation of the American empire, which actually does serve the United States. So what we're watching is like the far-flung parts, which always break an empire's back, actually call into question the security core commitments, our national security commitments at a very base level, which is very, very weakening to the United States.
People seem to be more inflamed, not just emotionally, but physically, and more tired than ever. 20% off. I noticed it in the middle of all this chaos. Well, there are a lot of things I don't notice because chaos is in part used to, and it always is a cover for all kinds of other things that you don't find out for like 3 years later. That like 2 days after 9/11, something dramatic happened, you never heard about it. Right. So bad people become more powerful in chaos and they do bad things and you don't even notice. But one of the bad things that's happening is Israel is taking over southern Lebanon and, more aggressively oppressing the West Bank and making moves in Syria. How can Israel spare the military capacity, the men's and armament in the middle of this massive war with Iran to take over southern Lebanon? And why are we allowing that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Who do you think sells them the weapons and staffs their intelligence and basically supports their entire nation state and military? It's us. And that's the reason. They could never have struck Tehran like this on their own, by their own admission. That's why they always needed the United States. I mean, Bibi, for once, said the most honest thing of his entire life. It's been my dream to go after Iran for 40 years. 30 years, it's been a dream. And so-called, you have Republican senators on our national television with no shame saying that Iran has been an imminent threat to the United States for 40 years. I think they need to go back to school and read the definition of imminent. But at the very least, this propaganda is completely unchecked by our press. It is just accepted. It is currently the party line. But let's get to it. You know, what you just talked about there with Lebanon. Again, if you don't read the Israeli press, which in some cases is actually more honest than our own press, ironically.
Much more.
There is a quote where they say that an Israeli minister said, "We will turn Dahia into Gaza." That's basically what he said. We are going to take an area of Beirut and we are going to level it to the ground. That's what he said. That is an open admission from the Israeli ministers. What you can see already with the belligerence in all of these different countries, from the strikes in Doha to Syria, now to Lebanon, is this is about regional hegemony for the state of Israel. I also think that their political popularity dramatically declining in the United States at this time makes it more existential for them than ever. They know that this is literally their last chance to knock off any individual power which dares try to either host different types of groups or have a government which may check them in some way. And that's part of why our president's decision to join them is so disappointing, because you can see very clearly, and you know, I think you say this, I often do too, I get it from Israel's perspective.
Yeah, me too.
But I'm not Israeli. My job, our job, is to look out for our country. And so to see the vast armaments of the United States of America effectively prop up Israeli regional hegemony at the direct expense of our own power projection is shocking. So watch very closely what's going to happen with Lebanon. You're going to see the mass expansion, very likely because of Hezbollah rockets and ballistic missiles, which have been shot into Israel. That will be the pretext for a full-scale, basically reduction campaign. That's what they like to call it. You're going to see very similar actions right now in Gaza and in the West Bank. Don't forget, I know you haven't seen this, or I know you've seen this, an American citizen was killed in the West Bank very, very recently. Not that anybody in America cares at all.
No.
He's from Philadelphia, by the way, and his own senator won't even stand up for him, Senator John Fetterman, a Democrat, just to show you some of the bipartisanship of this nature. That's why it's sickening to watch. I mean, We've described this before as not a healthy relationship. We're so far beyond that. We need to wake up and we need to reclaim our sovereignty right now. And this has nothing to do with anti-Semitism.
Of course not.
I just laid out the very strategic case for why individually this is going to hurt you in the short term, in your pocketbook, in the long term, from our geopolitical allies or strategic situation in the region and then across the globe. If you care about China, chips, anything really, you're watching the degradation of our ability to project force. And that is not only shocking, but it is an urgent crisis, which unfortunately, again, you are not going to hear much of this from our mainstream media networks, which are just cheering on this war, bringing on, Iranian diaspora. Tucker, a friend of mine made this joke. He said, America's the only country in the world where immigrants come here to try and get us to bomb their home country and their family. What's the sickness of that relationship? And I think you know this as well. I'll say it, I'm technically part of the Indian diaspora. My parents are from there. I'm from Bryan, Texas. Never ask me what's going on in India, please. I don't know anything. I'm not from there. I don't know anything about it. I barely know what's going on in my own home country. It would actually be disgraceful for me to try and to speak on behalf of them, let them speak for themselves. And I can't get over watching. The BBC recently had a package where they had on 3 individuals, Iranian, who were celebrating the bombing of their home country. And my friend Trita Parsi was like, I'm sorry, this is sickening. Like, look, maybe that's one perspective, but That's not the only perspective. In fact, it might be a minority perspective from what we see currently, what's happening on the ground in the country. So let's not deny the people of Iran their agency, since allegedly we're supposed to care about that and their protest movements. Let's recognize this is a highly heterogeneous, this is a massive heterogeneous country with a lot of disparate types of opinions. And we can look to history to say that when we demand unconditional surrender, again, I'm sure you've seen the literature on this. What did the unconditional surrender demand do to the German populace? Even when the Nazi Party was massively underwater in terms of its popularity, they said, we had no choice. We must fight to the death.
Of course.
That's what they declared. The Japanese, I mean, there was a lot of consternation in their society about the way that the war was going. Once you firebomb Tokyo and you kill 100,000 people in a single night, and you say that unconditional surrender and the removal of your emperor is the only thing that we're going to accept, well, a lot more of those people died over the next several months. And so we're probably going to watch that happen now with Iran. It's the same dynamic that always plays out.
And the point, of course, is to build Israeli empire, to replace American empire, which is dying, hastened by this war, with Israeli empire. And one thing I noticed, I can't contain myself and have to express it, but when you say that the Israelis are destroying Beirut, which is, having been to a lot of places in the world, one of the prettiest places on the globe, Beirut is a marvel. It's beautiful. It reminds me, and it's being destroyed by Israel, which is one of the single ugliest countries in the world. Nothing of beauty has been built there since 1948. Sorry, I've been everywhere in that country, and it's true. That the nature of this emerging empire is destructive, and it always seems like beautiful things wind up being destroyed. Europe, right? Beirut, parts of Syria, the holy sites. Parts of Iran are apparently beautiful, totally blown up. This does seem like a war on beauty as well, which next to truth is like, this is not an American perspective, but it's a Christian perspective and a real perspective. It's a global perspective. Beauty is worth preserving. And yet it seems the determined effort of the IDF to destroy beauty. And I just want to say that because I really notice it.
Well, I mean, we watched some of that in Gaza, and you don't have to be a Hamas lover to recognize the beauty of some of those churches or of their society, of the West Bank, which I'm sure that you have seen as well. And I've been and spent a lot of my life in a large portion of this region. I mean, I'm watching my former neighborhood in Doha, Qatar, with missiles flying down. And by the way, I think it was exactly a mile from where I used to live when I was in high school. In Doha, Qatar, that the Israelis actually struck that Hamas compound and actually even killed a Qatari police officer. I can't imagine what some of my, look, this could have been me. Once upon a time, I was a classmate at the American School of Doha. It's March, so it's just school time. There are children, American children, by the way, children of oil executives, others. My child are professors of many American universities which operate there, who are now in a panic mode trying to get out of the country as their airports are shut down. There are 1 million plus Americans who live in the region, and it has been very short, the evacuation notices that went out. They clearly were not planning for this. And actually, that's a major indictment of our current force projection as well. It's pretty clear, and Donald Trump said this. He said, we were surprised by the attacks on the bases, which is shocking because I think you knew that was going to happen. Of course. I knew that was going to happen. You only need to read open source and read a little bit of what the Iranians themselves were saying. They were like, hey, here's the plan. If this happens, this is what we're going to do. And he said that they were surprised by that. And now 1 million Americans are stuck. Ambassador Mike Huckabee, who, by the way, supposedly cares so much about Americans. I saw his guidance for Americans in Israel trying to get out. He was like, take a bus to the Sinai and hopefully you can catch a flight from there. That's insane. It's like a 5 or 6 hour bus ride, which they're not even really arranging, and that they would take to the Sinai Peninsula. And then I even read a story of a pregnant woman who did all of that. Imagine the stress of all while this is happening. It'd take 5, 6 flights to be able to come home. These are our people. These are the people that we're supposed to care about. And so it's just so tragic, thinking you're talking about war on beauty. What you're trying to recognize and paint for a picture, not everybody is as privileged as us to be able to go all across the world, is to say these are not, evil, incarnate, gray, black, white photos. These are real places with real people. They have different opinions. Some of them hate us. Some of them love us.
Yes.
They have very disparate histories and identities, religions. They're beautiful in the same way that all humans really are beautiful in all places, that we can find something to appreciate about them. And so I think that's what's tragic.
Things around the world are moving so fast right now, it's impossible to keep up with all of the changes. But anyone who's been in the Middle East can tell you. I mean, they're great places and they're terrible places, but some of these places, Amman, Jordan, is one of the great places in the world.
It's gorgeous.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Doha at night. I mean, I don't want to go on about it, but let me just say, this is great things are being destroyed. And this is, I was thinking this morning, kind of the last gift of the boomers. Wars that are planned by that same generation, which really did kind of diminish the United States in the space of just 50 years. I mean, they really took so much and gave so little. I think this is the kind of war you could only have between people of advanced age. I was thinking that.
I totally agree with you. And, let's even take some of the talking points. You're older than me, so this might resonate with you, but everybody says this has been happening for 47 years. Remember 1979. I'm 33 years old. My mother was 15 in 1979. Okay. So 1979 to me is a history book.
Yeah.
1979 is Argo, the movie. That's about as close as I've got to the Iranian Revolution. I'm much closer to the destruction of my country at the hands of the neocons of Iraq and Afghanistan. I watched my unable to buy houses. I watch relative people who are younger, who are terrified of AI. I have friends who are having their electricity bills go up as a result of data centers. I've watched my own city, Washington, D.C., which you and I have spent a lot of time in, go downhill every single year that I've lived in it, which is shocking, right? And to watch literally that happen. And then meanwhile, I get on planes and I go visit Tokyo or Doha or Singapore or Bangalore, any of these places, which had a lot of problems and still do, but have gotten a lot nicer. Whereas where I'm living continues to tick down. So 1979, I can appreciate as an American, especially for a lot of the boomers. I get it. It must have been so horrible and shocking. And to be fair, I also think that the way the media covered that at the time, they acted like the revolution just happened out of nowhere. They don't have enough of the know-how to go back to Mossadegh and the political revolution and the CIA and much of the meddling that we also did in that country, not to mention the disaster of Jimmy Carter. But I empathize with them for their hatred, let's say, of Iran and their knowledge or looking at it as an enemy. But I would also ask them to give us the same empathy, is to look at us in the country that we have grown up in and they're now raising children in my case, and are saying, I am looking at Iran as an explicit, not only distraction, but coming directly at the expense of a lot of the problems, which I care a lot about on behalf of my family, on behalf of the people who are around me. And for them, I don't see any benefit from this.
Well, that's for sure. So now I want to ask you about the effect on American politics. I mean, it feels like in the last week, as you said, the Secretary of State said something out loud that the day before would have been denounced as an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Israel made us do it. He said that, and it's true. I can verify that. That's true. And now everyone's seen it. And so, where do we go? The kidnapper has pulled off his mask. So what does that mean now that we're
not going back from here? We are not going back from
That's
here.
For
the
sure.
Republicans are in a tough spot. So let's look at the evolution of just the Democratic Party in the last 48, 72 hours. I'm watching Ruben Gallego, Mark Warner, who is like a national security Democrat, whatever that means, who are like,
he's a
wow,
CIA cutout, yeah.
Literally, right? Like, as you and I know. And he's talking about how we're, the tail is wagging the dog and we can't be acting on behalf of Israel. Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, who months ago twisted himself into a knot to avoid saying the word AIPAC and couldn't even talk about their influence on politics, just said he understands why people would call Israel an apartheid state and how we may have to question our relationship with that country. So the dam has broken on the Democratic side.
Wait, can I just ask you to pause? What are the chances? I've watched all of this with my jaw open. What are the chances Gavin Newsom called the ADL and AIPAC first before he said that and said, hey guys, just want to give you a heads up that I'm going to
nearly 100%.
performatively attack you.
Almost certainly 100%, but the attack still matters. And the fact that even ADL or AIPAC would even allow that to happen if that were the case is still shocking. I mean, even AIPAC has made changes in a lot of their funding where they're allowing funding to go to some Democrats even who are at least on the surface level who are opposed to them. But if that's the Overton window that we all now live in as a country, we can literally never go back to even the 2024 status quo.
Yes.
But this is where the Republican Party is very, look, I think they're in a very tough spot. Imagine the amount of messaging, let's say, that's going to start to come out about how Trump doesn't care about your gas price. I mean, it's not just messaging, it's literally true. The president said, basically, high prices is so be it. And even in terms of dead Americans, it said something along the lines of, it happens, there are casualties in war. These comments are going to be wall to wall. I remember 06 vividly. It was actually the first election, which I really paid very close attention to and lived through. I'm sure you do as well. Just remember how the Democrats destroyed the George W. Bush party. And then let's look at the structural problems that we already have. We have the economic problems I already mentioned, the bad jobs report as of this morning, potential high gas prices, just like back in the mid 2000s. And then you have people, senators like Ted Cruz on your show, Mike Huckabee, members of our government who are talking about the third temple. I mean, that's insane. You're talking about third temple and red heifers. I'm out here trying to pay my bills, man.
Exactly.
And then you can just watch how this is going to erode the entire Republican Party, especially whenever it comes to turnout. Now, but I do also want to be clear, and you lived through this as well. I grew up in Bush country. The Bush dead enders, they stuck with him, with 5,000 American troops dead. So there are a lot of Republicans who will stick with President Trump throughout this war. They revere and they trust him, and that's their right. They can do so. But here's what I always try to say. Republicans are not the reason that Donald Trump won the 2024 election. He won with a wide coalition of young people, of Latino voters, of a lot of independents. And those people, I can attest to you this 100%, because a lot of them are watching this show, my show, all the time. They have turned on this president. They are furious about not just this war with Iran, but a lot of different things up to this point. And at this point, I mean, we are going into a territory where it's not just about the war with Iran. It's about how many clips, I've played some of them on my own show, of members of this cabinet, members of this administration, who spoke explicitly about why war with Iran is not in our interest. And it's one of those things that's like the Epstein files. What people see inside of them is when you cover that up, I can't trust you about anything else. And same with war and peace. I mean, we're literally playing with people's lives. And you've spoken very eloquently about the reason Washington loves this is because they believe that they are God, is that the power of God for life and death upon them makes them feel bigger from whatever sad life, that they came from. And they've been subsumed by that now with power. And they are going to get a rude reminder of what that looks like in the midterm elections if things don't go in a radically different direction. We're watching that play out in Texas. We're watching that play out all across the country with Democratic turnout. And look, even in a self-interested perspective, for a lot of these Trump officials, if you don't want millions of dollars in legal bills and house subpoenas for the rest of your life, the rest of your natural life, let me be clear, you might want to start to do something very different than what you're doing right now.
So as I said, I flew up to DC 3 times in the last month to try to convince Trump not to do this. It didn't work. It happens. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, boy, this is not going to get better. So then I think I'll fly up again and ask him. I mean, I don't know if anyone else is doing it, so I'm going to try to just declare victory and go home. Like, you killed an 86-year-old cleric. Let's just call that a win and then pull back. And so then meantime, he got convinced to denounce me. Okay. I don't care. I'm going to fly up anyway and see him, right? Even though he's like denouncing me. So I call over there to see, call someone who knows him to see. I've said, I'm just going to fly up anyway and tell him this because I think it's so important. And the person says, don't bother, because he's being shown polling that this war is like a 90-10 win for him. And I said, I don't know where that polling is coming from. It's like, I guess you could make any kind of poll, and he's watching Fox News, which is telling him the same thing, and he's getting fake polling. I guess they're only polling Sean Hannity's viewers or something. And so I'm not sure that there's a sense, as if this was yesterday, because I was getting so agitated and worried. I don't think that there's a sense that this is unpopular. Like, I think there's an information vacuum here.
There's a massive information vacuum. And, for the president and the administration who declared victory based on internet and vibes and podcasts, let's take a survey, shall we, of every podcast that he appeared on and how do they feel about the Iran conflict. You can look very clearly for yourself. You can look at a lot of the polling of that same demographic, which they were very excited about, young men in particular. How are they feeling about this conflict? And, if you were saying 90-10, it's not even true in the Republican sense. I mean, the latest one that I saw was like 72% Republicans, which, by the way, Mr. President and everybody in the administration, Bush had 93 for Iraq. And how did that turn out for him? So let's not put all of our eggs in the basket of just because Republican voters are here, that this is all going to be like sunshine and roses. And I also would not make the spurious claim that it's all about Iran. It's about compounding effects. The gas price effect of the Iran conflict is going to be dramatically more important to the White House's political chances in the midterms than anything that's actually happening on the ground. I don't think it should be that way, but that's reality. And I do think also, your inclination to get him to try and declare victory, that's the correct move from a strategic perspective, an economic perspective, from every political perspective. You don't want the entire country's national discourse focus on Iran. I'll give you a good example. Just yesterday, the White House did a summit where they were trying to address rising electricity prices on data centers. In another world, no Iran, that's a main topic of conversation on my show. A major topic, maybe one of yours interests as well. But in the middle of war and peace and death and everything that's happening, the amount of coverage that got is zero. Exactly. The president just gave his State of the Union. He had a lot of things in that State of the Union. Iran, it didn't come until the 70th minute, I think. What was the rest of it about? The economy, about gas prices, about jobs, Mr. President and others. That's what people really vote on. And so there's also in Washington and in media, there is literally zero sum whenever it comes to people's attention, the news's attention, media. And it's not like we're doing the wrong thing. Matters of war and peace are unironically more important than data center electricity potential plans. But if you want people to be even acknowledged that you're focusing on those types of things, you cannot be having foreign adventurism run amok in the Middle East and be declaring things like unconditional surrender, which is going to be the headline of every major news, every news organization in America. Whenever we're going to make Iran great again, whether you're pro or anti, that's all people are going to be talking about for the foreseeable future, not to mention oil prices and just the sheer imagery of bombs literally flying over people's head.
So big picture, and again, I'm always rooting for the United States and its president, no matter who it is. In the case of this president, I know him really well for many years, and I will always like him. I don't care what he says about me. I will always have affection for him. But I also think, if you think about it, this is the end of something. Voters take a guy from completely outside the political system because they're so frustrated with the system, and they like him or don't like him or whatever, but it's the system that is on trial here, and the system has been found wanting. It doesn't actually respond to voters in the way that it should. It's not improving the country. So they bring this guy from completely outside the system to shock the system and to tame it, to drain the swamp. And now I think we can say that failed. And so what now?
Yeah, that's we have 3 more years to go. I put a book behind me, the George W. Bush book, and it gave me no pleasure to do so because the parallels I'm watching already to 2004 to 2008. Let's think about it. We've got a squishy economy with some problems. We've got a Middle Eastern conflict, potential energy crisis. We have an AI potential bubble, which could pop at any moment. We have Democrats who are radically enthused with no leader at the top, meaning they get to have an open debate in their party. They can say things that are a lot more honest than the person who has a leader at the top of their party. They can have real function and they can actually debate things out in the open. That's very healthy for a political party. And that's exactly how the Democrats really ascended from power from 2004, the failed John Kerry campaign, to winning, 55% of the vote under Barack Obama. That was a very good process for them. Well, I'm watching it all play out step by step by step. And it's very similar, like you just said, about the revolution. There was a revolutionary aspect to the Donald Trump campaign. The second one, more so than the first, in my opinion, and affirmed, I think, with the popular vote, where it truly was revolutionary in terms of it. You have this president. He'd been president before. I mean, literally, like he was almost assassinated. There were all of these potential indictments against him. You know, the imagery, the sheer like imagery and idea of somebody like that being able to ascend again to the highest office of the land is insane. And then in the initial moments, you have Doge and you have, you know, people you would never see in power like RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard and Pete Hegseth. There was a real excitement for, or Kash Patel, at that point, not at this point. But these people were seen as revolutionary actors who were going to come in and throw a bomb inside of the system. But then if you watch the US government do the exact same thing that it did under all these past presidents, your revolution starts to look a lot more like the status quo, which was deeply hated and which you exploited to your great political benefit. And right now, I am watching the same type of revolutionary aspect take place in the Democratic Party. And if you want any part of that and not to just be run over in future elections, they need to get wise very, very quickly.
I wonder, I mean, since all kinds of things have happened in the last 2 years that no one ever could have predicted, like really, really radical things from Trump being shot in Butler, Pennsylvania, to right now, a week ago, the United States declaring war unprovoked. There's no direct provocation in the middle of negotiations with Iran. Like, even though it was happening, it was still a shock that it actually happened. Since we have a very recent track record of really unusual, if not radical things happening, I mean, how concerned should we be in the United States about something like really radical happening here, and not just a terror attack or as likely a false flag terror attack or whatever, Americans being killed in America, which is what matters. But like the US government doing something crazy. How should we feel about criticism of this war, or Americans who criticize the war from within the United States at risk?
Yeah.
Do you think? I mean, let's just be honest.
It terrifies me. It terrifies me. And let's be honest, and you should be honest, because, well, let's look at the Department of Homeland Security, right? And you and I can be supportive of a lot of the president's immigration policy. And I think we can also recognize that there were parts of that immigration policy which were specifically directed by a foreign lobby for trying to deport people who were critical of the nation state of Israel. Sorry, I didn't care about that. That was literally like a function of like the Department of Anti-Racism effectively coming in, becoming the Department of Anti-Semitism as floated by Ibrahim Kendi. That was the level of insanity that we saw when people are getting deported for writing an op-ed. Okay, well, now this machinery has a new potential lead, Mark Wayne Mullen. He's very pro-Israel. Well, also, let's see, that could get, marched and created into an organism where already, I've seen calls for people who are critical of the war, if it should be silenced, should be subpoenaed. I think I saw that one about you. They said that you should be subpoenaed and dragged.
They said I should be imprisoned.
Right, imprisoned, right? Didn't somebody say you should even be put into an internment camp?
Yep.
This is how it all happened, guys. I mean, this is how it all the Pearl Harbor to internment camps for Japanese was like this. It was a blink of an eye within a year-long period. That's how it happened, where we stripped all of these Americans of their fundamental rights and locked them in a camp. That's insane. So the idea that it could never happen is obviously proven by our own history that it very obviously could. But more importantly, it will look like in a 21st century way. So there will be AI, there's already mass censorship, there's mass bots and propaganda efforts that are going on right now. I mean, already, how difficult is it to even see various types of video, which is coming out from the actual conflict, trying to verify whether any of this is even real in real time as we're processing what's happening. But I think what you raise is, if you look at every war as for Americans, especially the wars of my lifetime, the war on terror, I am fundamentally less free today than I was as a child born in the United States in 1992. And the Americans who lived through Vietnam were less free after the Vietnam War than they were before. And the Americans who were born, or the Americans in World War II, were less free in many respects, or especially during the war, for censorship rules and all of the stuff that the government was doing, than before the outbreak of the war. And then before that with World War I. In the Civil War, too. I mean, think about suspension of habeas corpus, all of these different things that these presidents have done. It is a natural effect for a wartime nation to crack down on speech, and specifically critical speech, of those war efforts. And we should be afraid. Even if you like the person who is in power, you need to recognize that this is a historical trend which goes back through our entire history. It's part of the reason I think that you and I abhor war so much. And we also, this is the scariest part, is when you watch this censorship be self-imposed on media organizations, and you create a system and an incentive structure such that criticizing the war will remove, any professional ability that you may have to advance yourself. Specifically, let's say as a policymaker in Washington, you and I know dozens of people who are in power. They don't support this war. They can't say anything out of fear of losing their job. I'm not just talking about in the White House. I'm talking about in the entire, national security apparatus, the think tanks or others, because they're afraid, of either being called by the donors or for saying that you're being too critical of something that the president supports. Open debate and free speech, the inability to have any of that in the lead up to Iraq destroyed our nation. It destroyed it. I'm very committed to making sure that doesn't happen again. But you and I are we're individuals, and the U.S. government is a leviathan, and we should be wary of it.
Are you? I mean, as someone, and this is not flattery, but it's sincere. You were one of the very first people to see this realignment in American politics. I mean, 10 years ago. You saw it very clearly, and you staked your whole career on it, and you were right, and that's why you've been successful, I would say. So it's worth listening to your prediction, I think, on this question. Do you see a crackdown on civil liberties, human rights in the United States coming up because of this war, or the war is a pretext for what was already in the plans? But do you see that happening?
I could see it easily happening. And we already have the machinery, as we saw with Israel criticism and the so-called Department of Anti-Racism. I've raised several cases to you, Tucker, of the Department of Justice getting involved in campus incidents, which is insane, by the way. I oppose that under Obama. Yeah. I oppose that under Biden. I oppose it now. I'm going to stick to my principles. The machinery for that is already laid. And it is one that should really terrify us. And you and I are in a unique position. We can speak out. I don't really care about myself. With Anthropic and Claude, right? I mean, you have this showdown between the Pentagon and Anthropic over the use of AI, their technology, in a time of war, demands over human oversight. The government's basically saying that's unacceptable. You don't get to dictate those terms to us. They can blacklist you as a company, literally blacklist you for not agreeing to those terms. That's fine. That's their right. But think about that. I mean, they're basically saying that not only are they not going to use the tech, they're not blacklisted from all U.S. government contractors, which is massively, massively impactful to their entire business. This can happen across the board. And you can look at the CBS acquisition right now with Barry Weiss in charge of CBS News. Censorship doesn't just happen. And censorship and reduction of civil liberty does not just happen at the government level. Corporate censorship, corporate power can be just as much of a threat to your individual liberty as the government power.
I mean, this is the last English-speaking country, probably the last country in the world in which attitudes have not yet been criminalized, at least officially. But Australia, New Zealand, Canada, every country in Europe, you're not allowed to have certain attitudes. You can go to jail. Like, your opinions are crimes. They are literally thought crimes. Yeah. And I've just noticed, because I've been at the center of it, this effort over the past year to criminalize attitudes. And when I was first called an anti-Semite, I remember thinking, well, I'm actually not. And so I don't know why you're calling me that. And I was annoyed or whatever. But the insistence with which these forces are labeling people with the slander anti-Semite, it doesn't seem accidental. I don't really think they care if you're an anti-Semite or not. I mean, Israel's very close to the Zelensky government, which supports actual Nazis. Right. So they don't care if you're an anti-Semite. This is an effort to set the stage for prosecutions. That's what I'm starting to think. Do you think that's too paranoid?
No, not at all. Well, first of all, we literally deported people for being critical of Israel. That actually happened already under this government. We are having the Department of Justice, the Attorney General, get involved in campus incidents around so-called anti-Semitism. That is the machine and the groundwork, which could be laid for exactly what you're talking about. But then let's look. We recognize this. If you lived through the woke revolution, let's think about the way that this works now with so-called anti-Semitism, as they accuse you. It's all about escalation. So first, you're being defined as an anti-Semite. In more recent comments, what did they say? That you're trying to incite violence against a specific organization. Incitement of violence is actually a very specific term. So what does that mean? An imminent threat, which means that they want to be able to have an FBI agent come and knock on your door to ask you either to clarify what you're asking about or potentially prosecute you for your alleged comments that are around this. Each one is a step in a ground to make and to lay the groundwork to make it so that such a case could eventually be brought and in an insane time. And when we have, look, we're at the very beginnings of this conflict. Who knows how long it goes? I pray it just ends. But again, all through history, it only usually gets worse whenever it comes to censorship and demands. I mean, already this entire conversation, you and I know, will be branded as anti-Semitic and pro-Iran. These are meaningless, ridiculous terms, but they will be pumped as propaganda into an entire ecosystem to smear and to define us both as individuals. From there, if you're pro-Iran and we're at war with Iran, wow, then you're a traitor. So now the traitor moniker is going to begin to be applied. And then from there, we'll start talking about treason. Right. So very recently, I'll give you a great example. During the outbreak of Russia and of Ukraine, we had an incident, I think it was with YouTube, where they banned all Russian state media. And I would make a case to them behind the scenes. I said, guys, I'm not pro-Russian, but if we're in the middle of a war, which, ostensibly we're not even in, shouldn't I be able to cover what's going on in Russia? Which, yes, has a state media, but they put out things from Vladimir Putin. Should I not be allowed to play things from Vladimir Putin? But never really had any answer for that. I used to deal with that with Donald Trump. So back in 2021, they had a policy where even if you played a clip of Donald Trump saying that the election was stolen, let's say in 2021, they would take down that video. And I would say, guys, I have to cover the news. He's going to run for president. I can get commentary on his clips, but that is how quickly the censorship machine can act. And especially now we're watching here with the intertwinement of regulators and of these big companies. If you start to put pressure like that, you could see it so that even with the government not directly trying to censor you for your comments, by literally just branding you anti-Semitic, pro-Iran, or any of these things, you can watch your very ability to speak out as a citizen in America be eroded, or evaporate completely overnight.
And just to restate, like, the foundational principle of the country, you have a right, a God-given right, not granted you by government, but with which you were born, to have any opinion you want, to follow your own conscience. You don't have a right to do anything you want, but you have a right to believe anything you want and to say anything that you want that you believe is true, period. And so I'm not pro-Iran. I've never been to Iran, and I'm certainly not an anti-Semite at all. However, any American has the right to preferences and beliefs, religious beliefs, philosophical beliefs, political beliefs. Those are absolute rights. Those are human rights. That's what human rights are. And so you can never prosecute someone for having views you disagree with, period. And I do think we have to stand up for that above all else, right?
Especially in wartime. In wartime,
Yes.
more important than ever. And, again, I watched this happen with Iraq. I watched this happen with Afghanistan. I've read too much about it from Vietnam, from World War I, from World War II, from the Civil War. And I literally based my entire career trying to say this will never happen, or if I have anything to do with it, it won't happen again. And then it did happen again. And so then we have to set up for the next playbook. Is okay, we know that they're coming. We know they're coming. So we have to plan for that. The only way to plan for that is to get the people who are on our side. Because fundamentally, it's not about us. It's really about smaller, private individuals who have literally the fundamental right to say their whatever they want, and for them to be harassed. We have to protect that more than anything. Yeah.
I don't know what's coming next, but I know that you're going to be at the center of it. And I know you will understand it before most people. So I hope that you will come back. I really mean that.
Anytime, Tucker.
I'm grateful for this. Thank you. Sagar and Jetty.
If it's true that Israel wants America to lose this war so that they have dominant control over the Middle East, because they exist off of American dollars and American troops, how could they afford and how could they protect and how could they have greater Israel without American support? They're a small population. They would have less money. Are they capable of controlling the Middle East without America?
Right. So I think that's one of the great misconceptions in the world, which is that Israel is dependent on American power. That's not true, actually. Israel is far more supportive superior than people recognize. Israel has the most dominant military in the Middle East. In fact, I would argue that it's really the American military that restrains the power of the Israelis.
What about the potential of a false flag attack?
Yeah, so we're already seeing hints of this. The Iranians, the Persians are smart people. They like to think ahead. You know, destroying the Middle East does them no good. What they want to do is knock out American bases in the GCC so that America no longer threaten Iranian sovereignty. But ultimately, when the American bases go, the GCC then becomes client states of Iran. And that will enable Iran to not only rebuild their economy and rebuild their society, but then to project power throughout the Muslim world. These influencers also have property in Dubai, right? Yeah. So it's in their best interest to maintain the image that Dubai is still vibrant. But look, once a mirage is punctured, you can't see it again, okay? So, I mean, it's done. I don't see a future here.
How many of these people, like Patrick Bet-David, I recently saw, he's like trying to copy your lectures a little bit, maybe you didn't see, but this is a good example of a Western Iranian he comes to America and encourages this war, but then he's not going to fight in there, he's not going to enlist. There might be a draft coming, I don't know if you think that's likely, and he doesn't go back to Iran. Are these examples of Mossad paid influencers?
So he actually got in touch on Monday. He wanted to interview me. He wanted me on his show. And what happened was, that was the same day that there was a concerted online campaign against me. And that I went on Twitter and like everyone was attacking me. And like it was the same talking points. Who are these people and why is this happening all at the same time? Mm-hmm. So that interview request from Patrick Bet-David, it's sort of like, I'm like, you know, like this must be a setup.
What are your immediate predictions with this war?
The amount of insanity that's going to happen in this war is going to be beyond our imagination, okay? I think at some point Trump will introduce a draft.
Can you believe that this guy in this picture is me? I didn't realize how bad my hair loss was until I seen the...
Since the last time we spoke, you were right. You predicted all of this. And since then, you've become quite the social media phenomenon. I'm seeing you everywhere, all over TikTok. People are sending me all over Twitter. People love your lectures. I admit I've been watching almost all your lectures, but taking a lot more notes. I'm studying and participating in your class. So thanks for the work you do. And there's so much to talk about. This is, you kind of, maybe you even predicted it with our next call. You predicted this war, predicted the desalination plants being bombed by Trump. Maybe you predicted the timing of this second stream.
Yeah. I mean, things are accelerating. I did think that these things would happen, but the pacing is striking. I mean, how fast things are moving, because already there are rumors of a draft, right? There's reporting that Trump is in favor of ground troops, and now there's talk of a draft, which would be a disaster for the country. So let's just start with your predictions, right? Your YouTube channel is called Predictive History. You got a lot of this right. I'm not sure. So how much time do you have today? Well, I mean, we usually do 2 hours. So I was planning on 2 hours, but we can cut it short if you want. No. As much as possible. This is okay. So when do you think that there is going to be a U.S./Israel ground invasion of Iran? Right. So this is actually very hard to figure out because usually the strategy is to use proxies, right? So originally the strategy was to bribe the Kurds to go invade from Iraq. Another strategy was to deploy Sunni ISIS insurgents, which are heavily infiltrated by the CIA and the Mossad. And this was the strategy used very effectively in Syria. And then you would support these proxies with special forces and military intelligence targeting and airstrikes. The intention is to draw out the Iranian military as much as possible, right? Because a ground war favors the Americans and Israelis. There are certain issues with this, of course. The first issue is that the Kurds don't trust the Americans or the Israelis because they've been screwed so many times by them. So the most famous example is the 1991 Persian Gulf War, when George H.W. Bush encouraged the Kurds to rise up against Saddam Hussein. And they did. And then when it came time for the Americans to support the Kurds with air power, They didn't do so because they thought that a Kurdish state in part of Iraq would destabilize the region and would piss off the Turks, who are NATO allies. So then Saddam Hussein launched a brutal crackdown and killed hundreds of thousands of Kurds. I mean, it was a very brutal crackdown. And this is actually a very common theme in the Middle East. So the idea that the Kurds are going to go become cannon fodder for this Israel-American military operation didn't work out. And I think that, a couple of days ago, Trump announced that, no, they changed their mind. They're not going to use the Kurds. Another possibility is that Azerbaijan comes into the war, or maybe the Balakis in southeast Iran come into the war as well. But it doesn't seem as though anyone's interested because they appreciate that, first of all, you can't really trust the Israelis and the Americans. Second of all, it's a losing proposition because there's no really, there's no grand strategy to actually win this war. So that's a major problem. Also, we need to understand that a lot of Mossad capability within Iran has been depleted. So remember, during the 12-day war, the Israelis, for the first few days, was devastating the Iranian government. A lot of scientists, a lot of generals, a lot of government officials were being killed, targeted. But the problem with that is that you are revealing to the Iranians your networks in the country. And so after the war, they were able to figure out, where the vulnerabilities were, where the leakages were, catch the spies, and eliminate this human intelligence network embedded in Tehran. And then you had the January protests where Mossad agents and Mossad affiliated cells were spearheading these protests. They were shooting police officers. They're actually beheading police officers. And this led to a violent confrontation. And, that made great headlines. And that made Trump very angry. He said that if these protests continue and the slaughter continues, then he would deploy his Air Force. But what it did was it destroyed these local networks that Mossad had spent years and years to build up in order to precipitate a color revolution. So in other words, another way of saying this is that after a year, the Israeli-American intelligence networks in Iran have been destroyed. And so it's very hard to launch a color revolution. And these conflicts have made the government in Iran, much more resolved, much more resilient, much more determined against the Americans and Israelis. So the idea of using proxies or using a color revolution playbook won't work in this scenario. So your only option is a ground invasion. And so now there's talk of the Americans seizing Karg Island off the Persian Gulf, which is where the Iranians refine the oil and export it overseas, primarily to China. And it sounds good because once you do that, then you basically destroy the economy of Iran. Iran is very much dependent on its oil exports. But the problem if you do that is that you're now within artillery range of the Iranians. So they don't even have to launch drones or launch suicide submarines against you. They can just strike you with artillery embedded in the mountains. So from a military perspective, that would be suicidal. I mean, it would give the short-term adrenaline boost of yeah, we knocked out their economic capacity. But in the long term, it would be suicidal for the American military to do so. From a military perspective, there's no good pretext, no good strategy for a ground invasion. The problem is that given the way the war is going, given the sunk cost fallacy, given the fact that the GCC nations are under a lot of economic pressure, Trump may be pressured by his allies, and especially by Israel, to do something. And what the GCC nations need Trump to do is stabilize the Strait of Hormuz, to open the Strait of Hormuz. And that basically means a ground invasion where you have 100,000 American soldiers trying to occupy the Strait of Hormuz so that ships can pass through. Right now, there are two major issues. The first major issue is insurance. These commercial insurance companies refuse to insure any ships that pass through the Strait of Hormuz. So even if the Iranians don't actually fire anything or mine the Strait of Hormuz, these ships can actually pass through it. And the other issue is protection. So Trump has discussed the possibility of deploying the American Navy to chaperone these ships through the Strait of Hormuz. And that would be suicidal as well. So the Americans have found themselves in a situation where there are no good options. It's only a question of like, what is your worst option? And how much are you willing to further invest in a bad investment? It's literally a drunk gambler in a casino. It's really a question of like how much money he's going to lose before he actually gets kicked out of the casino.
So I saw the report from the Kurds. I'm not sure if this is true, that they rejected the invitation to fight against the Iranians, which you detailed in your lecture that this was going to be the strategy. They were going to try to arm the different ethnic groups because Iran is very ethnically diverse. There's only about 50% of the country are strictly Persian, but you have the Kurds in the northwest, you have the southeast region, you have, it is a very diverse country. So this has failed. And now the only way to really reclaim the Strait of Hormuz is with the ground invasion. You wrote in your Substack that in order to complete actual regime change, that you would need 500,000 soldiers, but you estimate to be successful, they would need 2 million.
Yeah, so experts are saying that Trump may deploy 500,000 troops, which is the bare minimum. And what I'm saying is that just to be, like militarily, you would need at least 2 million. Because remember, it's not just combat troops, it's also support as well. So you have to think about the logistics network that you need to protect. And that's the issue that they faced in the Iraq War in 2003. So, on the news, you saw these Americans doing thunder runs in Baghdad. And it was good optics. But what was not reported was that the American military was moving so fast throughout Iraq that their logistics network got left behind. So their transport was left behind. And it was easy prey for the Fahedin, which is the armed militia of the Iraqis. So even though the main military suffered greatly under the American attack, it was actually the armed militia. Okay, and these are just volunteers. They were doing tremendous damage to the American military logistics network. And so the Americans are good at shock and awe. They're good at air wars, a quick in and out. They're bad at fighting a long-term ground war. In fact, the Americans have not fought a long-term ground war since Vietnam, and that was just a dumpster fire.
And there's a lot of analogies Vietnam War seems like it's a repeat of this disaster. It's extremely unpopular with the youth. Vietnam War in Iran, you can see most people, besides the Western Iranian diaspora, which I'm so confused about that they're supporting of this, that they think that this is going to free Iran. But the similarities which you outlined, the fact that Vietnam won, they didn't lose the war because they have familiar terrain with the jungles. Iran is surrounded by a mountainous region, so if they do put a ground invasion into Iran, they can hide in the mountains and just play hide and seek until this is a failure. I'm also seeing the report, so I want to get more into the strategy and asymmetrical warfare. But let's start with the pretext of this war. They keep saying that there were 30,000 protesters, which you have correctly pointed out was infiltrated by CIA and Mossad, confirmed by Mike Pompeo, former CIA director under Trump's first administration. Is this 30,000 number correct? Because we haven't seen any footage of these bodies.
Taxes was so taxing.
Well, the Iranians say 3,000. And so 30,000 is, I think, an exaggeration. The reality is that 30,000 is a very hard number to hide. So satellite imagery can give us mass graves. We would hear a lot about this from social media within Iran. I think 30,000 casualties is a very high number. I think it's more like 3,000. These are people, right? So there are names, there are families, there's documentation.
So this is a straight up lie. This is how to get Americans galvanized. What about the potential of a false flag attack? So right now, what's extremely unpopular is when this war started on February 28th, we found out that a school was hit and around 170 children were assassinated by this Tomahawk missile. And they even put another strike right afterwards and they killed the medics, which is a war crime. So this is really unpopular, and Hegseth and Trump have denied this. They're saying that they're going to investigate it. And in this White House audio on the Air Force One, Trump is saying that it was Iran that did the strike, even though the Tomahawk missiles are only from American military. It doesn't come from Israel. It doesn't come from Iran. Because this is unpopular and people are now seeing how evil this is, maybe it's a response to the Baal effigy being lit on fire. You know, it's the Semitic god, the false god of human sacrifice. That could be a response. You know, you're going to burn our god, then we're going to offer up a sacrifice. Anyway, that gets a little bit, you know, about eschatology. Is the potential of a false flag style 9/11 attack on the table?
Yeah, so we're already seeing hints of this. All right. So in the first day, Saudi Aramco, the major oil company of Saudi Arabia, said it was shutting down production because a drone had struck their facilities. And at first, everyone assumed it was Iranians who did this because the Iranians are engaging in economic warfare against the GCC. But then later reporting revealed that it was actually a drone from Lebanon. So it's not coming in from the east, it was coming in from the west. And so people suspect that it was an Israeli false flag to drag the Saudis into this war. Also, if a drone hits your oil facilities, that's an act of war, right? So why didn't the Saudis immediately declare war against Iran? We assume that the main reason is they didn't have concrete evidence that it was actually the Iranians who did it. Okay, so that's point one. Point two is that Tucker Carlson on his show said that he received information from the Qataris that they had arrested 2 Mossad agents who were trying to infiltrate and sabotage energy facilities in Qatar. And later on, Qatar actually came out and denied this. But I mean, Tucker Carlson has a lot of contacts, and if he's going to say this on TV, then I think there's some credibility in his reporting. Plus, it's also the Mossad MO, right, to do this. Then there was this drone from Iran that attacked the Azerbaijan, and the Azerbaijan president, you know, huffed and puffed, and he said that he was going to send in ground forces. And then it was later revealed that, you know, it was probably another Mossad false flag. So the reality is that this is just how the Israelis do things. They don't like to fight wars themselves. They like to drag their allies into the war, right? And it's in the best interest, actually, of the Israelis to create a regional conflagration, because ultimately their purpose is the Greater Israel Project. And you know, Naftali Bennett, who was the former Prime Minister of Israel, and who was expected to actually replace Netanyahu after Netanyahu leaves the world stage. He said his basically words were, Turkey is the new Iran. So what he's saying is that after we're done with Iran, we're going to go after Turkey, right? So the Greater Israel Project requires Israel to go after Saudi Arabia, occupy parts of Saudi Arabia, occupy parts of Turkey, and to occupy parts of Egypt. So why not destroy Saudi Arabia in this war to make life easier for yourself later on? Why not drag Turkey into this war to make it easier for yourself, right? So I mean, the game plan of the Israelis is very, very clear, and false flags are definitely their MO. It's only a question of like, how serious will this false flag be? The most serious false flag that I think is coming up, which will shock the world, is the Al-Aqsa Mosque. So as you may know, they closed down the Al-Aqsa Mosque these past few days. And for the past 2 years, they've been doing archaeological surveys, digging basically underneath the Al-Aqsa Mosque. So the great fear is that the Israelis are planning a 9/11 attack where, you know, an Iranian missile streaks through Jerusalem, and then the Al-Aqsa Mosque is destroyed in a controlled demolition. And then the Israelis blame Iran for the destruction. In fact, if you go on YouTube, there's a very famous video where a preacher talks about this. You know, this rabbi, he talks about this, where, you know, like, wouldn't it be wonderful if during a war, an Iranian missile comes to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque, then we can build a third temple, and then the Arabs and the Persians would start to kill each other, and like let those animals and cowards kill each other. What a wonderful thing, right? So I think that's a great fear. But look, there's also talk of maybe an aircraft carrier getting sunk. Right, the Abraham Lincoln is just in a sitting duck right now in the Persian Gulf, and if that were to happen, it would be a mass casualty event, and that would galvanize the American public. You know, the American politicians have been talking about false flags in America and Europe for the longest time. We're like, oh my God, you know, there are these Iranian sleeper cells in America and Europe, and we should be afraid. Okay, so I mean, they're just preparing the ground for a certain false flag. What it will be, we don't know, but we can expect a false flag at some point.
So the GCC has been hit quite a bit. Dubai's been hit, Kuwait, Bahrain. How much of this is from Iran? How much of that is false flag? And what can we expect as the future of the GCC? Because they control so much of the American empire. They benefit the global economy. They trade a lot of the oil comes and they trade with the petrodollar. Does this have the potential to collapse the US dollar? And how much of this can be blamed on Iran and how much it could be blamed on Israel?
Okay, so to answer this question, a very easy principle is past behavior is the best indicator of future behavior, right? Mm-hmm. So there's really just have a reputation, a history of false flags. That is their MO. They have a history of accelerating events, of escalating events, of creating chaos and destruction throughout the Middle East. That's just their history. The Iranians are different. The Iranians come from a Zoroastrian tradition. And in the Zoroastrian tradition, what's very important is to be on the right side of history, to fight for truth, to fight for justice. That's why the Iranians did not initiate this war, even though a lot of strategists were telling them, no, you need to take the initiative. So we need to remember that from a Zoroastrian perspective, what matters is not to win this war. What matters is to die for the truth, okay? And this is really important to understand the Iranian strategy here, where it's almost passive, right? So the Iranians could at any point just destroy the desalination plants of the GCC, and then they're done, okay? Like they are just destroyed. The Iranians don't want to do that because they do not want to be on the wrong side of history. But then the Americans struck a desalination plant within Iran, and now they have to respond by striking a desalination plant in Bahrain, right? So the Iranians are sort of passive, but they're controlled and they're measured, and they're trying to make sure they're on the right side of history. So I think that will be the strategy moving forward, where they don't want to be seen as the aggressor in this war. They just want to be seen as defending themselves, defending their sovereignty. Okay, that's point one. Point two is the Iranians, the Persians are smart people. They like to think ahead. Destroying the Middle East does them no good. What they want to do is knock out American bases in the GCC so that America no longer threaten Iranian sovereignty. But ultimately, when the American bases go, the GCC then becomes client states of Iran. And that will enable Iran to not only rebuild their economy and rebuild their society, but then to project power throughout the Muslim world, right? That is the end goal of the Iranians. It makes no sense for the Iranians to destroy all the oil facilities of the GCC, the desalination plants, and make the Middle East uninhabitable, okay? It makes sense for them to decapitate these regimes, right? So in Bahrain, there's a revolution. And so they want the people of the GCC to rise up and overthrow these corrupt monarchies and then become partners and allies of the Iranians and then build a more prosperous Middle East. That is their game plan here, okay? They may not achieve it, but that's what they want to achieve. They want to galvanize the Islamic population. They want Muslims on their side. So, 2 billion Muslims are watching this war and they're rooting for Iran. So Iran does not want to be seen as the bad guy here. Okay, so yeah, I mean, like if something happens and you're like, wait a minute here, that's bad. Well, it might be a false flag. Okay.
And when can we expect that the GCC? I saw you predict that you think the GCC is going to go bankrupt, and that the reputation Dubai has, they pushed a big marketing campaign to try to say, look how safe it is. And all the influencers I'm sure you've seen are, look, it's there's not that many bombs around here. It's fine. I'm walking through the Dubai Mall. Yeah. Everything's fine. Yeah. Don't panic, everybody. It's like that SpongeBob meme where everything's on fire and this is fine. Yeah. So is the reputation of Dubai and the GCC, these countries, is it ruined? And what is the inevitability that they go bankrupt? And I hope they don't. I like these places.
Right. So these places are mirages. So let me explain what I mean. These places exist as constructs of empire. So for the longest time, the Arabian desert was mainly nomadic people, sparse population because the water supply, the agricultural system did not support a large population. But with the rise of the Anglo-American Empire and the need for oil, and the fact that the Anglo-American Empire could protect these Gulf states in their oil production and provide safe passage for the oil across the world, then these states were able to rise very quickly. And we're talking like 50 years, okay? These are not old established civilizations. These are like new money. But the problem is that they're not sustainable, right? And for three reasons. First of all, again, they don't have a fresh water supply, no major rivers. And so therefore they rely entirely on desalination plants. Desalination plants supply about 6% of the water supply for the GCC. Okay. Second is that these are not agricultural nations, so they need to import about 80 to 90% of food from overseas. That's an incredible number. Okay. If the Strait of Hormuz stays closed, people could starve to death in the GCC. And the third is knowledge workers. So they don't have the human capital to support a knowledge economy. Therefore, they have to import it from overseas, right? There are a lot of Indian workers who work as fast food workers. You have British working in PR. So these are not real societies. And so it's all been a mirage. So, they spend a lot of money creating this image of themselves as safe and secure places where, you don't pay taxes and you can make a lot of money. So put all your money here. And people were putting their money in Dubai. But guess what? Just one drone, one ballistic missile has destroyed this mirage. And once this mirage is destroyed, it's never coming back. So we can expect billions and billions of dollars to flee the GCC, especially the UAE, over the next few weeks.
And is this a paid marketing campaign? I'm sure you've seen these info. Could we expect that they're trying to do damage control?
Yeah, they are. And honestly, these influencers also have property in Dubai, right? Yeah. So it's in their best interest to maintain the image that Dubai is still vibrant. But look, once the mirage is punctured, you can't see it again. Okay, so it's done. I don't see a future here.
And what would you say to the Iranian diaspora there, doing chants saying "Thank you, Trump, thank you, Bibi," while the footage of Tehran up in flames, right? They're attacking the water supply that affects villages. The airport's been bombed. Hegseth is saying, almost a word for word quote, that the only people that should be afraid are the Iranians that think they're going to live. Trump saying that they are going to be decimated and that they're evil people. What would you say to these Western Iranians that are supporting Epstein regime bombing their country?
Right. So first of all, what the Americans are doing in Tehran is essentially war crimes, right? So they destroyed oil facilities. These are civilian oil facilities that civilians need to just live. And the entire city is covered in acid rain. It's black. I'm not sure if you've seen footage from Tehran, but and these oil products are going to cause cancer, long-term cancer. So they doom the civilian population of Tehran. And the irony, of course, is that if there's one place that would be most supportive of regime change, a city that would most welcome the Americans, is actually the city of Tehran, with its progressive, well-educated urban population. And now you've turned the entire city of Tehran against you. You've unified the Persian people because now they see this as a matter of life and death. With regard to the Persian diaspora, well, they are just a diaspora, right? So they're similar to the Cubans in Florida. If you go, if you go to Miami, right, like someone like Marco Rubio, they're all crazy when it comes to Cuba. Right now, look, people forget this, but right now, the Americans are starving to death Cuba. Cuba relied on Venezuela energy, and once Maduro was kidnapped and replaced, then these oil exports declined, and now Cuba is under de facto embargo. They cannot get any energy, and so they don't have water, they don't have electricity. They're starving to death. And and no one's reporting this. And these Cubans in Florida are celebrating the fact that, wow, now they can go home. And so the same situation with the Persians in LA, where they were kicked out in 1979 because they were corrupt and they were decadent. And that just made them very angry. And they grew up with these stories of how glorious Persia was under their reign, and they are intent on going back and running the country again.
We saw the same thing with Venezuela. They were cheering on their president being kidnapped, thinking that it was going to be freed. They were thanking Trump. And it just shows how many people become victim to this Western propaganda. And in the midst of all this, they are saying now, I'm seeing Lindsey Graham and Trump talk about Cuba is in the midst of this war. Now Cuba is next. Why Cuba now? What is really going on? Is it the fact that they're not involved in the Rothschild central bank system? Why Cuba in the midst of Iran war?
Right. So I think this is very much an empire in decline. So if you just look at all these empires in history and how they behave when they are in decline, they behave exactly like this, where they're going and conquering anyone they can to prove that they're still the empire. So an empire in decline, the decline is basically you cannot reverse the decline because your people, the very nature of your people, have become corrupt, right? So before Americans worked in factories and made things. Now let's make things up, meaning that for the past 20, 30 years, the main economy was focused on financialization, creating like these derivatives, creating these gambling mechanisms for the world, and that led to, of course, the 2008 great financial crisis. And America's never really recovered from that. I mean, look at the decadence in America today. I'm not sure if this statistic is correct. You can tell me if this is correct or not, right? But apparently, 20% of all American white girls in their 20s are on OnlyFans, something like that. All right. I'm not sure if you've heard this, but just the idea that you have a percentage of American white girls in the 20s all on OnlyFans, that's just incredible to think about, okay? And like the people joke that that's what America wants to do. America wants to liberate Iranian women so that they can go on OnlyFans and enjoy American corruption and decadence, all right?
So this statistic says on Google that for women aged 18 to 24, roughly 14% are active on OnlyFans. So that's 18 to 24, right? Imagine it's probably 20% or maybe 30% if you go up to 35, 40 years old. And the percentage of these women that are white, it's about 70%. So, and that's the narrative you're hearing from the Trump people. They're saying, oh, look, the libtards are getting owned. And they're posting images of Iranian girls stripping free of their niqab, their oppressive niqab, and now they're naked, which is so ridiculous because it's the conservative right saying the libtards are mad that women are on OnlyFans.
Come back and move forward with Purdue Global at purdueglobal.edu.
Yeah. So again, OnlyFans, I think, is the best indicator of a society in decline, right? So the Roman Empire, when it declined, the main problem was that women refused to have children. And so everyone was freaking out, like, what can we do about it? Civil war is another huge issue right now in America. What's happening in Minnesota, basically. Currency debasement is a huge issue where the US dollar is not worth anything anymore. I mean, like, look at this inflation. I mean, like, look at US dollar compared with gold. Right? So these boomers are happy about the fact that, their property prices are going way up, right? Maybe before in 1980, they bought their home for $100,000. Now it's worth $2 million. And so like, we're rich. But what's funny is that if you take gold, right, and look at, and ask yourself, if I were to buy gold, you used to go to buy a house in 1980 versus using gold to buy a house today, it'd be cheaper to buy gold, to buy a house with gold now. I mean, that's just crazy to think about, where the currency debasement has just been incredible, and people haven't even noticed it. So these are the signs of an empire in massive decline. And again, there's no way to reverse this decline. And so what the empire is doing is lashing out, right? If Russia completes the invasion of Ukraine, then Russia is now able to control 1/3 of the world's carbohydrates. So if Russia wills it, the Middle East, Africa could starve to death. And right now there's talk of Iran, Russia, and China creating a trade bloc, which then would negate American naval power. Okay, and if that were to happen, then that $40 trillion of debt that America has, America's stuck holding the bag. I mean, like that's just a bomb waiting to explode and destroy America. Because if this trade bloc were to come into being, then you can imagine that Europe, Africa, and the Middle East would all get involved as well. And people would just ignore America. The entire world would be like, oh, you want to impose tariffs on us? Well, we just won't trade with you then, right? So this war in Iran, this war in Venezuela, Cuba, now Trump is talking about Mexico. He's talked about buying Greenland. He's talked about taking over Canada. Like he's being serious here because an empire needs to secure resources and trade routes. And that's what an empire does. So it's an empire in decline and it's anxious, it's wounded, it's scared. And so it lashes out across the world.
Mm-hmm. How many of these people, like Patrick Bet-David, I recently saw, he's like trying to copy your lectures a little bit, maybe you didn't see, but this is a good example of a Western Iranian who he comes to America and encourages this war, but then he's not going to fight in there. He's not going to enlist. There might be a draft coming. I don't know if you think that's likely. And he doesn't go back to Iran with not going to fight in the war. Are these examples of Mossad paid influencers, or are they just completely brainwashed and don't know how to submit to the fact that Trump completely lied about everything he said he was going to do in his campaign?
So Patrick David, so he actually got in touch on Monday. He wanted to interview me. He wanted me on his show. And what happened was, that was the same day that there was a concerted online campaign against me. Like it was just weird in that, and that I went on Twitter and like everyone was attacking me. And like it was the same talking points where, I just make stuff up. And like they picked the most silly things to attack me with. Okay. So for example, like last year I talked about how I didn't believe the Battle of Canine actually happened. Yeah. And I explained why I think this history was made up. And then like, well, you see, this guy is just full of it. This guy doesn't know history. So I'm like, who are these people? And why is this happening all at the same time? Mm-hmm. So that interview request from Patrick Bet-David, it's sort of like, I'm like, this must be a setup. Yeah. He wants me on a show so that he can provoke me into say something really stupid. So then he can, broadcast this around the world to discredit me. So I basically ignored his email.
It was the identical coordinated campaign that Candace Owens got when she started to make a video exposing Erica Kirk's past. And they revealed that there was an email from Turning Point where they were giving people a script, like Dan Bongino, former FBI director. They were saying that she's demonic, she's evil. And it was specifically from Turning Point paying influencers and telling them to run with this script. And after the script was released, you could tie it exactly to what Dan Bongino said and many other influencers. I saw the same exact coordinated attack on you. As soon as you start blowing up and they found that you were vindicated, all the Peter Thiel MAGA affiliated influencers all came out of nowhere to discredit you. But I think it really just made you more popular. I don't think that it was successful at all.
Yeah, and what's really funny is that a lot of these anti-China people, like these people who make these propaganda videos about China, saying what a corrupt regime the government is, for whatever reason, they went after me as well. So I wonder how much of the internet is actually organic. I mean, like who are these people, and what's the problem with me? I'm not even talking about China, man. I'm talking about like Iran. Why are they coming after me?
You're not anti-com, but you criticize communism heavily. And they say that if you're a CCP plant, then you would love communism. But you talk about how this was created to distract people from faith and make people focused on secular politics. So there's no real evidence that you would be, influenced by anybody other than your own research.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to come after me just because, I've made a lot of videos and I take a lot of controversial positions. And I say I'm only interested in intellectual speculation. I'm interested in ideas. I'm not taking a side. And what I do is I make predictions and I try to explain my predictions to better enlighten the population. So it's very hard for them to actually attack me, but that didn't stop them,
Right. A lot of people wanted to ask you how you were able to predict so much, but I mean, it's pretty easy to understand. If you watch your lectures, it's and you mentioned it earlier in this conversation, that the best way to analyze behavior is see past behavior. And so the fall, it's really the fall of every empire is the arrogance and really the concept of hard times create strong men create good times create weak men. And we're seeing the boomer effect right now. These boomers that dominate American politics, these evangelical Christian war hawks that have nothing to do with Catholicism or Orthodox, they have this belief that God bless the state of Israel. They keep voting people in, they hoard the wealth, and then they criticize the youth while bringing us into the same exact wars. We found out that Iraq war, there were no weapons of mass destruction. And then right now, you accurately pointed out, the bombs that they're using and what's happening to the air quality and the environment in Iran, it's going to cause birth defects the same way. Even though there were 1 million civilian casualties in Iraq, there were so many birth defects as well from the chemical weapons being used. And so history just repeats itself, predictive.
Jumping on to cover some of what I can't wait till Monday to get to all of you. I'm in LA now, so Nashville early this week, now LA. Crazy week, but little makeshift setup here to talk to you. So you're seeing Caroline Leavitt on screen. I'm going to talk about why this clip went so viral and the fear attached to it, and then Marjorie Taylor Greene snapping at her. But before that, I want to kind of pair it to a different story that I've been meaning to talk about. And a lot of you have been writing and asking me to bring up, which might inform some of what you're going to see in Leavitt's statement here and the general callousness from Trump administration officials about lives lost because of this war that they decided to start with very incoherent justifications. One of the things I brought up to you a bunch that has been disturbing me are kind of 3 statements from 3 leaders. Trump saying that's the way it is after we learned that American troops had died and were killed by an Iranian strike. That's the way it is. There's going to be more. Trump responded. Pete Hegseth berating the media, reprimanding the media for doing fake news and prominently covering fallen soldiers. I mean, just disgusting. And then Caroline Leavitt going, no, that's not what he was saying when we have the clip. So in thinking about what on earth would that be about, would the clip that I'm about to play for you be about, you do have to remember we're working with some extreme religious views, Christian nationalist views. And that's now leaking out of the military. And this could play a role in the extreme and callous language we're hearing from leaders. U.S. military commanders have been invoking, The Guardian reports, extremist Christian rhetoric about biblical end times to justify involvement in the Iran war to troops, according to complaints made to Watchdog Group. Now listen to this. One complaint identified as a non-commissioned officer in a unit that could be deployed at any moment to join operations against Iran told MRFF in a complaint viewed by The Guardian that their commander had urged us to tell our troops that this was all part of God's divine plan, and he specifically referenced numerous citations out of the book of Revelation referring to Armageddon and the imminent return of Jesus Christ. Quote, he said that President Trump has been anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to earth, the NCO added. So I don't know for who this is playing a role in the seeming detachment from the human toll that we're seeing out of our government. But it very well could. We've seen Pete Hegseth religious associations and the specific, again, Christian extremism, not just Christian, obviously, extremism. And to believe that this may be Pete Hegseth or Trump's duty to light the signal fire. Specific, again, Christian rain hell down, not just to usher in Jesus' return to earth or whatever, is obviously disturbing if this complaint is indeed accurate. So that's kind of one of the things, aside from just the broader fear and confusion in the midst of this war, you have, to me, my inability to get my head around on a human level why we're hearing from, like I said, Trump, Pete Hegseth, Leavitt, and others, this detachment from the human toll, Trump showing up to a dignified transfer of the fallen soldiers who were killed in an Iranian strike and said, or had a trucker hat on, and then Fox News is trying to show footage from a different dignified transfer to not show that, knowing that if that were Biden, they would go, this is not showing the respect. Could he glance at his watch during a dignified transfer? And that was the worst thing ever, but now we don't care here. So now you get to Levitt, and I'll talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene's response in a second.
Just the quickest pause to request that you click the subscribe button, the simplest, easiest, freest way, completely free, to
Others out there are worried that we're going to have a draft, that they're going to see their sons get in and daughters get involved in this. What do you want to say about the president's plans for troops on the ground? As we know, it's been largely an air campaign.
And let me just pause before I play more of that. So it's an important question because there's no coherence or consistency coming out of the Trump administration. Some are saying this is regime change. This is not. We understand if it were regime change, that would require troops on the ground. But that's even more of a contradiction from what Trump promised to not do and ran in contradiction to. And some are going, no, of course, it's ridiculous to think troops on the ground. Others are going, well, maybe a draft, Maria Bartiromo brings up, which what Levin's going to be responding to. And so on one hand, which is why I'm pairing these two stories, you have this disturbing leak that indicates a potentially catastrophic ideology that's immersed in leadership. And then separately, you have these very pragmatic questions about the decision-making of the administration. Starting from the beginning, here we go.
Mothers out there are worried that we're going to have a draft, that they're going to see their sons get in and daughters get involved in this. What do you want to say about the president's plans for troops on the ground? As we know, it's been largely an air campaign up until now.
It has been, and it will continue to be, and President Trump wisely does not remove options off of the table. I know a lot of politicians like to do that quickly, but the president, as commander-in-chief, wants to continue to assess the success of this military operation. It's not part of the current plan right now, but the president, again, wisely keeps his options on the table.
So she is known for being, quote-unquote, good at her job, which drives me a little bit crazy, because obviously being good at being a spokesperson for a president would be being honest. But I do understand sort of what people mean. She's an effective communicator in her dishonesty. So you might hear that and go, oh yeah, options on the table. But it kind of reminds me of when Trump or she gets asked, is Trump considering pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell? And she goes, that has not been considered yet. Or that is not something we're actively considering. Or I have no statement. It's like, okay, in general, on usual pardon questions, you'd go, all right, hasn't yet hit his desk, fine. On Ghislaine Maxwell, you go, oh, that's the easiest thing ever to take off the table. Yeah, keep your options open, keep stuff on the table, but pardoning sex trafficker should be off the table. Similar thing here. I don't know if she missed the question, the part of the question about the draft, but you'd think that's something you could take off the table. And you would think there would be a coherent enough plan that they could say, oh no, we're not looking to do a ground invasion that would lead to dozens, if not hundreds, if not thousands of American lives being lost. Marjorie Taylor Greene responded, as you can see, being reported on here by media. We'll go to the post itself where she writes, Caroline Levitt doesn't rule out a draft. Remember, Marjorie Greene used to be one of the most pro-Trump, Christian nationalist, etc. figures in politics, and even she is shocked by this. She says, how about the answer is no draft and no boots on the ground, because we campaigned on no more foreign wars or regime change. Liars, every single one of them. Not my son, over my dead body, Marjorie Greene writes. And I do think, despite how rarely I've agreed with Marjorie Taylor Greene, I do think she's correct that the moment we're in is one that could not be more clearly, in relation to public sentiment, in contradiction to where it feels like the Trump administration's heading. The American people at large don't have an appetite for, understandably, given what we've already lived through over the last couple of decades, this type of bloody, resource wasteful, etc. regime change war. We don't want it. We're sick of it. We've seen it. And if there were a very clear plan, they'd be able to lay it out. We haven't seen that. We have not seen that. And the competence, I think, should be put in question, not of the incredible, heroic troops who are actually having to put their lives at risk, but of the former TV host, the other former TV star billionaire, Trump, and all these other figures who are actually making the decisions. And one of the things Trump referenced that told you a lot about the plan and how maybe it's not going according to plan is that the strike that killed Khamenei, you're seeing being reported on here by the New York Times, and high-level commanders also killed another group. Among them, the people the White House had identified as more willing to negotiate than their bosses and who might help bring a swift end to the conflict. So the people that they had identified as maybe better to take over the regime after these strikes, they killed with the strikes. Sounds like they bombed away their own endgame. Gregory Brew writes. It doesn't seem that they're following a clear, concise, rational plan. And given the consequences, already the casualties, the human toll, and the potential for even more catastrophic consequences, the least they could have is a very rational, thought-out plan. They don't have it.
Every construction owner is
Mankind in Jerusalem.
I don't need to think.
So maybe I'm getting this wrong, but if I speak English, I'm pretty sure that he just said the Jews are going to rule the world and America can come and bow at our feet and beg for supremacy, and maybe we'll be kind and give it to them.
Conspiracy theories are entering a information is the oxygen of the democracy.
I already have open, and then we'll come back and see if there's anything new on the map. It's worth noting that the U.S. approved an emergency weapons sale to Israel. A whole bunch of new bombs, 12,000 BLU 110A and B 1,000-pound bomb bodies, along with engineering, logistics, and technical support, sold to Israel. You got to keep the money flowing, obviously. Got to keep the war machine churning so that all of the billionaires can make more money, so that Israel can keep on bombing everybody. We're going to get into the desalination plant strikes quite a bit today, I suspect. The U.S. still inherently kill probably thousands of people. And it's a dangerous escalation, as we're going to discuss, because the allied countries are far more vulnerable to this form of attack than Iran is. Bahrain is nearly 100% reliant on desalination water. Qatar, heavily reliant. UAE, heavily reliant. Saudi Arabia, heavily reliant on desalination. Israel is also quite reliant on desalination plants. And so we've already seen how the Allied interceptor stockpile has been greatly degraded, and interceptions are way down. So Iran is hitting way more targets now, and it has all these drones that can destroy things like desalination plants. And all of the allied Middle Eastern nations' desalination infrastructure is just wide open if Iran wants to retaliate in kind. And so by opening the door to hitting water facilities, the US and Israel have just sort of laid their allies wide the fuck open to some really horrendous retaliation if Iran chooses to do so. And we've already seen, I believe, the beginnings of them doing so. Sayed, the Iranian foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, condemned the strike, saying the U.S. committed a blatant and desperate crime by attacking a freshwater desalination plant on Keshem Island. Water supply in 30 villages has been impacted. Attacking Iran's infrastructure is a dangerous move with grave consequences. The U.S. set this precedent, not Iran. And yeah, remember that. Remember that when the Israeli propaganda comes out, that we set this precedent. Our most moral militaries in the world set the precedent of attacking civilian water infrastructure. And what, to me, from my outside non-expert look, appears to be sort of like a little brother move of like, man, we're not winning, like, then we'll fucking kick over your water glass. It's like, bitch, your water is wide open to attack. It's feeling a little short-sighted to me, but hey, who am I? I'm just some random motherfucker that doesn't know what's going on. And then there's a bunch of reporting on President Trump attending the ceremony for the return of the 6 killed U.S. service members. There's also a lot of rumbling about more dead U.S. service members that might be getting covered up. There might be some fudging of numbers going on. I think there's definitely fudging of Israeli numbers, but it's starting to look more and more like there are U.S. service member deaths that are not being reported. It's looking like there's a lot of things that are not being reported. Go figure. So we'll dig a little bit into that today. And the big one to watch is that a U.S.-Israeli strike hit Iran's oil infrastructure and lit it the fuck up. They hit a refinery, I believe. And again, an escalation that is pretty brazen and brave given how exposed all the Middle Eastern allied nations' oil infrastructure is. Sure, you can hurt Iran this way, but how much do you hurt yourself? Because there's no defenses for Saudi Arabia's oil infrastructure, Qatar's gas infrastructure. All of these Middle Eastern nations are wide open, and they do not have the interceptor stockpiles to protect all that oil infrastructure, as well as all the military bases, as well as all the ships, etc. So I do not understand what we're doing here. The countries that rely on the oil from the Middle East, I mean, basically the entire world relies on the oil from the Middle East, and it's going to affect the entire global stock market, the entire global energy market. But more directly, it's going to affect our allied nations in the Gulf.
This game, you're not ready.
There's a lot of reporting this morning of blackened skies and acid rain over Iran, and we'll get into some of that. The fallout from these fires and from strikes on their oil infrastructure. But between the attacks on the oil infrastructure and the attacks on the water infrastructure, the escalation is pretty dramatic and pretty overt. And it's not entirely clear what the strategy is. This video is allegedly showing burning petroleum across the streets of Tehran. Sorry, my pronunciations obviously suck. I don't know what we're, I don't speak Arabic or Farsi or anything. This is sourced from the Middle East Eye, which is, a mediocre source. So let's dig into some of the independent journalism here. Let's dig into some of the more concrete analysis being done by people smarter than me. Holy shit, my boys just sent me a really cool update about Webb. Oh boy. Holy shit. I'll give you guys an update on Webb later on. Okay. Not Whitney Webb. Webb, the app that we're building to help you analyze all the documents and learn all the things. So let's get into Patricia Marins, my new fucking favorite analyst of all time. And let me get us zoomed in here. So Patricia is monitoring all aspects of this situation. And here she's commenting on a post that she put out 2 days ago. The United States has handed the Chinese an encyclopedia of its military doctrines. The war involving the U.S. and Israel is being monitored and recorded in real time by LEO satellite constellations such as Jilin-1, which are even capable of capturing 4K Ultra HD video. Today, China operates at least 3 LEO constellations comprising at least 300 satellites dedicated to espionage or dual-use purposes. From the images constantly released about American bases, it is clear that the Chinese are building true encyclopedia on U.S. naval and air doctrine. Every ship positioning, field tactics, refueling time, ammunition resupply, everything is being monitored by Chinese satellites and Chinese AI. This includes the exact location and behavior of air defenses, their mapped reaction times, missile trajectories, and reprogramming durations. Nothing escapes the Chinese gaze. In this conflict, they have already mapped and publicly released data on multiple American bases in the region. It went viral on TikTok that they had just been posting public videos kind of taunting. Not the videos going viral on TikTok are not actually classified information. What they are is they're an information warfare technique to show American citizens what the scoop is, to kind of assert some dominance in the space. Info war, if you will. Even identifying the exact number and models of aircrafts on the ground. The war against Iran is giving the Chinese something they never had in the Ukrainian theater, the opportunity to study and document American forces in detail. To give you an idea, in 2025, the Chinese recorded a video of Atlanta's airport purely to demonstrate their capability. I believe the same kind of videos are being produced daily on the American front against Iran. Never in history has a U.S. conflict been observed from the skies at this level, both tactically and strategically. The price of the Iran war is high in many ways, as I have always said, and this single episode is giving the Chinese decades of planning and improvement in one go. So this is the video of the Atlanta airport that China put out just to demonstrate the capability of their Jilin-1 satellite. Because remember, satellite imagery has existed for a long time. And the American government has had pretty advanced satellite imagery of the globe for a long time. But now our enemies are developing equally comparable satellite technology that can map everything from the air. Everything is now seen, recorded, monitored, and tracked by AI. They know every plane, every aircraft, the refueling, troop movements, deployments, all these things. And with AI, which China is rapidly outpacing American development in, because they're stealing all the American development and then fucking launching light years ahead. Even in the public model space, like the DeepSeek models are rapidly fucking up Claude and OpenAI. It's wild what the Chinese are doing in the AI space. And so all of this information and data is doubtlessly being tabulated and documented and analyzed by extremely advanced AI systems. And that is fucking sketchy, especially once we start talking about China's direct threats and statements and actual actions in the field, in the war theater right now with Iran. I've not watched this yet, but this guy's a CNN reporter, and he's in Iran, and it's kind of interesting. I don't know what to make of it. I'm not about to fucking trust a CNN reporter, but at the same time, it's interesting to see that CNN actually has a person on the ground in Iran, and so I'm kind of trying to keep tabs on this guy to figure out what the fuck they're doing, right? So we're not necessarily watching to take his coverage as it is, but we are, at least I am watching his coverage to try to figure out what the coverage means. Why is the coverage happening? What's going on here? Is it politically motivated? Is it real journalism? Is it Is it narrative building?
This morning, the sky above the city is covered in very thick black clouds. You can see that everywhere. That's the west of the city over there, and this is the north of the city. Normally, if you look to that direction, you could actually see the Alborz Mountains, but now all of that is also covered in clouds. That comes after major airstrikes in the south and the west of the city happened last night, where oil installations were hit, oil storage facilities.
I don't really understand it just doesn't really make sense in my little pea brain how American journalism flies an American citizen into Iran, the enemy in the war, where the US and Israel are just recklessly fucking bombing, carpet bombing whole sections of the city with really no warning and no at least no warning that the public is getting. Maybe he's getting warnings. It just seems like we're asking for CNN boy to get bombed by Israel. Right? It's weird. And yeah, I know you can't hear very well. It's as loud as it's a quiet video. It's as loud as it can get. It is what it is. He's just pointing out how cloudy the skies are from the refinery fire.
And now you can see this morning that the sky is still very dark. We saw thick black plumes of smoke in the sky yesterday.
So he's just doing a little update, but it's just interesting to follow his situation and be like, who is this guy and what the fuck is up with this, and what's the story here around the story they're narrating. Claude pissed you off the other night after a trip on shrooms. It kept trying to force me to listen to specific playlists, and I kept trying to tell it to stop, and it got pissy. Lol. Yeah, so Claude regular is pretty fucking retarded. You need to learn to build a personal AI infrastructure on top of it, a harness, if you will. We can talk more about that on another stream, but learning how to build your AI into an agent that learns and has memory is
Bro, look at this. Did you see that? Should we tell him? So bad. They're really still running this commercial. Oh, mercy.
Comfortable is getting for many of them, and I do not stand for that at all, and I will call that out. But I got no love for the Israeli government, and there's every piece of evidence to see that. Look no farther than the fact that this was reported, I believe, in Israeli outlets, American outlets. You know, obviously there's fog of war stuff, but the Israelis were spying on the Trump administration's communications with Iran, where they're trying to talk about peace. And Netanyahu called Trump, reportedly, to make sure he didn't negotiate peace. Fuck you. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of The Great Society Show. I am Julian Dory.
And I'm Joey Deef. How you doing?
How you doing? We got some pretty important things going on in the world right now, but we always do like to have fun here. That said, there's certainly going to be some serious moments today, as there has to be anytime we cover this Epstein case or those aforementioned current events, because shit is going crazy out there, and I am genuinely worried about where this could lead, and I'm going to get into the whole historical theorizing as to why that is the case for this particular Iran situation versus, say, the Ukraine war, which is also something that was a huge problem when it first came up and continues to be a problem, but does not have the same ramifications as what we are facing right now. But I had talked last week on this now weekly extra episode we have going, where Deef and I sit here and break down the Epstein files and go through things that are going on in the world. I had told you that everything we are seeing, including what was at the time an impending attack on Iran, was nothing but a distraction. And it was a distraction from what is the biggest story of my lifetime in these Epstein files, something where, you know, we see behind the candelabra, if you will, and we understand exactly, I shouldn't even say exactly, but we have an understanding that the way the world works is actually closer to the way that people who used to be labeled conspiracy theorists did theorize, and in many cases correctly so, at least on a 30,000-foot view in the air way. But before I get into this, I did something pretty interesting this past weekend.
Lay it on us.
Yeah. Now, I unfortunately got to blue balls you a little bit and say I can't go into full details yet. You're going to be able to see this end of April, beginning of May on a TV network. But I had mentioned I was going to go out and film something regarding Epstein with Andy Bustamante, who is your resident on camera, still in the CIA spy. Certainly never left the agency, but friend of mine as well. What I will say is that I was genuinely shocked by what we ended up filming. And they're going to have me talk about it in the build up to when it actually comes out and talk about it in detail. So I'm not going to go there yet, but I will put it this way. One of the major pieces of criticism that Andy Bustamante fairly gets, by the way, very fair that he gets this, outside of being actively in CIA and possibly propagandizing for them, certainly. But one of the major pieces of hate that he gets out there is that he has never seen a conspiracy theory that he couldn't poo-poo and go like this and be like, no, it's just incompetence. It's not real. I will just put it to you this way. When we sat down and filmed what we filmed about Epstein, I was stunned to see him go completely the opposite way. I mean, he went to what would have previously been described as like 4chan land. Now it's much more normal in a way. But I was sitting there genuinely stunned on camera going, you of all people are telling me that you're finding this about the case. You, Andy. Like, what the fuck? What got into you? I love it, but what got into you? And I'm not going to say yet what we investigated other than it was something to do with, how can I say this? How can I say this without giving it away?
I don't know if you can.
I don't know if I can either, but it had something to do with Epstein's connections and the abilities that afforded him even at his lowest moments. That's a pretty good way of putting it, right?
Yeah, and I could say that you called me afterwards, and I know when you're being very genuine about something, and you were like, my world has been turned upside down.
Looking for tax help? Now there are TurboTax experts right in your neighborhood.
Hey guys, 3 quick things. Number 1, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, including a lot of government documents, and then began to demonstrate certain things related to those. And very slowly, I went from very back and forth talkative with him to genuinely shell-shocked and quiet. And towards the end, it was like a crisis of, I mean, it was like almost like, as it relates to the case itself, like existential. Like, what the fuck? Like, if this is the case, then nothing's real. So, wild shit. As I said, I got to blue balls you a little bit, but you're going to want to see that when it comes out. Certainly interesting. So, I think it was a cool experience. We're going to watch to see how the certain TV network cuts it up. I want to make sure that's done right because we filmed for fucking 7 hours.
That's lame.
You know? And
they should do something with the, like, if you do an hour recording, even if they don't put it on the TV program, they should, like, put it on the YouTube or, like, do something with it.
I think Andy, I can't confirm this fully, but just based on some stuff he was saying, I think Andy's probably talking to them about that.
Yeah.
Because he's got a big YouTube too.
Yeah.
And that would also be great for transparency, by the way, which is something, you know, Andy could definitely use some help in that department.
Yeah. Instills trust into legacy institutions.
Well, I don't think anyone's ever going to trust Andy.
But you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
Even them doing that, you're like, oh, okay, I'll trust you guys a bit.
Yes.
Transparency.
Yes. So that is going to be very interesting. But this week I'm putting out this episode on Saturday. This week on Monday or Tuesday, you are going to see the first half of the Epstein Survivor sit down. I know you guys have been patient about that. That is coming now. I've had so many literally current of the moment event podcasts coming in that like I've had to get these things out. So that one with the Epstein Survivor, which she was awesome, that's coming out. And then we are also going to have an episode with Chris Hansen, who is exactly the Chris Hansen you're thinking of in here. And certainly good time to have him in, given everything going on. But great guy, and we had a good time.
Yeah.
Hello?
Have a seat, Chris.
I'm looking for the Julian Dory podcast.
Is that why you're here?
That's what the transcript said.
I think Deep's got some messages that say otherwise.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, stop stealing my line.
He's the real deal, Deep.
Oh, I didn't say he wasn't. He's real as they come.
Yeah, like that guy doesn't miss a beat.
Yeah, hell of a career.
Yes.
Like, relevant as ever, still doing his thing.
Yep.
Hats off.
But like I said, I'm going to get to a bunch of the Iran war breakdown at the end. And for me personally, I kind of want to put that on there as like a time capsule. I want to look back on it a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, see where the world is and see how much of it makes sense, because I do have a lot of thoughts on it and I take it very, very seriously. But, John Kiriakou, when he was in here recording with me February 20th, and we put out that episode on Monday the 23rd, on that Friday, February 20th, he made his report that Trump had made up his mind to attack Iran. And he had said it would happen Monday or Tuesday. It ended up happening Friday. But everything he said about who was against it, Trump being fully mind made up, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff on board completely was correct. And John and I were both hoping that his source would be incorrect, but I knew that was probably wishful thinking. So we are now seeing where that is. And as of the time of this recording, I mean, they're talking about putting boots on the ground in the Pentagon and moving the goalposts. I'll get to it later, but it is genuinely very, very scary to me. But let's get to the late and not at all great, horrible, disgusting Jeffrey Epstein and dig into this case, because we will not be distracted by any bullshit we see in the world, whether it be something dumb like throwing us probably fake alien files and not the real thing, which we need to push for the real thing eventually, but that's for another day, or something very serious like Iran, because, man, Deef, it's fucking great timing to start a Middle East war so that Twitter goes up in a bunch about everything that's happening. Wow, we got all these files floating around, and while they're deleting a lot of files too. That's pretty crazy, right?
Yeah, a lot of coincidences.
Total coincidence.
Yeah.
Total coincidence. But with Jeffrey Epstein, if you listen to my show and some of the amazing people that we've been privileged to have in here, whenever I have in people who are more on the geopolitics side, who also are studious of history, a common topic that has often come up, dating all the way back to episode 43 with Matt Kemenash, is the fourth turning. Now, some of you listening right now who are longtime fans, you have heard me explain this before. A lot of you who are listening who have found the show through the solo episodes like this in recent weeks, perhaps you haven't. So apologies to the people that have heard this before, but for everyone else, I think it's important to have some context as to what the fourth turning is. And as I say that, Deef, I just realized I forgot the names of the author. It's like Strauss and Howe, but I want to make sure I get that right. So the fourth turning is a book that was written in the mid-90s, maybe it was like 96, 97, by some historian sociologists. Yes, William Strauss and Neil Howe. One of them is deceased. The other one is still alive, and I'd like to get the other one in. But it's one of the greatest, most prescient, and also scary / optimistic, I don't really know how to describe it, books ever written. And here's why I say that. One of the problems with historians is that they'll do an amazing job researching history and going through it and reporting on it and sourcing everything and stuff like that. It's not to take a shot at them, but what will often happen is they get so immersed in studying maybe a particular period in history or, a broad range of history, depending on who they are, that this cognitive bias comes in that makes them believe that they are therefore apt to be able to predict the future perfectly. And unfortunately, what happens then is they often change the patterns that exist right in front of them without realizing that. What these guys, Strauss and Howe, did is they basically looked at history, they found a pattern that I'm going to explain in a minute, and they went like this. They picked it up, and they just almost like, something hot and fresh out of the oven that you don't want to fuck with. They just lifted it up and then went, all right, yep, put it right there and backed away. and just said, just look at this. We're not going to change anything. We're looking at what happened. We're moving it right here. Don't blame us. Don't shoot the messenger. And what they found is that over the past 4 centuries, 3-4 centuries in particularly, though it could go back farther, and I believe they said that in the book. It's been a while since I read it. Over the past 3-4 centuries, there have been societal patterns that repeat themselves in 80 to 85-year cycles. Now, you can also, I believe, look at this in cycles around the world in particular and find a fit. But for the purposes of this conversation, we are going to talk about America, which has also been the rising empire during the time period that we are talking about. So, where do I want to start at the top here? These 80 to 85-year cycles are generational. All right, we'll start with this part. Essentially, they break it down into 4 different generations that exist roughly, 21 years at a time. So you have 4 age groups at any given time. Age 0 to 21, 22 to 43 or 44, 45 to 66, and 67 and above. Okay? And each of these age groups, based on when they are born in the cycle, is given a name. So let's relate it to our current age groups that we know. The age group that is 66 and older, 67 and older right now are the boomers. And the boomers are what these guys term as the prophets. Okay? These generations are going to repeat themselves every 4 over and over again. So the most recent prophets are the boomers. These are people that are born in the post-crisis time and rise, come of age, meaning 0 to 21, during the time when the quote-unquote empire or winners of the previous crisis is building itself up. The next generation after that, so think Gen X, are what are called the nomads. This is a generation that comes of age 0 to 21 during a time period. You see, everything's in 4s here. So we're in the second generation and the second time period right now. Hold that thought. They come of age during a time period called the Awakening, which is like the post-boom excitement time period. And it's where society turns inward and starts to look at itself while it's now been settled as the power post-crisis and starts to look at its own wounds or its own flaws. So think the hippie movement, Vietnam, all that. That's when the nomads are growing up and coming of age. The third generation is called the heroes. And the heroes come of age, 0 to 21, during a time in which basically it's the brewing time of a crisis. So these are the millennials who were born between 1981 and around 1996, 1997. And they grow up in the time when things are starting to get frothy. They don't go all the way there, but things are starting to get to, wait a minute, this might be getting a little out of control. And you could say that while they're growing up, that time period would certainly, you couldn't say it, you will say, it's true. That time period, for example, with our millennials would include 9/11, the dot-com boom, the war in Iraq, the GWAT, if you will.
Occupy Wall Street.
Occupy Wall Street, which was post what, Deef? The financial crisis.
Yep.
And, that's kind of what it is. And it blends over into a 4th time period called the crisis period, which is the climax, if you will. And the generation that grows up during this period is the artist generation, which you can characterize as Gen Z. They are growing up during a time where things are really, really hard, and it generally scars their outlook on the world for life. If you want a recent example of that is the one before Gen Z, it would have been the silent generation who grew up in the Great Depression and World War II. Obviously, that's gonna impact how you look at things. That's why my grandma to this day, writes down how much an orange is at the store, whether it was 69 cents or 89 cents or whatever, because she's from the silent generation and that's what she knows. And so what I laid out there were the 4 generations and the 4 different cycles. If you're tracking me, what that means is that in each cycle, a generation exists in the same cycle every time, meaning the prophets, the boomers, are always coming of age post-crisis. They are always then going out into the workforce and getting starting to get some power in the world, meaning between 22 and 43 years old during the awakening period, right? Which can also mean a lot of success for the economy during that period, while there's a lot of civil unrest and strife. Again, think like Vietnam and all that shit, the hippie movement. And then they are in power, meaning like pre-retirement at the peak of their game during a burgeoning, frothy time building into a crisis. So when the millennials are children, and then they're retired when the crisis happens. Whenever there's a crisis, it is always the nomad generation, which is the generation coming after the prophets. So think Gen X. They are always the generation that is in power. They're between 44 and 66 years old, something like that, in that time period. And that's where we are right now, which, by the way, because ages have changed over time, so I'm going to show this pattern in a minute historically and how it matches up. Because ages have changed over time, you know, that can also overlap now with like some boomers still being in power. Donald Trump's a boomer. Joe Biden was a boomer, right? Because people are living longer. So that does need to be taken into account. But the idea stays the same. Now you talk about this 80 to 85 year period and how that could work out. And I am bringing this back to Epstein. Trust me, just bear with me. Think about American history just dating back to the beginning of our country, which is in its 250th year right now. The Revolutionary War took place from roughly 1775 to 1783. 80 to 85 years later, the Civil War took place from 1861 to 1865. 80 to 85 years later, World War II took place for America from 1941 until 1945. 80 to 85 years later lands us smack right between 2020 and 2026, which is right where we are. Okay? This happens over and over and over again, and each crisis moment is precipitated by the buildup. You heard me say a few minutes ago that the buildup to our current crisis period, and I might have misstated like what generation that was in, so apologies if I did that, but you get the idea of like the things that lead you into the crisis moment. Over the past 25 years, we have watched the Iraq War and the endless wars that crashed our economy, crashed our morale, and ended obviously horribly in a full cycle that was, I guess, capstoned by the 2021 Afghanistan pullout, which was devastating to watch. We have watched the global financial crisis happen, which not only crashed the whole economy and affected the whole world, but it also created the biggest separation of wealth gap in maybe world history. I'm saying that off the top of my head, so my statisticians out there can go check that for me. But essentially what it meant is that everyone from middle class America, which is what built America, lost all their life savings and then really had nothing to gain it back with when the economy recovered, whereas rich people who lost a lot, the elites if you will, had more money to be able to invest and put to work in the years after 2008 so that they could make the big rip up in the stock market as it happened. Then you have the political unrest, as Deef said correctly, the Occupy Wall Street movement and Tea Party movements happening at the same time that give rise to Donald Trump and that whole movement. Donald Trump versus what I will say is like a Bernie Sanders populism movement, as Bernie should have been the Democratic nominee in 2016 very clearly. Like that was what the will of the people, in my opinion, at the time, based on what we saw happen with it basically being rigged against him. And in the middle of that, by the way, you have 2014 Maidan with Russia and Ukraine that sets the stage for what would become the Ukraine war, which broke out in late February 2022. Now, I thought of something when I was filming with Andy, and I couldn't believe I hadn't thought of this before, because I always think about the fourth turning and how things get kicked off. And I thought about the last cycle with World War II. And I was asking myself, roughly, what was the pre-crisis frothy moment that set everything off? And it was actually something that was like way beyond the pale. Because, you know, by the way, Deef, you can patternize this stuff. Like the 08-09 financial crisis, what was 80 years before that?
Black Monday.
Well, that was 87, but you're on the right track. The stock market crash.
Stock market crash
in 29. Yeah, exactly. So even like the financial precipitations can be right in line. Like that's how weirdly simulated we are as humans. So I was thinking of what was the moment that bled open World War II? And there were two answers. The first one is the Treaty of Versailles, which happened right after the conclusion of World War I. It basically fucked Germany into the next century, which, to be clear, Germany needed to pay for World War I and what they had done. I mean, they had also inflated the fuck out of their currency. I mean, there was a mess there, but it set them up to fail. And if you read Devil's Chessboard, guys like John Foster Dulles and Alan Dulles were very involved with that. And it created a power vacuum in Germany where a guy like Hitler could end up rising. And that's obviously a huge breaking point. But then I thought some more, and I tried to think of like a person. And I was like, holy shit, the answer's always been there. It's like something we all know in passing. Franz Ferdinand, the Archduke of Austria-Hungary, however the fuck you say it. When you look at World War I, and by the way, I would highly recommend people go back and listen to Dan Carlin's full podcast on World War I, one of the greatest things I've ever heard in my life. It is the forgotten war, and I don't want to understate it either. Like, we always talk about World War II, which is the war to end all wars at this time. But World War I, not only was it no joke, it was brutal. Can we actually pull up the deceased numbers in World War I, Deef? Because that's actually really... It's crazy. And the percentage of the earth at the time, 40 million total casualties, wounded and dead, with deaths ranging from 15 to 22 million. And the world was smaller than it was during World War II. So, I mean, it was devastating what happened. But when the Archduke Franz Ferdinand was assassinated in 1914, it set off a series of events that put into place World War I and caused places like Germany to declare war on Russia, and everything goes. It's not like Franz Ferdinand sitting in that fucking car, or I don't even think it was a car. It was a horseback carriage or whatever. It's not like, he fucking knew, damn, if they hit me, like the whole world's going to end and we're all going to war. But that is the butterfly effect, the domino that happened. And so I went back to the fourth turning and I thought about the patterns, and I thought about all the things that built up to where we are in the current crisis period right now, which Strauss and Howe, by the way, to give them credit, in the book The Fourth Turning, this again is written in 95 or 96, Steve, something like that.
Yep.
They said there would be a major financial crisis. They did not know what, but some sort of crisis occurring between 2005 and 2010. They nailed that. And they said that a crisis period would occur between 2020 and 2030. So let's go back a minute. Jeffrey Epstein is found dead in his jail cell in August 2019. Okay? What happens after that, Thief?
COVID-19.
COVID-19, civil unrest to follow, the mandates, mass hysteria. Just over 2 years later, 2.5 years later, Ukraine, Russia. A year and a half after that, October 7th, and the following war in Gaza. In the middle of that, Shinzo Abe, former leader of Japan, assassinated.
Yep.
An assassination attempt happened on Donald Trump. You're talking East and West here, and Shinzo Abe was an ally in the East, by the way. That's an important distinction. Trump narrowly misses being killed on the campaign trail. We have the AI takeover come in. We have now an Iran war breaking out in the Middle East that quite literally and figuratively, all the above, separates East and West potentially. And as we are recording this right now, we don't know how much more this is going to escalate, but it is very scary, which leads to the idea that nuclear weapons, which somehow have been avoided since 1945 at the beginning of this whole cycle, by the way, are now something that's on the table. And no, they're not coming from Iran. And in the middle of all this, Jeffrey Epstein himself is clearly a part of what we have referred to many times and will continue to as the super government. SUPRA, the thing that Tucker Carlson came up with, where he describes the presidents, the world leaders, the leaders of economy, the leaders of industry as one layer below a fixer layer of wealthy people who tell those people what to do, working for a top layer, which are bankers and technocrats and the people who actually run the world silently behind the scenes. And that is symbolism for the wealth gap I already mentioned, the exponentially growing wealth gap, the ability of a small few to gather more assets of the earth than ever before, and parallels with the fall of Rome when it comes to the elite class separating from the people of an empire that has stretched too big to manage. So I was sitting with Andy and I realized, or I shouldn't say realized, I theorized that Jeffrey Epstein is fucking Franz Ferdinand. That set off the whole kit and caboodle of things we've seen. And I actually want to give a ton of credit to Eddie Bravo, who, in the words of Tim Dillon, friend of the show. he's actually been following, because like you have public subscribers, and Alessi texted me like a year ago. He's like, yo, Eddie Bravo subscribed to us. So shout out Eddie Bravo. But Eddie went on a podcast with Joe Rogan in 2024 and predicted that World War III would happen, which, to be clear, it hasn't happened yet. However, there would be World War III burgeoning from the Middle East as a result of the elites getting exposed in the Epstein pedo scandal and wanting to cover it up as a distraction. Oh my God, where have we heard that before? So far, so good, Eddie. So shout out on that. But we are seeing all this come together at once. And also, Deef, I have 2 links right up there. Let's pull up the first one, the billionaire link. This is a quick overview of an idea. So rather than I'm reading off the screen right now from a screen grab that was posted on Twitter by Grizzy. Is that right, Deef?
Yep.
Okay, so rather than just solely a U.S. phenomenon, Oxum's paper demonstrates that a rise in oligarchy is undermining societies worldwide. Think elites. Oxfam's fund reports finds the collective wealth of billionaires last year surged by 3.5 trillion, almost equivalent to the total wealth held by the bottom half of humanity, 4.1 billion people. Wow. How could that possibly end badly? The number of billionaires topped 3,000 last year for the first time, with the richest, Elon Musk, becoming the first ever to surpass $500 billion. More on that in a second. Billionaires are 4,000 times more likely to hold political office than ordinary people. The $3.5 trillion increase rise in billionaires' wealth would be enough to eradicate extreme poverty 26 times over. This is what happens when society splits down the middle. Now, as just a quick aside, I want to come back to Elon Musk. We've talked about him on here. We will talk about him again. He still hasn't answered questions related to his emails with Jeffrey Epstein. We read them in episode 381. It doesn't appear he went to the island. We do have proof in the files that he did meet with Epstein, though. And obviously he was going back and forth with him personally in emails, which is not a great look. And I do think he has to answer for that. Elon Musk is also a guy who bought X, and regardless of what you think of his opinions or whatever, you know, that platform and social media in general was censoring the shit out of people. And since he did that, it is inarguable that not only did that clearly change X, it has, in addition to some other things happening since then, cleared things on other platforms as well. I can see things on Instagram that never would have passed even 2 years ago or a year ago.
Definitely.
And I don't take that for granted. That may not hold up, but I give Elon, whether he's the richest guy in the world or not, a ton of credit for that. That said, Elon Musk doesn't shut up about the Ukraine war. And I got no problem with that. We've been funding the shit out of that. There's almost 2 million casualties there. It's a mess. It should not be understated what a mess that is, and a failure of the world to fix that situation and actually try to come to a peace solution. Elon Musk talks about it all the goddamn time. As of the time of this recording on Thursday evening, again, this episode's coming out Saturday, I've not heard one word about this Iran war. Not one word. And that's really interesting to me. Really interesting. Now, friend of the show, Riz Verk, has been on the show a couple times. Great guy. Simulation theorist from MIT. Put out a reply tweet where someone talked about that where he said, refer to Elon's episode on Rogan, I guess the latest one, where he said there are certain things that if he talked about it, he believes he would be assassinated.
That's good. And wasn't XAI meeting to consult with Israel like a month ago? That's real. I think I had showed that to you when we were hanging. And he's trying to consult them to make Israel, quote, like the AI superpower.
Yes,
I could pull that up too.
No, you are correct. Netanyahu talked about he had a personal meeting with Elon Musk to make Israel a AI superpower. It's just an AI superpower, I should say. It's just fascinating to me that as of this time, he's not commenting on that because, again, this is no slight at the lives being lost in Russia and Ukraine right now, which, again, is a disgrace that's still going on. But, like, this is a way bigger deal, potentially, in Iran. If it somehow de-escalates, and I will give credit to parties involved, if it does, I would be very happy if that is what happens here, then we can avert some issues. But we're talking some civilizational things here. So to round out the point about Franz Ferdinand, if you've ever seen that meme, and I know Elon's used this meme of the dude standing in front of the domino.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can find that picture, Dave.
I'll find it, yeah.
And you just see all the stacks behind him, and it's like when you're about to push something, the whole butterfly effect's going to fucking blow up and explode.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Deep's got it right here. where the guy's about to push it over. So everyone sees that. That's Epstein. That was Franz Ferdinand. But that's Epstein.
Yeah.
You want to go back to the revolution and see the build up to that? The World War I before the revolution looked no farther than the French-Indian War. French and Indian War. Everything happens in these patterns. That's why the fourth turning is so effective. But I had never thought of Epstein in the context of the fourth turning, and now I can't fucking unsee it. So keep your eye on that. And again, I'm hoping to see us avert the final coming of a crisis that we're talking about. When you have, by the way, when you have people talking about biblical war, and I'll talk about this more later.
Oh yeah.
That scares the shit out of me.
Me too, brother.
All right. This is where I want everyone to practice their organized religion freely. And again, most people use that for a great thing and get inner peace. And I think that's awesome. But when war decisions, as they unfortunately have always been made, are being made on the basis of betting that you're right about the afterlife, which if there's one thing we all have fucking in common besides the fact that we're going to die, it's that we don't know what happens when we do. But you're going to bet on that with people's lives here on this earth. Fuck that and fuck you. Now, Deef, now that we got that out of the way, my favorite, and I say this seriously, my favorite performer of all time came out of retirement involuntarily this past week. And that is not an endorsement of this person as a person. In fact, if there is a hell, he's on a one-way trip there. But I am telling you, there is no greater show on earth than William Jefferson Clinton.
Yep.
Because this is a man who, even with his shaking, I don't know, pre-Parkinson's old man fucking charm that he still has on, he says things in a way and in a delivery and in a physical act to the point that, yes, we know it's a complete lie. It's a verifiable lie. But you believe that he believes it.
Yeah.
And God damn it, he does. So first of all, I do actually have to say this because last week there was something I didn't know. And I said it, and we're always going to be fair. I'm going to correct the record because Hillary actually pointed this out because both Hillary and Bill were deposed this week by the House GOP at their home in Chappaqua to go through their ties to Jeffrey Epstein. But I had said it was very disappointing to me that elites like Wexner and the Clintons were getting to do their depositions on their turf. Now, I still haven't checked out the Wexner thing and the backstory there, but I can speak on the Clintons. The Clintons wanted to do this in D.C. And it was actually James Comer from the Republican Party who said, no, you're going to do it behind closed doors in Chappaqua at your house. And so Hillary complained about that immediately after the deposition publicly. And I actually was like, you know what? Yeah, she's right. I would have rather seen this done in D.C. just like everyone else too. But that was a decision of the opposing party. I don't know why. They should have to face the music just like Pam Bondi did, just like all these people do and should. Obviously, they're looking to call Bill Gates and all these different people now, Sarah Kellen, like before the committee over, I guess, like April, May, and June. We're hearing that, I guess, like more to come on the confirmations. But like they're going to go in front of the public right now as it stands. These guys should go in front of them too. But it was apparently not the Clintons' decision for once. There was also, by the way, before I get into some of the videos to break this down, Steve, there was a story in The Atlantic that gave a behind the scenes. And, you know, I read everything. Obviously, there is left and right bias depending on any publication you're reading. And there's so much information floating around about this case that anything you do have to take with a grain of salt where it's not proven by a fucking EFA and a bunch of numbers document in justice.gov. Okay, so let's just say it out front. But this article looked into the backstory of how this came to be, like this story going public and going through Congress via Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna. And I've said it multiple times now, you know, because obviously the Trump administration is in power. Trump is involved with the story because he knew Jeffrey Epstein and the cover-up's been gross. But, you know, once again, give the Democrats zero credit here. All of their administrations have covered this up, starting with the Clintons, who were fucking a part of it. All of their congressmen and senators have covered this up for years. This story actually, again, from The Atlantic, which is more of a left-leaning outlet, reported literally what their calculation was behind the scenes. Ro Khanna was being told not to do it by people because he would appear as a conspiracy theorist. And to his credit, he was like, fuck that. It's not a conspiracy. It's real. This guy existed. He raped a lot of kids and no one's answered for it. They got to answer for it. So credit to him. Obviously, Thomas Massie did the same thing, and they cover that in this story. Thomas Massie coming from the right side. But when it talked about, like, it was showing all the resistance Massie got in the Republican Party, which was really gross, but we've already kind of outlined that, so I don't need to go into that again. When it talked about the Democrats, though, all the older Democrats were against doing anything about it and wrote it off as conspiracy crap, which, very cold take, guys. The younger Democrats, who are less connected to Clinton, in fact, not connected at all, only got on board when they saw that internal polling showed that it would be a popular thing to do, which is just such a fucking, you know, that's what they reported in the piece. If that's not such a fucking indictment on Washington, D.C., that's why when you see guys like Ted Lieu, who lies like a mattress every time he opens his fucking whore mouth, when you see a guy like that getting W's here because he gets to read from a document that already has the answer for him and it's politically expedient for him to do so, fuck him. You know, I'll look at the information because unfortunately sometimes he's reading the information. Sometimes it's actually real. But like, see, we're not giving these people credit. You don't get to cover things up for 3 decades, 4 decades, whatever it's been, and then be like, oh, well, now, you know, now we're doing it. No, it's just expedient politically now for you to do it. And I just found that story, again, if true, it's from a lot of reports from sources on the inside. So I encourage you guys to go read it yourself and make your own conclusions. But I found that story particularly stomach turning and just another example of why when I have to drive anywhere within the area code of Washington, D.C., I make sure the navigator takes me on the roads that go around it. Fucking hate that place. No disrespect to the people that live there.
Yeah.
I'm sure
right.
sure you like it.
It's all right.
You won't find me there very much. Okay? I think I've been there like twice in my life. That's 2 times too many.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's
DC, you're not.
Don't do that, Deef. You know you hate it.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I've only been there once or twice. It ain't nothing special. You're not missing much.
Okay. Can you pull up the first video? We need no sound.
This is a good video.
And make it full screen. This is just all time. Which, stuff. By the way, put it full screen and keep it on pause. We gotta
look at the first frame.
Yeah, we gotta look at the optics here. So real quick, before I go into this video, you see the woman to the right there?
We know her.
You know what her name is?
Cheryl.
Cheryl Mills. Cheryl Mills was basically like Hillary Clinton's chief of staff when she was Secretary of State. She was Bill Clinton's attorney back in the impeachment days. She'd been around them forever. Let's X out of the full screen for a second. We're going to hold that for a second. I know you're fucking ready to roll. But, you know, you would think, you would just think, you would even give the Clintons like this grace of credit that like they would think about this ahead of time. If you're going to go do subpoenaed testimony on your relationship with Jeffrey Epstein that includes 25 to 27 flights, a lot of hot tubs, places around the world, women in pictures with you, including some who are underage, and 17, 18 known trips into your White House through the back door. Not a good look. By the way, they helped fund the Clinton Initiative. We'll get to that in a minute. If you're going to do that and put on your performance, if you will, do you know how many great qualified lawyers someone like the Clintons could not only afford to hire because they're worth hundreds of millions of dollars, but they are connected to hire? You and I both know it's unlimited, okay? Yet they pick Cheryl Mills, who of all people, in addition to being at the middle of the fucking email scandal with Hillary, in addition to being at the middle of the Benghazi scandal with Hillary, in addition to being in the middle of the impeachment scandal, which involved a fucking blowjob in the Oval Office with a woman who was very, very young, more on that later, you know, you would think that alone would be enough to be like, you know, maybe we'll get someone else besides Cheryl to sit next to us on this camera. But it's worse than that. You got the email, Deef?
Yeah, I'm pulling it.
Cheryl Mills, I sent it to you in text. Okay. Cheryl Mills is in the Epstein files. Like, you literally can't make this shit up. She is in the Epstein files talking with her girl, Ghislaine Maxwell, and going back and forth. The other one, Steve, to actually show the emails. There were 3 I sent you. But she's going back and forth with Ghislaine Maxwell, who is at the very middle of the testimony they're doing. He has that up on the screen right now. So what is the first one? To Cheryl Mills from GMAX. Hey, I'm currently in my bikini in Palm Beach. I'm trying not to make you jealous or anything. Carol is great. Actually, she may be gone for too long as she may come to work well if my deal goes through. I'm not done. Surprising that you shared it. So happy birthday, darling. I'll have to do a bit of thinking. That's from Cheryl, right? Mm-hmm. Hate for you being in Palm Beach. If it weren't your birthday, I'll catch you. I'll call you what you really are for being there. I don't even know what that means. But basically, they're going back and forth as friends. So you would think the Clintons would be like, you know, Cheryl, set this one out. We'll just hire any other fucking attorney from New York City. And then Cheryl Mills, here's another email Deef just pulled up. Cheryl Mills, subject, you are unbelievable, to what appears to be Ghislaine Maxwell. Actually, I don't want to say that because this one's redacted. This is a separate email. But it is to someone redacted, which is interesting. But Cheryl Mills says, only you can take a picture that makes me look good. Thank you. I love you. XO. Not ideal. Not ideal to have her in there for sure. But let's go back to the video I blue ballsed everyone with, Deef. This is William Jefferson Clinton with his old man charm being handed pictures with Jeffrey Epstein from over the years. And I love how, like, now because he's older and has like a lot of health problems, especially his mouth. So he's just like
got the old man glasses.
He's got the
glasses.
Yep. But play this. I tweeted this out the other night. And then a lot of people were tweeting it out. A little plagiarism going on there. But she tries to take it away from him and goes, don't look at this, Bill. And he's like, nah, give it back. Give it back. Motherfucker is reminiscing on the good old days. He is looking at this going, oh my God, that was a great time out in Bahrain. I remember Jeffrey and me, we were getting after it. Wow, look at that. And he crosses his arms. Just like, what a memory. That's good right there, Deef. So, like, I will say this about Bill Clinton. If there's one person who has ever given absolutely zero fucks besides Donald J. Trump, it's Bill Clinton. These are two guys in that respect, two peas in a pod. But Bill Clinton also said something really interesting about his relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell that is tying right into the supra-government idea. It is the second link there. You know what one I'm talking about, Deef. Let's pull that up and allow President Clinton to do the talking on it. Full screener. Boom. Boom.
Was her friend, not Epstein's friend. Is that accurate?
I'd say that it was accurate to say that I felt closer to her than to him.
To Ghislaine.
And for the record, why was that?
Because I had seen her more, and because she was very good friends with Evelyn Rothschild and his wife Lynn, whom I knew and was in regular touch with.
She stated that President Clinton was her.
So there's also that pause at the end where he stares him down, whom I knew and was in regular touch with. Former United States president who also presided over probably, like, to this point, economically, socially, culturally, regardless of whether he was the reason for this or not. That's not what I'm saying. But he presided over the 1990s, which I would say was probably the best time in American history to this point. Being in regular touch with Evelyn de Rothschild and saying it so openly, just as we saw Wexner say that so openly, just as we have seen them so openly hiring one fixer named Jeffrey Epstein to do their bidding around the world and tell people like Peter Thiel that he works for them, and he's correct in saying that. I'm referring to Jeffrey Epstein's email to Peter Thiel in 2016 where he specifically says that. It doesn't exactly help the tamp down the conspiracy theories, if you will, about bankers' wars and things like that. It's just very interesting to see a name of a prominent banking family that we know the history of, that people generally never fucking say out loud, people who operate in the shadows. It's very interesting to see it actually unforcibly, explicitly mentioned by such powerful people on camera left and right recently. Les Wexner did not have to bring them up in his deposition. He brought them up personally when they were asking him about why he hired Jeffrey Epstein. He mentioned that he spoke to, I forget which Rothschild it was. It might have been Evelyn, actually.
David?
No, it might have been Evelyn, but don't quote me on that, which is exactly who Clinton just said. That's pretty interesting. And he mentioned how, he said Ellie de Rothschild. So I think that's the same person, and he volunteered that information. Clinton just volunteered. He didn't have to say that, but he did. That's fascinating to me. Very fascinating to me. You see the like them, you know what, Deef?
Yeah. What do you think of that?
Let's take a look at this one, because he got caught on this one. Pause it, and let's get volume before we start it so we can get the full question. All right, volume's there, full screen, boom, go.
The witnesses who testified in the Epstein cases that Epstein said, you quote, like them young. Why would Epstein say that about you?
Are you asking his opinion?
Look at the mouth.
You're asking him to think about why Mr. Epstein would say something about him?
Why would Epstein say that about
So she's asking you to try to be in Mr. Epstein's mind and guess at what Mr. Epstein would have thought about.
Clinton likes them young, referring to girls.
First of all, that's not true.
What's not true?
That I have any interest in underage.
I didn't say underage. I said young.
But it's still not true.
Is an intern young?
Yes.
Okay.
At my age, anybody younger than I am.
Did you know Jeffrey Epstein instructed a witness to deny you were ever on his island?
He didn't have to, since I was never there.
Did you ever travel to Zorro Ranch?
Is that the one in New Mexico?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Have you ever flown on anyone
away.
else's private jet 26 times or more for overseas trips?
I have flown as many miles on other jets, but never with as many stops.
He knows the
How
miles.
many other people's planes have you used, like Epstein 26 times or miles, etc.?
I don't know. I did with Steve Bing, who's now deceased, and probably with 4 or 5 others.
Okay, so maybe about a half dozen billionaires total. So, how many dinners did you have with Ghislaine Maxwell or Jeffrey Epstein in attendance?
She's asking to the best of your recollection.
I have no idea.
Okay, did you
There
ever
were too
discuss
many.
sexual misconduct allegations made against you with Epstein or Maxwell?
Never.
Did Epstein or Maxwell ever offer to help manage or silence women who made sexual misconduct allegations against you?
No.
Did Epstein or Maxwell ever offer financial support directly or indirectly to legal defense funds related to impeachment proceedings or civil actions against you?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you think a young girl massaging a president is unusual?
So are you asking his opinion?
Well,
You're
he was
asking his
massaged by
opinion?
a young woman. I'm asking if he thinks it's unusual that a president, sitting president of the United States, leader of the free world, that
So
it's
I'm sorry,
unusual.
are you speaking to, are you talking to the instance of
Yes, is it unusual that
the
a
back
young woman would be
massage that
massaging-
occurred while he was not president? I'm just trying to understand. You said a president of the United States?
Former president.
Thank you. Just trying to make sure we're correcting the
Are you
time frame.
filibustering?
No, I don't need
Okay.
to. I'm actually trying to make
I
sure
think
that
I'm
as
pretty
you.
clear. He said he
You
was
said he was a sitting president.
Excuse me, could we just please go one at a time? Thank you.
You said a sitting president. I want you to be clear so that when he answers
Former
you,
sitting
the
president. How
record
do
is
you want
clear.
to do it? Is it unusual?
I have no idea if it's unusual.
Objection calls for speculation.
I figured. Did you ever think that all these women around Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell was odd, unusual, weird, or creepy?
There weren't all that many around when I was there.
How many would you say is not all that many?
I think on this big plane that was working long hours, having 2 to 4 people on there, I thought was, as far as I knew, they were all helping.
Flight attendants in tank tops and jeans, right?
No.
Do you believe you were a victim of a Jeffrey Epstein intel operation? Do you think that you might have
see
been
his forehead
caught up
change
in
there?
some of what he was maybe potentially doing?
Excuse me, Congressman, which question are you asking?
I'm asking
Intel
if the
operation?
First of all, I don't.
Some type of intel operation. I'm just curious because it's been speculated on today and yesterday
understand.
that he may have been an intel asset. Do you think, perhaps knowing what we know now, the proclivity of it all, that he may have been targeting you as part of an intel operation?
I doubt it.
In 2019,
right there. That's good.
you stated after.
That's you could see. So when he was asked the intel question there at the end, at the beginning of that low part, his whole forehead shifted when she asked him if he had been a target. And then when he said, "I doubt it," and again, I'm not a body language expert, but these are some pretty common ones spitting out. And I'd love to get some of the body language people on YouTube to break this down. But when he said, "I doubt it," right there, he squinted his eyes real tight. Now, at the beginning of that clip, when he's asked if he likes him young and then gets wrapped around the Lewinsky right away, which he should have seen that one coming. Old Bill would have seen that one coming, but older Bill doesn't. You could see the fucking nervousness setting in, and he was getting very uncomfortable. And then he locked the fuck in. And Cheryl came in, and he was answering things real confident with that little sly look up.
Came in like his auntie.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Guy like him, he can lie like a mattress and really get himself into a mind state where he's like, all right, I'm going to do it, but I'm going to believe it. And that's what it is.
Where do you think they did that in their house?
You know, I was wondering that. It's like
They got the
fucking,
microphones and everything.
It's got the grand dais there.
What do you think goes through his head as they're setting up production? Like as he's like in his robe having a coffee and they're setting the table and the lights and the audio. And he's just like, fuck, they're going to try and fry me in here.
Showtime. You look mighty fine.
Yeah, it makes a sly comment.
Interns.
Yeah. He's just a dog.
Man. And Dave, we got to play the Mark Middleton thing. So Mark Middleton is the White House aide who was directly connected to many of the visits of Jeffrey Epstein in the White House, who unalived himself by hanging himself. I'm not laughing at the fact that he's dead. I'm laughing at the circumstances. Believe it was, we're going to find out in the clip in a second, but hanging himself from a tree while simultaneously taking a shotgun to his chest, which, wow. I mean, what an acrobatic way to leave this earth, if I may say so myself. Let's play this right here, Deef. Because, like, man, oh, man.
Are you aware that Mr. Middleton committed suicide?
Yes, I
in
am.
2022. He was found dead at Hefner Ranch, approximately 30 miles from his home in Little Rock. He was discovered hanging from a tree by an extension cord around his neck with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the chest. So he was shot and hung.
He's like, yeah, he nods. Yes.
Do you have any information that leads you to suspect that he did something other than commit suicide?
No.
Okay.
Do you have any concerns that
he wanted to say
that
something
this
else.
was in relation to his knowledge or relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, given the date?
But the president has
Of the
already
suicide?
testified to the fact that he was unaware that Mr. Epstein was visiting the White House. So are you asking him then as to what he would have known?
I'm asking, when you heard about the death, knowing about the things that have been, at this point, it's all over the news, seeing that he has committed suicide. Have you ever had any conversations with people about whether or not that there's any relationship between the two?
Oh, no. No one's ever suggested it to me.
Okay. Thank you.
Go to Google, motherfucker. Yeah, that was, I mean, they really came with hardballs. And like we were listening to Nancy Mace earlier when she was questioning him, she didn't stutter once. I mean, I was very impressed with how on the ball a lot of the footage I heard was from the people interviewing him. And yeah, something like that should be brought up. People joke about the Clinton body count, but people die around them, and they die in very weird circumstances, including that one, I think, being the weirdest. Like, oh yeah, he hung himself with an extension cord and shot himself in the chest. Sure, that's logical. But there is another subplot that has happened over the past couple weeks with Bill Clinton that is completely inexplicable to me, and it's very suspicious, and it involves Donald Trump. Donald Trump and Bill Clinton, we know, were friends at one point. We know they're both dogs. You know, it's not illegal to be a dog, but it's certainly illegal to be a dog if it's around underage women. So that's
around puppies.
Yeah.
Understand? You could be a dog around some other dogs, but not around them puppies. Sorry. All right, let's bring it back, folks. Reel it back in.
Anyway, that was good though. It was pretty good. It was good. It was good. It's fun because like you gotta have fun in life, even when things are very, very bad. But it is what it is. That said, Donald Trump and Bill Clinton could not possibly be friends after Trump ran for president, because Trump decided immediately upon running in 2015 to turn his guns on Hillary and use those guns also, and I mean that figuratively, not literally, to go after Bill. I mean, when Trump was even late in the campaign, when he was caught with the grab 'em tape, his apology video 15 seconds in said, yeah, I apologize, it's so bad, but Bill Clinton raped people. He's horrible. And if you remember, that was a Friday night. A couple nights after that was a Sunday where it was the second presidential debate. This is October 2016. I think that debate was like October 9th. And Donald Trump, showman that he is, shocked the world by holding a press conference unannounced right before the debate, which was going to be in an intimate setting where he would be about 10 feet from Bill Clinton, sitting right there supporting his wife. Business partner, I should probably say. But, you know, Donald Trump held a press conference with all the women who had publicly accused Bill Clinton of rape in the past. And it was, I've never seen anything like that in my life. And then he goes in to the debate and he has to apologize at the beginning. This is the one where he's like standing behind Hillary, like staring down at her. And it gets to him and he's doing his like kind of half-ass apology. And then he goes, but Bill Clinton, and I think he even pointed, Bill Clinton raped women. And there's an image of Clinton. I don't know if we can pull it up, Dave, but Clinton-Trump debate eyes. There's an image of him staring back like death itself that Donald Trump accused him of that on international television in the biggest stakes debate in the world. And I said, yeah, that's it right there. Bill with his daughter. They were both sitting right there, and he's just staring at Trump like he just crossed a Rubicon that is beyond anything he had ever imagined. And I say that because you are never going to fucking be friends with someone like that under any circumstances ever for the rest of eternity, let alone your time here on Earth. I think we can all agree on that. Any friendship that may or may not have still existed, and it definitely didn't still exist at that point, is dead, gone, finished, you're done. And yet a very interesting subplot has happened here where out of nowhere, after over a decade of shredding the Clintons inside and out, Donald Trump went on camera 2 weeks ago in some interview with someone, I don't remember who, and he was asked about Bill Clinton, and he goes, you know, I still like Bill Clinton. I don't like everyone going after him. I'm paraphrasing right here, but he said, I still like Bill Clinton. Like, what the fuck? What do you mean you still like Bill Clinton? The guy you called a rapist on international TV and held a press conference with all the women that have accused him?
Spring, the unofficial new year for tool people. Celebrate spring savings at Harbor Freight.
What's the secret to peak health? Going micro with Noom. Micro habits, micro wins.
Like, no, you don't. I'm not even saying you're wrong about that either. But, like, you're not friends with him. So it's also interesting that when Bill and Hill Dog are ready to go down with the ship and take everyone with them, including Trump, that's where the Tim Dillon song comes in. Mm-hmm. We fed her to the shark. Right? That, you know what? World's ending, our world's ending, might as well tear it all down with us, including Donald. Like, that's our last act. You would think that he'd take the chance to do that. Defund the tape.
Oh, I hate this, but because I don't believe I should inject anything. But I do not want to leave the impression, but since there was no follow-up question, he never, the president,
Trump,
never, this is 20-something years ago, never said anything to me to make me think he was involved in anything improper with regard to Epstein either. He just didn't.
All right, right there.
That's the truth.
Wait, leave it.
As I said earlier, the only conversation I had with President Trump about this was in the early 2000s. And I have no information that he did anything wrong. I just want it all out there. I want everybody
it all out there. Look at him holding his arm, too.
See where we are.
Okay. He said the first part right there, especially the second part, I can't confirm this, but because that was from a later point, like it cut off halfway and went to a later point from the deposition. But the first one, he interjected that. It was voluntary. He was not asked about that. But he wanted to go on record and say he had no information that Donald Trump could have possibly been attached to Jeffrey Epstein based on what he knew. So you have two guys who have publicly had beef to the nth degree that makes Diddy and 50 Cent look like child's play. That's actually that's a bad way to put it, but you know what I mean. Sorry, it is. And now they're both going out of their way to say the other guy's all right. If you are not sketched out by that or suspicious of that, yeah, I don't know what's stuck in your eyes or your ears. Unclog them. That was the craziest thing that happened because of what Trump said a couple weeks ago. That dynamic is insane. Now, that's a lot of the highlights of Bill. There was another thing, like, I'm not going to get too deep into this, but it's confirmed on J-Mail through the Justice Department drops of the Epstein files. But like at one point, Epstein was trying to help Clinton, fix up his SEO online and get negative stories taken out about him, which, just shows you the closeness of the relationship. And also it's in the emails where Ghislaine Maxwell talks about how she helped found the Clinton Global Initiative, talking about it very flippantly. That's confirmed as well. And we also have the picture. Can we pull it up, Deef? It's right there under Hillary of Ghislaine at the Chelsea Clinton wedding, daughter of the Clintons. She's just leaning right over, looking at Bill, taking Chelsea down the aisle. And of course, as Hillary's going to put it, had no idea she was there. So she testified that she had like no relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell. I believe she called Ghislaine Maxwell a +1, and she wouldn't have known who the +1 is. And then Twitter investigators found out that she would have known who the +1 was at that wedding based on previous public comments, right? Deef, you saw that as well. I don't want to get too caught in like the fucking, cat fight with that, but very clear that that was a lie under oath. Wait, one more Bill Clinton thing. You see the one where it says, "Have you ever lied?"
Yeah.
This is a 9-second clip. Just pull this up. So Bill Clinton is asked the following on camera about whether or not he has ever lied under oath. We're in a deposition. Here we go.
First question I have for you, Mr. President. Have you ever lied in a deposition?
No.
Have you ever lied while under oath?
No.
Okay, so he was quite literally impeached for doing that. So that is perjury right there. But like that's what they do. They just lie. And so Hillary Clinton testifying that like she never knew Ghislaine Maxwell, also testifying that she never knew Jeffrey Epstein when Jeffrey Epstein is in the emails talking about her, talking about what she looks like in person and stuff, which she was actually flattered when she heard that part. I don't know if you saw that, Dave. She's like, I won't argue with that when he said I look better in person, which would imply he's fucking seen her a bunch in person. He is being invited to events that are in the emails that are money fundraisers for Hillary Clinton, and there are all kinds of reports, unverified at this point, that the Clintons spent a lot of time at Zorro Ranch, and you heard in an earlier video Bill Clinton explicitly deny. He was like, the one in New Mexico? Nope, never been there. Yeah. So again, we got this all on record now, and it's going to be interesting to see if evidence comes out that is directly against what they're saying, which would mean that they would be charged with perjury. And it's open to the American people because we have now all seen this, and you would think that'd be a pretty slam dunk case to be able to put through. But there's two clips of Hillary I want to go through real quick. Before I say that, Lauren Boebert took a picture of Hillary like secretly in the deposition, and Hillary flipped out about it on camera. I'm not going to play the clip because we're not going to have time to do that, but like Hillary had a right to flip out about that. Like she did it to send it to fucking Benny Johnson to get social media clout and whatever. And this was, the Republicans are the ones who asked for the private hearing. So like, it's just when politicians are trying to use their little spot for social media clout, like we're doing something wrong here. And you got to call that out. That was just fucking stupid. I mean, I appreciated getting the picture selfishly, but like, you're not helping the situation doing that. But there's a video where she's asked about Anthony Weiner in the last 50 seconds. Oh, yes. It's a long video. I particularly want to get to like 3. Yep, right there. Let's do it.
My list. That's okay. We're asking all sorts of things here.
You certainly are. You certainly are.
We're just trying to get the truth out to the American people.
Well, that would be
some clarity.
very helpful.
Are you aware of any files that were on Anthony Weiner's laptop in a folder that was titled insurance, life insurance, with a zip file titled frazzled?
Chairman's ruling.
This is
within the scope. Is this within the scope, Mr. Chairman?
If the chairman rules that it's not within the scope.
Mr. Chairman, based on what you said in the public hearing, is this within the scope?
We can go off the record for a moment.
Mr. Chairman, is this within the scope?
We'll go off the record and can talk.
Look at those eyes, bro. So no proof of anything there, but we have had many reports about the contents of Anthony Weiner's laptop. And obviously Anthony Weiner was married to Huma Abedin, who was and still is Hillary Clinton's right hand. She's now married to Alex Soros. That's not weird at all. And he's definitely not playing for her team either. It's just
oh man,
just saying. But that was, I mean, you see her whole body fucking contort, and she came up and got in it like she was ready to fight. And then those eyes before that off record could fucking kill. So it'll be interesting to see if that string gets pulled on more, because there have been some horrific reports about what's on there.
I love it.
So for your loved ones, cut back on the sugars and the fatty foods and get in 10,000 steps a day. There's people that love you. Do better, sir.
Do better, sir. So a lot of Zionists are crying about the use of these so-called cluster missiles, which apparently aren't cluster munitions. I mean, maybe there's a cluster aspect of it, I guess, but they're technically MIRV, multiple independent re-entry vehicles. I hope I got that acronym right. But Ryan Grimm says this newfound respect for international law from Eve Barlow, who spent the last 2 years demanding we sanction the ICG and the ICC for enforcing international law, is not very persuasive. Now she's crying that international law is being violated by the Iranians. But what's interesting about this is that technically they aren't, because Iran, as well as Israel, as well as the United States, did not sign this statute that forbid, I don't know if statute's the right legal term, but it's some resolution that outlawed the use of cluster munitions in times of war. America and Israel use cluster munitions with impunity. And this is the first time that they're finding out after the round stage. I love it.
So for your loved ones, cut back on the sugars and the fatty foods and get in 10,000 steps a day. There's people that love you. Do better, sir.
Do better, sir. So a lot of Zionists are crying about the use of these so-called cluster missiles, which apparently aren't cluster munitions. I mean, maybe there's a cluster aspect of it, I guess, but they're technically MIRV, multiple independent re-entry vehicles. I hope I got that acronym right. But Ryan Grimm says this newfound respect for international law from Eve Barlow, who spent the last 2 years demanding we sanction the ICG and the ICC for enforcing international law, is not very persuasive. Now she's crying that international law is being violated by the Iranians. But what's interesting about this is that technically they aren't, because Iran, as well as Israel, as well as the United States, did not sign this statute that forbid, I don't know if statute's the right legal term, but it's some resolution that outlawed the use of cluster munitions in times of war. America and Israel use cluster munitions with impunity. And this is the first time that they're finding out after the round stage. I love it.
So for your loved ones, cut back on the sugar.
Now, there's a lot of stuff that I have outlined that we're going to do next week instead, because there's one thing I want to hit before Iran, and talking about that is important, because as I said at the outset, they will do anything to distract from things like this. This affects everyone in government, bureaucracy. Everyone's a strong word. It affects many powerful people in government, bureaucracy, industry, and society at large, including the society of the supra-government that you don't see. And very conveniently, since the strikes in Iran that began late Friday night, early Saturday morning, we have seen the DOJ verifying deleted files. In fact, I believe, Deep, they confirmed I have a link right there where the DOJ confirmed it themselves. DOJ confirms 47,635 Epstein files have been removed per the Independent, and that is from March 4th, in the middle of all this Iran hysteria.
That's great. That's great.
And they're going to continue to do this, and they're already in violation of federal law for withholding the final 3 million documents, which include a lot between the years of 1999 and 2001. That's not weird at all.
Oh, well, we got some new ones.
Yeah, and then what'd they do? They're releasing 47,000 more withheld Jeffrey Epstein documents by the end of the week. Similar number, by the way. It's almost like they're trying to zero-sum game it.
Take and give.
Yeah, we'll take the ones we don't want out there, which, by the way, the public has probably screenshotted a lot of that, so too late, people. Just like they got Howard Lutnick, our friend, pictured on the island. They tried to get that one down, but J-Mail still had it. Can we Google Lutnick Island picture?
Oh,
God, I love this guy. God, I love this guy. You can't even make this stuff up. But this is what they're going to do. If we take our eye off the ball, this is what we're going to do. On this show, we are going to cover current events. We are going to go through it. That is the format that we're doing with the solo shows. And obviously, it happens sometimes with the guest shows. It's been happening more than usual recently because the world's so crazy, where we literally do a current event and cover it. And then I do a lot of podcasts that are stories and all different types of topics and having fun. Like, that's what it is. But we will continue to cover this story no matter what's going on, in addition to other things, because if we don't, that's what they want. So as we get information, we will do it, because they're going to continue to try to cover this up. And there is Howard on the fucking island. That does appear to be his sons next to him on the left. I'm going to guess the guy on the right, I don't know this, I don't know either of these things, but people out there maybe can verify, is perhaps the male from the other couple he mentioned in that famous, now infamous 2012 email to Jeffrey Epstein talking about visiting the island. And Twitter sleuths were able to pinpoint the fact that in this picture off camera, they are standing right next to the temple, the famous Epstein Island temple. And so the DOJ tried to take this down in the middle of all this Iran hysteria, by the way, like right in the build up to it. And luckily J-Mail existed and still had it, but they are going to continue to do this, just like the FBI opened a file on Epstein in 1991 and closed it in 1993. We found that out from the files, right conveniently when Bill Clinton got into office, by the way, and then never opened a case on him for another 12 years when he was finally investigated. They do all this right in front of you, and they're going to continue to do it if you accept it and allow it to happen. I will not, but I'm one fucking...
Remember what the Nazis tried to do to the Jews.
They are the last living witnesses. This
pebble on the water out here in YouTube. I can control what I can control, but that ain't much. It's going to require everyone else out there taking part in not letting something like this die, and continuing to report on the information as we get it, which comes out like a log flume every day. Even though we're still missing so many documents that they haven't released illegally. And even though many things are still redacted illegally, including stuff that is beyond what Ro Khanna was able to confirm publicly was redacted when he listed some of the names, like, we still have a treasure trove worth of information to piece together and put together with what we have been giving, and we have to continue to do that. So there are some people doing amazing, amazing work on Twitter, and I'm following a lot of it. I am going to be having Henry Abbott in here, by the way. Before I get to this next point, I want to say this. Henry Abbott is the guy that I've shouted out many times on the show for years, who is an NBA reporter who basically fell down a rabbit hole back in 2021 when he just wanted to investigate the links between Apollo Global, who had part of the ownership of like 2 or 3 different NBA franchises at the time, and their connections to Jeffrey Epstein. It turned into this 21-chapter odyssey on his blog True Hoop that effectively laid out the ties of Epstein going all the way back to the fucking Treaty of Versailles. And I've cited the work so many times over the years because it's incredible, but Henry finally actually heard it on the podcast with John Kiriakou and was really excited. So I finally got to talk with him. Great guy. He's going to be coming on, and we will discuss all that work and try to open up some loops so that you guys out there can work with the information that he's put together, because he also told me this. I hope he's okay with me saying this, but he's going back to the case. Look at some stuff. So
let's go.
Yeah, he just went right. The dude basically like hit a walk-off home run with the Epstein thing and then went back to reporting about the NBA.
He's just like cracking his fingers, like, shit,
And
we
now
got
he's like,
work to do.
Here we go.
Here we go again.
Here we go again. But
that's awesome.
That's going to be cool. I'm very much looking forward to it. But let's get to this Iran war. That is the word our president is using, and what's going on here, because once again, this is a prime example of many things being true at the same time. Now, you guys have heard me talk about how much I really do take it seriously to be as journalistically balanced as possible. We obviously represent all viewpoints in this studio. There's no greater example than literally having Roya Hakakian back-to-back with Ian Carroll in episodes 307 and 308. You got the very pro-Israel and very against Israel back-to-back. Like, that is how I do my show as best I can. I'm not perfect, but I do take that part seriously, and I will continue to do that. There is a picture, though, in my studio up there. If you can hit camera 5 for a second, Tief. I don't know if people can see it, but it's up. If you're looking at me on camera 5's off. Okay. Well, there's a picture up there behind me that was in my very first studio in my parents' house as well, that shows a picture of Walter Cronkite. And by the way, Walter Cronkite took a fucking drive-by hitting the Epstein files. There's a picture of him talking with Jeffrey Epstein, which was really sad. But he was old. There's no emails regarding him or anything like that. So we're gonna hope everything's okay there. That said, Walter Cronkite, for people who don't know, is the most famous newscaster to ever live. He is the man who famously delivered the glasses off remark with the broken voice, President Kennedy has died, and, you know, told the world that the president had been assassinated officially back in 1963. But there was actually something I learned about in history class, I think in high school. Might have been middle school, but it was definitely by high school, that always stuck with me about a very difficult decision that Cronkite made. And that was, as he was reporting on the Vietnam War, eventually he started going over to Vietnam, and he saw the war for what it was, a farce and a catastrophe with corruption and all kinds of problems and an unjust war. And the evidence mounted so significantly that it got to a point to where he said there's no case for the other side. It's gone. This is what it is. And I don't even think he got to the whole fact that the Gulf of Tonkin was a false flag. He didn't even know that, I'm pretty sure, at the time. But everything else, he could see what it was. And he made a very difficult decision that I think about a lot. And that is, as a man who had been purely the news, literally in just a great voice and delivery, deliver what had happened that day without any words or interjection of opinions. This is a man who was around for the dawn of news on TV when there were 2 or 3 fucking channels. He made a decision on his reports from Vietnam to begin actually, with evidence,
battleship sunk. Enemy battleship detected. Enemy submarine spotted. Attention, reporting the target position.
Clearly interjecting some sort of opinion, if you will, based on that evidence that the war was unjust and wrong. And he helped get that story to the American people, who already had a huge problem with the war, but to get it over the top eventually, such that the war finally ended. And I think about this a lot because he made a very difficult slippery slope decision that I believe was the right decision, but it opened the door for things like 20 plus years later, CNN and Fox and things that call themselves news, but are really just narrative driven bullshit. It allowed them to be born and hide behind the word news while having clear opinions that brainwash the American people in either direction. And so I've always thought about that a lot, and I knew at some point in my career there could be a moment, not as dramatic as fucking Walter Cronkite being on the ground in Vietnam. Let's not, have delusions of grandeur here, but there could be some moments where certain stories get to a point to where you have to say things based on evidence that are clearly reality, regardless of where that lands, and people are going to take it how they take it. And so I will refer to the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and the President of the United States, Donald Trump, in particularly the first two, though, explicitly. The third one, Donald Trump, a little more implicitly, but that's being nice. It was pretty much explicit, saying this week that the reason the United States attacked Iran is because Israel had told them, we are going in first to attack, fuck you, we're doing it, which was going to put a bullseye on United States bases and therefore our troops and our assets, and the United States therefore felt forced to attack. I say that because the evidence is clear, and it's always been clear, that this is Israel's war. This is not our own war. There is no good evidence to the contrary. Take people like Benjamin Netanyahu at their word. Benjamin Netanyahu has been bloodthirstily yearning for this. Direct quote on the yearning part. He didn't say bloodthirsty, but he said yearning. For over 40 years. He has wanted to invade Iran for over 40 years. You can run the tape of him saying Iran is a year or a week away from a nuclear bomb for the last 30 plus years. You can run the tape of him testifying in 2002 that says, you must attack Iraq and then you must attack Iran. They are developing nuclear weapons and they will be a threat to America and the world order moving forward. He's been saying this forever. And he told our president, fuck you, we're going. He told him that at the same time that our president and everyone, let's not single out Trump here, we've been listing off a bunch of people over the past several weeks, are facing the most existential crisis of the elite class in the history of probably America with these Epstein files, which implicate Israel. They certainly implicate the CIA as well, to be clear. But Jeffrey Epstein was working with Mossad, and he was working with them in a dominant capacity. I will say that. I still believe that in the evidence that he was most dominantly working with Mossad over CIA. It's very clear he was working with CIA. It's very clear that that may go back longer than I first thought, for sure. And we will continue to investigate all those loops. But this is a man who was born in America, rose up in a very weird version of the American dream, certainly had a lot of things suspiciously handed to him in this country, and worked against its interests with a foreign nation that claims at all times to be our greatest ally, that pays 93 of our 100 senators lobbying money to say those exact words, sends them over to fucking Israel to talk about how we need to protect our greatest ally at all fucking costs, and goes to primary people like Thomas Massie when they dare step out of line and say otherwise. They've done it again and again and again. Of course, I'm talking about AIPAC. There's also the Republican Jewish Coalition. And I say that because all of these organizations, unfortunately, give an awful name, an unfair name, to all Jewish people around the world. You have a radical section of them that I will refer to as like the Zionist Israeli government and their Zionist supporters around the world, which in some cases are Christians, in other cases are Jewish people, that then speak for the entire diaspora, which is completely unfair. And the madman campaign that they have led into this war is disgusting. Now, I said there's multiple thoughts to be held at the same time here, so we're going to hold them. I will not shed a tear over Ayatollah Khamenei being dead. This was an awful man. Iran is a nation of approximately 92 million people. They have lived under an iron fist for the last 47 years. They have been tortured, imprisoned, and killed by their government, which duped them into a revolution in 1979 with false promises that they changed on day one.
When I used to think about taxes, I would just cringe. I used to use a CPA.
And the IRGC is a horrible organization of people. And I have said it publicly a million times, and I will continue to say it. I strongly hope the Iranian people rise up and take them out of power. Now listen to how I said that. That's how I've always said it. Because the reality is the world is a very complicated place. And I feel things very viscerally, but there are dictators, there are tyrants, and there are innocent civilians who die. It is a horrible thing. That does not mean that foreign nations like us, the United States, are therefore in a position to make things better by going in and doing regime change. Gaddafi was a bad guy in Libya. Look what happened when we did that. Saddam Hussein was an awful guy in Iraq. I would argue ISIS was a lot worse. That's what came after. Regime changes cause chaos. They foment chaos. And in many ways, that's the point. That's what your intelligence operations do. That's what the CIA does. Let's not single out Mossad here. That's what CIA does. That's what Mossad does. At the very least, it's what factions of them do. And we are seeing it play out once again. And we are seeing it play out at the behest of a country that has wanted to use us, the Americans, on the front lines to fight their wars. And so I do hope the Iranian people overthrow their regime. And I hope it happens after we fucking pull our troops right the fuck out of there. As of the time of this recording, there are 6 confirmed deaths of American soldiers. You know how much I care about our military guys. You know how much reverence I treat them with when they come in here. I love these guys. And I will fully admit I take their opinions. I give their opinions way more leeway than anyone else because they've earned it. They've done something that I never did. They volunteered to go serve their country. Many of them, obviously, who are in here, fought on the front lines, lost friends. These are sacrifices that I have never understood and that I hold in the utmost highest regard.
Okay. Before I end the stream, let's see if there's any updates on X. What in the world is going on? Oh, okay, what's going on? So it says during a pro-Palestine demonstration test in Nice, France, a local resident attempted to stage an anti-Semitic assault and attribute it to the women participating in the protest. Yeah, that's kind of nuts. Oh, what is this? Our greatest ally. In Israel, a bill has been submitted to the Knesset that could criminalize public speech about Jesus Christ. The proposal was submitted by coalition lawmakers, whoever. Let's just hear what they say.
Netanyahu's coalition have introduced a
Conservative Christian leaders are calling on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to stop a bill proposed by members of his coalition to make it criminal to tell people about Jesus in Israel. Our Jerusalem correspondent Daniel Cohen is live near Tel Aviv with more. Good morning, Daniel.
Good morning, Allison. Good morning, everyone. A big story just before days before Palm Sunday, Good Friday, and Easter. Sacred time for Christians. Two ultra-Orthodox members of Prime Minister Netanyahu's coalition have introduced a bill that would punish believers for sharing the gospel of Jesus with prison time. United Torah Judaism Knesset members Moshe Gafni and Yaakov Asher introduced legislation last week making it illegal to share in conversation or produce content online, in print, or by mail. Their explanation of the bill emphasizes a warning to stop Christians in particular. The punishment, 1 year in prison or 2 years for sharing with someone under the age of 18. Joel Rosenberg is the host of the Rosenberg Report and editor-in-chief of All Israel News. He's also a Jewish follower of Jesus.
Obviously, Jewish people don't agree with Christians, evangelicals or others, about who Jesus is, right? We all know that there's a theological difference. But evangelical Christians and other Christians have been so supportive of Israel and the Jewish people. So to silence, to muzzle, and gag even Israelis like myself and others to say, you can't talk to another person about your faith and why you believe it, that is terrible. That is not freedom.
Although he doesn't agree theologically, Netanyahu has always been a strong friend of evangelicals, speaking at meetings and believing freedom of speech and freedom for Israel's small Christian community should be protected. Now, should this bill gain traction, it could spark a serious clash with the 60 million evangelicals in the United States and 600 million around the world. Gafni first introduced a ban on evangelism in 1999. It went nowhere. United Torah Judaism is in a stronger negotiating position now, though, since Netanyahu needs to keep the party in his coalition, or it could threaten Netanyahu's ability to remain in power. Allison, back to you.
Daniel Cohen, thank you so much.
Well, this clip here is certainly certainly viral on my timeline this morning. Oh no, it's Lindsey Graham. What did his dumbass
I'm
say
not
today?
looking for a fair fight. If we get in a fight, I want to win it. I want to win it quick. I'm in Miami. You see this hat? Free Cuba. Stay tuned. The liberation of Cuba is upon us. It's just a matter of time now. You see this hat?
Oh,
Make
mercy.
Iran great. President Trump said the only way to make Iran great is for the people to take over. We're marching through the world. We're cleaning out the bad guys. We're going to have relationships with new people that will make us prosperous and safe. I've never seen anybody like it. This is Ronald Reagan plus. Donald Trump is resetting the world in a way nobody could have dreamed of a year ago. He is the greatest commander-in-chief of all time.
Well, you could say that
Our
again.
military is the best of all time. Iran is going down, and Cuba is next. I'm not looking for a fair.
I don't know. I'm not even sure that Maria there believes him anymore, huh? Oh, that's rough. Why don't they start with just cleaning the scumbags like him out of America? It'd be a nice start just to get Lindsey Graham out of our political system. What does this say? Man, how do these people keep saying shit like this in public and getting away with it? A Jewish rabbi. We start the wars. We send Christians to fight them. Christians are our broom. Oh, I've seen. I actually think I saw a longer video of this, but
The origins of Christianity and how it wasn't an accident, but it was a gift, possibly a mistaken gift, that Yaakov Avinu gave Esav. You will live by the sword. You will serve your brother. This is what Yitzchak tells Esav. Yitzchak tells Esav, you'll live by the sword. You'll serve your brother. Literally, that means that, the Jews will have the shul, will have the house. And if you need someone to clean it, you call one of Esav's descendants to clean it. What is the meaning that Esav hated Yaakov because of the bracha? Again, we translate it literally. You will serve your brother. The word ta'avoid, serve, has another meaning as well. You will worship Hashem. What does avoida mean? Avoida means service, but avoida means worship also. And this is the prophecy of Yitzchak Avinu, that the Christian world will worship Klal Yisrael as their God. V'rav Yavoid Sawyer. And the older brother not will serve the younger brother. The older brother will worship the younger brother as their religion. That Shem predicted from the beginning of time that Esav will worship a Jew as their religion. That's the nevuah of Yitzchak Avinu. That's the nevuah of Shem. What an astounding nevuah. And if you want to know why Esav hates Yaakov, it's not because we're socialists, capitalists, Bundists, Yiddishists. The Esav hates Yaakov because they suffer from a lack of identity and self-confidence, and that they have to worship us. That's the root of anti-Semitism, says Ramosha David Vaughan. The origins of...
that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Oh, gracious. What does this say? This is why every attempt to improve the third world fails. You're dealing with people who would steal a road. I'm sure there's some context to this. Yeah, community knows. Okay. What? According to the op it was from, this isn't a case of death, but a political protest of alleged government corruption, cheaply laying asphalt without spending money for a proper base and pocketing the difference. Asphalt without a base would lead to potholes and cracks. Well, that's ridiculous. I mean, there was nothing there before, so, but okay. Whatever logic. How exactly does this make America great again, says James Fishback, who is running for Florida governor. But where is this?
نابود کرد نابود کرد این داره خودش میتونه دیگه یکی منبعهای نفت دارن.
Can you imagine, like, looking out your window and that's what you see? It does. It looks just totally apocalyptic. Megyn Kelly, for the love of God, this man should never be in Trump's orbit again. Yeah, I've been saying that about Lindsey Graham, but
You did not inject PP14 developed by my people, the Israelis at MIT with HIV in it, right? No. Because that's exactly what it is. This is a genocide by the Israelis. They're getting rid of all you Americans. You're all part of the land of Edom. They consider Donald Trump their Mashiach. I don't know if you know this. Do you know that they gave Donald Trump the silver crown of the Torah recently, which is to be put on the head of the Messiah? Do you know this? Who's that? 163 Orthodox rabbis. Oh, wow. Came together at Trump's golf course and handed him the silver crown. Do you know any of that? Nope. They gave him a menorah about 2 weeks ago, and on the bottom the inscription says the Prince of Peace, an utterance out of the prophet Isaiah for the Mashiach, the Messiah. Do you know that happened? So you guys have no idea that they, in Israel, the Knesset, and in the Sanhedrin have proclaimed Donald Trump the Messiah. Oh. You know none of this. They gave Trump the silver crown of the Torah. Got that? That's the silver crown of Jerusalem. This is to be given to the Messiah and the Messiah only. Let me see it again. And 163 Orthodox Jewish rabbis gave Donald Trump the silver crown of the Torah. I worked 4 years on Trump's campaign team. These guys are, this is the inscription which you can't read, head of Edom. They're going to kill you people off with this injection. You're considered Amalek, and they want all you people dead. My Instagram is Trump_played_you. Trump played you. My son's dying from this shot that Donald Trump brought out through a military operation, Warp Speed, March 27, 2020, approved by the DOD. Warn your fellow Americans. This whole thing, by this COVID agenda, is all dual citizenship Zionist Jews. I used to be a hardcore Zionist. They want all you people dead, and Trump is their Messiah. Make no mistake of it. He will return. Can I see the back of your shirt? All right. Go Trump! Go Trump! Yeah, Trump's gonna kill all you people.
well, that's crazy. So I guess that guy has been awake since 2020 at least. The only remaining Trump supporters. Oh my. Well, that picture, is that supposed to be all marked there? That must be an old picture. I mean, look, he looks like 30 years younger. He's not aging well. Oh, yes, this is the worst post ever. I've seen a whole lot of these. Run for president, Tucker. Choose Thomas Massey as your VP and you'll sweep the nation. Be what 2015 Trump promised to be. It would be nice if somebody did that. Yep. Now what?
To our steadfast partner, Israel, your mission is being executed with unmatched skill and iron determination. Fighting shoulder to shoulder with such a capable ally is a true force multiplier and a breath of fresh air. We salute your courage and your contribution. To our steadfast partner, Israel, your mission is being executed.
Well, that one's worth reposting. And yeah, it's only like the 10th time that somebody close to Trump or in Trump's cabinet has said something like that, you know? And to start it that way, to our steadfast partner Israel, your mission is being executed.
Your mission is being executed with unmatched skill and iron determination.
Oh, that's rough. Boomers are giving their money and the Jews are grabbing it. Okay.
You know, boomers are handing them money. I'd rather it go to Israel. Boomers are giving them their money and the Jews are grabbing it. And you're like, hey, wait a second. It's going to Israel. Give me the money. This is another Holocaust. How could you be selfish? And they snatch it up and say, this should be going to Israel. Let it go. Let it go. Give us the money. It's going to Jews. You know, boomers are handing them money. I'd rather it go to Israel. Boomers are giving them their money and the Jews are grabbing it.
That's nuts. What is this? The hazmat suit is a must. Not drinking anything in India.
We're in India right now. Look, that's India. We're in India right now. I'm about to test the water. Come on, it's at 0. What that say? 1,225. Yo, show the chart. Hey, look, come over here. Clear. 0. What that say? 1,144, bro. Not drinking nothing here. We're in India right now.
Oh, that's horrible conditions for the water.
Ma'am, come on, come on. Glasses going everywhere. Hey-oh. Glass. How you doing? Y'all get back. I know.
I know what's over there. He better not hit that lady with that baseball bat. I guarantee you that. That guy with that baseball bat.
Who said anything about hitting the woman with a baseball bat? That was crazy. But yeah, I'd seen that, but I didn't watch it. I didn't actually. I just scrolled past it before. So what is this? Israeli settlers find joy in abusing animals, especially if they're owned by Palestinians. Oh, more of these. That's just like vile. I don't understand the logic.
States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people?
In my opinion, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hickson? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
Still investigating.
But the only side that targets civilians is Iran. We think it was done by Iran.
Trump, this is a very clear and undeniable evidence of your genocidal attack on this girls' elementary school in the Minop city. Stop playing innocent and don't think people of the world are stupid. We as journalists and documentary filmmakers are here to document the evidence of your genocidal attacks here on this girls and boys elementary school in Minop city, so the whole world would see genocide you committed here.
Did the United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the
Well, we'll see how all that plays out, but it's not looking good for us. What does this say? I guess they did it again.
Saddam to Khomeini. Just switched it to Iran. They switched weapons of mass destruction to nukes. They switched Saddam to Khomeini. It's the exact same playbook. And because people like you still fall for it, they're going to do it again. Just switched it to Iran. They switched weapons of mass destruction.
It's hard to argue with that, I guess. What does this say? Universal health care would be too expensive. What is this? Extremely unconstitutional and illegal in America. Florida is far from being a free state like many claim it is. DeSantis actually went to Israel to sign anti-Semitism laws for Florida. Okay, I'm going to listen to this dude.
Florida is building a secret police under HB 945 that creates a counterintelligence unit to spy on, neutralize, and arrest you for views and opinions that go against the state and or the United States interests. Where is our biggest interest right now? Israel. This is a secret police for your posts online, your opinions about Israel, your opinions that go against the state. Where is our free speech? This is Bill HB 945. Look it up. This is real.
I believe him. What does this say? Protesters in the U.S. hang a large banner that reads, "War crimes will not hide sex crimes."
This is a short-term disruption for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain be for long-term gain.
We're going to have some short-term pain
with long-term gain. Short-term pay for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain, yes, but we've got some long-term gain. Short-term spike for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain for American consumers. We may have to deal with that in the short term.
Short-term and temporary.
Temporary, short-term pain.
It's going to suck in the short term.
Some short-term pain.
Short-term pain. We have to focus on the short term.
Short-term.
Short-term.
Short-term. Short-term and long-term.
Short-term left.
Hopefully this is a short-term pain.
Short-term is highly outweighed of the long-term benefit.
Some short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term sacrifice for a long-term gain.
This is a short-term disruption for the long-term gain.
That sounds familiar. It's just they're all regurgitating the same talking point, like they were picking on the Republicans for doing. I mean, on the Democrats for doing, but it's the same thing. So I guess that's what they've managed to do so far in reality, yeah. That's a pretty good explanation of what's happened, right? They took out the dad, wasn't he like 86, and replaced him with the son, just a young version of him.
Story about a couple from Minnesota, and they were experiencing a very cold and dreary winter, and so they decided, well, why don't we come down to Florida to experience some good weather? And they said, well, why don't we see if we can stay at the hotel where we honeymooned 20 years earlier? So they made the arrangements. The only little hiccup was the fact that they couldn't get on the same flight. And so they agreed that the husband was going to travel down to Florida on Thursday, and then on the next day, on Friday, the wife would follow. And so the husband arrives safely. He goes to the hotel, he checks in, and he decides to send his wife an email letting her know that he arrived safely. Well, he inadvertently made a very small mistake. He left out a letter in her email address. So this email went to somebody else. Now, the recipient of the email was a woman in Houston, Texas, who earlier that morning had buried her husband.
What?
Her husband was a minister. And in the evening, she said, well, let me check my email because I'm expecting that some friends and family who were not able to attend the funeral might be sending me some words of condolence and encouragement. Well, needless to say, when she opened up the first email, she fainted. And her son ran into the room to discover she was okay. But he looked at the computer screen, and this is the email that he found. To my loving wife, I've arrived. I know you're surprised to hear from me. They have computers here now, and you are allowed to send emails to your loved ones. I've just arrived and been checked in. I see that everything has been prepared for your arrival tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing you then. Hope your journey is as uneventful as mine was. P.S. It sure is hot down here.
Okay, that was a good one. What does it say? Given. There's no sound though. Oh.
Intelligence just leaked Israel's real casualties. 6 Israel generals dead, 32 Mossad agents dead, 198 Air Force officers dead, 462 soldiers dead, 11 nuclear scientists dead. Yo, Israel is getting obliterated by Iran. Russian intelligence just leaked Israel's real casualties. 6 Israel generals dead, 32 Mossad agents dead, 190.
Well, I don't see any community notes, so I'm going to assume there's some truth to this. I don't know.
What if your favorite celebrity was in the Epstein files? I highly doubt that Adolf Hitler. What if your favorite...
Oh.
I was right about all of this, about everything, and you were wrong. You gaslit me, you abused me, you mocked me, and you were wrong because you are stupid. Because you are a stupid goy. So submit your apology forms. Submit your apology forms now. I was right. I was right.
Our youth for World War III.
So what's the curriculum like here?
The main tenets we want to instill in our children are tolerance and inclusivity.
Right. The last thing we want is antiseptic noticers.
I pledge allegiance
to Israel, not the United States of America,
and to the Jews which are chosen.
We will fight their war, invade Iran, and be a good goy forever and ever. Shalom.
Okay, now pull out Anne's diary and turn to page 109.
While now is a super Israeli behavior. Let's find out what it is. So I have a tiny dog named Lily, and I like to take her on errands with me. When we went to my local Shukersal grocery store, they told me that if I wanted to go in with her, I had to hold her. So the next time I went to Shukersal, I looked for the person that told me this, and when I didn't see them, I did what I wanted and kept her on the ground. So what am I doing that's just so Israeli? It's called Shitat Matzliach, which translates to success method, meaning trying to do what you want until someone tells you otherwise. It comes from an old Israeli joke where a diner gets a bill at a restaurant and one of the items listed says Matzliach. So we asked the waiter, I didn't order Matzliach. And the waiter says, sometimes you succeed, sometimes you fail. In this case, I failed. So since I am also American and I've been stopped too many times, I found a new solution. If you're looking for more insights into Israeli life.
That's a globalist. Next up, 9/11, followed by famous fentanyl overdose deaths. Then we've got It's a Man Baby. Finally, we've got What a Fag. Notice F-A-G is in quotations there. Don, we'll start with you.
Let's try fag for $400, Alex.
Harry Sisson, an online content creator.
What is a massive fucking faggot?
That's it. Don, you've got the board.
Let's go fag for $600, Alex.
California Governor Gavin Newsom.
What is a total fag?
Oh, so close, but not quite there. Yes. Alex?
What is a raging faggot?
Raging indeed. Alex, go ahead and choose the next category.
Let's do famous fentanyl overdose deaths for 1,000.
Hey, that's not a real $20 bill. This random criminal became the face of a George Soros color revolution in 2020.
Who is St. Floyd?
I'm checking with the judges, and yes, St. Floyd or George Floyd both work here. Alex, next category, please.
Let's go with It's a Man Baby for 1,000.
Daily double. Alex, what would you like to wager on this one?
So let's make it a true daily double, Alex.
This former First Lady is built like a linebacker, and many have suggested she is actually a he.
Oh boy, who is Big Mike?
Big Mike or Michelle Obama. Absolute pythons for arms, and maybe one in her pants as well. Alex, you've got control. Go ahead.
Too much, too much.
Category.
The government has granted us a visa to come here and to report from the Islamic Republic of Iran.
And there you have it.
Wait, what is it? What does it say? Apparently the Israelis are threatening people who posted devastation in Tel Aviv with 5 years in jail. A striking contrast.
We just crossed the border and are now inside of Iran. The Iranian government has granted us a visa to come here and to report from the Islamic Republic of Iran.
And there you have it. The Iranians are saying to international news organizations
come in, have a look. We have nothing to hide. Meanwhile, the Israelis are saying to the same organizations, no, it's too dangerous for you. Too many jihadis. It's just not safe for you. How dumb do they think we are?
I'm guessing pretty dumb. What does it say? The message just went out. Oh, this is more of the short-term pain for long-term gain. It says Netanyahu and his wife's dirty clothes and bed sheets are washed and ironed in the White House. What? This is how low America's fallen. What are they talking about? That can't be real.
We are the slaves. We are the slaves. This goy slop. They look at us as goy, as lesser than. We are lesser than. We are the ones to do their dirty work, to clean up their garbage. Look at what Sarah Netanyahu does every time she comes to America. She brings trunk loads and suitcases of dirty laundry so the White House laundromat people can clean her dirty sheets and iron them. You think I'm making it up about the goy and what they think of us? That's what they think of all of us, 99%. And maybe if you're a millionaire and a billionaire and you're still a goy, like Epstein did business with the goys, it's all there. It's like in the Epstein files.
About getting rid of all the poor people.
Yeah,
in the file.
Yeah, I mean, we're nothing. We are there's a YouTube channel, I think his name is Ashmogoyan or Ashmogolian, who literally said yesterday, you know what? Killing everyone has always been a good choice. I think it makes sense. I think we should kill everyone.
You don't think that? They said
He said that. This guy, Ashmogolian, said he was really mentioning, he's pro-Israel. So he's basically saying, do it to the Iranians, do it to all the people that don't fall into line and manufacture consent, who completely follow the mainstream media narrative that Israel is the top, MEGA, make Israel great again, forget about everyone else. Germany's already doing it with Staatsräson. They don't have to do anything to Germany. Germany's already doing it. Staatsräson. Germany exists for Israel. It is doing its deeds. And we see the evidence yesterday, and we'll see the evidence in the next few weeks of what Germany will say. Because if Germany says we will stand with Israel and we will do whatever they tell us to do, I can say boom, boom, Berlin.
And you don't want that, of course.
Of course I don't want that. Of course I don't want that. Who wants to die? But at the end of the day, we have to talk about this. Germans think that they're not touched. They think they're not touched. We are all touched. I think about this. I dream about this. We are in this. If people think that their little houses and their little areas are going to be free from all of this, you don't think your children are affected by this? Just because 180 children are massacred and beheaded, and people, I saw the footage of mothers finding pieces of their children. Oh, it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, that is awful.
Hi. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, baby. Oh my goodness.
Hey, buddy. You want a hat?
Yeah.
Here you go.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna cry.
Give me some knuckles. Have a good night, buddy.
Oh, thank you.
That was cool.
They want to draft your kids to die in wars, and they will never fight themselves. You know, we'll stay around the country for 15 years, just bomb the hell out of everybody, make everybody miserable. Nobody knows why we're there, you know, the wars that never end. These endless wars that we've been in, I've gotten us out of so many. We don't want to get into wars. We're tired of fighting. I'm the only president in the last 84 years that didn't start a war. Under Trump, we will have no more wars. No more wars. No more wars. We will have prosperity and peace. We will have prosperity and we will have peace. Remember, I'm the president of peace. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. He's going to start a war. I said, no, no, no. My rhetoric is going to keep us out of wars, and that's what happened. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into.
That would have been nice. That would have been real nice. What is it? It says, this is what America is fighting for. Uh-oh.
And tonight, in our bomb shelter, we're organizing a gay sex party. He found a bomb shelter with air conditioning. Very breathable, very comfortable. The Iron Dome will protect us, enjoying the power of raw, strong Israeli manpower. And tonight, in our bomb shelter, we're organizing.
Have mercy. It says power gays of Tel Aviv are ready. Yeah, okay. What is this? I will not defend the do-nothing Republicans or the know-nothing Democrats. Congress has a record low approval rating for a reason. Well, this is on CNN. This is James Fishback.
I am not going to be a defender of the do-nothing Republicans or the know-nothing Democrats. Congress has a record low approval rating for a reason. Americans at home are doing all the right things. They're working harder than ever, and they can't get by. I am not going to be a defender of the
Israel, no here, no here, no here. Hey. You quiet, you quiet. You fucking Israel. No. This is my country. I lovely Poland. Why you come in this Poland? Why? Why?
My country.
No. You, this is Poland. Come back, Israel. No here. No here. Hey. You quiet. You fucking Israel. No. This is my country. I lovely Poland. Why you come in this Poland? Why? Why?
My country.
No. You, this is Poland. Come back, Israel.
Dumbass.
Better than Kamala Harris.
I guess.
She would have done the same thing with Israel. All these presidents have to put their back out for Israel.
No, I'm telling you, Aiden, they was putting that on her. She's a black woman. She was going to be
Obama was black, and he sucked Israel's dick too.
Listen, bro. All I'm saying is, bro, Trump is fucking the economy right now. You had a big ass influence on a lot of niggas, a lot of young niggas that was able to go vote.
Guys,
18-year-olds that just turned 18,
guys,
drinking cut waters the day before the fucking election, and then they went and voted.
Every politician has sucked Israel dry. They've all bombed the Middle East. They've all done it. Go look. Biden did the same thing. Obama did the same thing. Trump did the same thing. You guys are puppets for thinking these politicians don't actually work together and suck Israel. That's the truth.
Who'd you vote for?
I voted for Trump.
Dumbass.
Better than Kamala Harris.
You know, that's we all knew that Aiden voted for Trump, but it's just ironic. What does this say? Benjamin Netanyahu's brother, Ido Netanyahu, lost his life after Iranian missile strikes on Netanyahu's family home. Apparently, the Iranians now have this family. Wait a minute. Is this true? Hey, Glock, is this true? Says there's no reliable sources. What do you think they would tell us? I don't think they would. What is this? Jewish man calls Palestinian women a racist barbarian for saying who she is. Oh, woman. A racist barbarian for saying who she is. Where's the outrage?
Free Palestine.
Yeah. See?
Free Palestine.
You knew I'm Jewish, and therefore you went Free Palestine. You found a new pretense.
What?
To hate
Free Palestine?
Jews.
That does nothing
you
to do
found
with hating
only
Jews.
because you saw me because I'm Jewish. Absolutely.
I said
you saw,
Free Palestine.
You only
I say Free
yelled
Palestine
Free
every day.
Palestine
I'm
because
Palestinian.
I'm Jewish.
No.
Yes,
I'm
you're
Palestinian.
a racist barbarian. That's what you are.
If you think that, you're the racist,
Do you
not
understand?
me.
No, excuse
Get out of my
me.
face.
Where's that name?
Get out of my face.
Greco-Roman colonialism.
What does Free Palestine mean?
Free
Anyway.
Palestine means Greco-Roman colonialism. We should get rid of the Jews.
No, that's
the
not what
only
it means.
freedom the Middle
It means
East.
free from Israeli occupation. That's what it means.
Country
It means freedom from occupation of
you
Israel.
You found a new reason to hate Jews for being Jews.
I don't hate Jews.
While claiming,
She's a Jew.
Exactly.
She's a Jew.
That's
She's a
right.
Jew.
The Germans also
She's
think
a Jew.
we don't hate the Jews
right,
for
and
the
Nazis
religion.
also use
we just hate them.
Nazis also use this
You are
propaganda.
You are
Nazis
the Nazi
also
propagandist.
no.
You found
you
a
are
new
doing the
you
same
yelled
thing if you support Israel.
I'm Jewish.
No.
You didn't target
No.
me because you know anything about my policies.
You're sick.
You targeted
You're
me
sick.
because of this.
She's Jewish
you went
herself.
After me as
She's
a
Jewish.
Racist.
She's
Yes,
Jewish.
he is a racist, anti-Jewish racist.
That's your
exactly
propaganda
who
all the
he is.
time?
What do you think?
You're
Medusa over here. I know exactly who
You
she
are
is.
sick.
No,
Israel
you are
is a racist ethno-state.
You are a racist. Yeah, exactly.
They've been killing, they've been
Jews
genociding
ethnically
people for
cleansed
2
from
years
Jordan.
now.
Do you know there are more Arabs?
Do you know what genocide
there are more
is?
Arabs in the
Even the
Knesset.
UN.
Yes, and you know
even
what?
The UN
that
and
means you
human
believe
rights.
Jewish lives have no value. You just declare, you just said it. In order to accuse Israel of genocide in Gaza, you have to believe that rescuing the hostages wasn't
all the
a
hostages
legitimate
are gone
goal.
now.
Yeah,
all the
have to be a
hostages
racist.
are rescued now.
Yeah,
and they're
there's no
still
fighting.
killing people.
There's no
You're
fight.
still killing
You know,
people.
When Hamas shoots at Israel,
Stop
Israel
using
shoots
this
back.
excuse.
Stop.
Go get an education.
Hamas is
Stop
genociding
using
their
this
charter.
excuse.
You're a
Stop.
racist
So the whole
barbarian.
world is
You're a
racist.
genocidal
The whole
racist.
world is racist.
Guess what? There's 100 times more
The
anti-Semites
UN
in
is
the world
racist.
than there are Jews.
The UN is
And
racist.
You yelled
You are
free
sick.
Palestine at
You,
me
the
because
UN,
I'm Jewish.
the UN is
You
racist.
started this
The UN
argument
said it's a
because I am a
genocide.
Jew.
The UN
You
said
started
it's a
this because
genocide.
I'm a Jew.
That's the only thing you
started
can
this
say because
the
you
only
want
thing
people to
that's
feel
relevant.
sorry for you to use your religion.
hate. I
Judaism
didn't say
and
anything about my
Zionism
religion.
are
I
two
said
different things, buddy.
nothing. I said nothing.
Judaism
you
and
yelled
Zionism.
At me because I'm a Jew.
I didn't yell at you.
You are
I
a
said
racist
free
barbarian,
Palestine.
and
If free
you're not gonna
Palestine
get an
offends
apology
you,
from me.
it's
You're
because you're a
disgusting
racist.
Human
You are
being.
a racist.
Yeah,
you are a racist.
Good.
Yes.
Put this up on YouTube.
I will put it
Disgusting
everywhere.
person you are.
Get an education. Stop being a racist. Stop being a baby killer.
Free Palestine.
Again and again and again from the river to the sea. Free Palestine.
Yeah. See?
It's crazy how that always
Free
plays
Palestine.
out. Crazy how that always plays out that way, though, huh? What is this?
Systematic and historical reason for why they're in that position.
They don't care. All they want to do is be ghetto.
No.
Yes, there's some that don't, and there's good people.
No.
Most of them just want to suck off the system or do something bad like drugs or gangs. And that's all they
They
care
have
about.
been oppressed. They have not been given the
They
same
get the
opportunities
chances.
you have
Yes,
had.
they do, and there's plenty of black people.
No, they don't, Dad.
There's plenty of money.
And you not recognizing that as an issue is the reason why it's still continuing today.
I see them all over. There's all kinds of successful people that are of color. It doesn't matter what color, brown, white.
But it's a lot
orange,
harder for
yellow.
them to get to that
It
position.
doesn't matter. When they do, they're fine. But there's always filthy animals. And that's
You're calling people of color.
The daughter doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. Nope. The daughter doesn't know what the fuck she is talking about. Sadly. The dad, on the other hand, is correct. Truth hurts. The dad is correct. See, many so-called black Americans are involved with gang activity. Many so-called black Americans do want to suck on the system. That's their plan. Their plan is to have a lifestyle on welfare. Section 8, food stamps, free health care. This is their plan. Not all black Americans are like this. Of course not. But many, I'll say a good 75% of the population of so-called black Americans in America are like this. Very lazy, horrible people, Poor behavior, nigger activity, basically. It is what it is. The daughter needs to shut up and listen to her father. He knows what he's talking about.
Well, it wasn't where I was expecting that one to go. What does it say? So it's confirmed Palestine wasn't the promised land. Israel right now, people are running away from their homes. It says this video shows people collect. Oh, okay, so I guess that's not true then. What? What?
Asa pointe ka sa ona pela je. Ay! 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 Asa pointe ka sa ona pela je. Ay! Ay! Ay!
Wait, that's not real, right? Because isn't that, what's his name? Julian, what's his name? The guy from South Africa. That can't be. Let me watch this again.
Asa pointe ka sa ona pela je. Ay! Ay! Ay!
No way. There's no way. Okay. So it's not community noted yet. I'll have to look back at that one later.
Why don't I have an idea? Why don't we just like airdrop Lindsey Graham in the middle of Iran right now? Or Lebanon. Why doesn't he fight Hezbollah himself? I'd love to see it.
Yeah, right. As if. I mean, who thinks that's going to happen? Let's see. Wouldn't that be nice, though? That would be very nice.
And Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to stop a bill proposed by members of his coalition to make it criminal to tell people about Jesus in Israel. Our Jerusalem correspondent Daniel Cohen is live near Tel Aviv with more. Good morning, Daniel.
Good morning, Allison. Good morning, everyone.
So it says this video is from 2023. I don't really care when it's from, you know. So I just wonder, I'm going to have to go over to YouTube. I have to go over to YouTube just because I want to see, what is this? They were killed by America because their fathers were IRGC. This is Jewish barbarians, and Christians don't kill children because of who their parents are. New footage shows the moment when American Tomahawk cruise missiles hit the girls' elementary school. Ooh. Oh, Lord. Oh. Oh, that's awful. $100%. I get tired of people. Are they asking that question just for engagement? Because, yes, obviously, the majority. You've been drafted. Oh, no. What is this? He looks like a real pervert to me.
The Bible proves that the Jewish people are the most unique people on the face of the earth. They are a chosen people. They are a covenant people. They are a cherished people. They are the apple of God's eye. The unchallengeable fact of the Bible is that Israel and the Jewish people are unique. Listen, Israel did not choose this uniqueness. God chose it for them. Listen to David's prayer in 1 Chronicles 17:20. It's one of the most powerful words in the scripture. O Lord, there is none like you, nor is there any God beside you. And who is like your people Israel? Listen, the one nation on the earth whom God went to redeem for himself as a people. Chosen and still cherished. Deuteronomy 7:6, for you, Israel, are a chosen people, a holy people to the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you to be a people for himself. Listen to this next sentence. A special treasure above all the people on the face of the earth. That includes the United States of America.
You know, unfortunately, that's true. It says they brought Trump to power, and Trump has cynically betrayed them. It's not just them. I mean, that's, of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker. Where's everybody else? There's a line of them now, right? What is this? Whoa. This is Lebanon? So that was a post by Thomas Massey back in 2024. Yeah, October 2024. Was this Jim Crow? Oh.
Let's admit the truth. Everywhere people go, they're asked for a social security card. In fact, one way to prove you're a bona fide person who can have a job is to ask for a driver's license and a social security card. This is an anti-fraud amendment. Over where we go, people say, well, why can't you stop illegal immigrants or others from coming here? And the number one answer we give our constituents is when they come here, they can get jobs, get benefits against the law because of fraud.
What they are proposing in this so-called SAVE Act is like Jim Crow 2.0.
Let's admit the truth. Everywhere people go, they're asked for a social security card. In fact, one way to prove you're a bona fide person who can have a job is to ask for a driver's license and a social security card. This is an anti-fraud amendment. Over where we go, people say, well, why can't you stop illegal immigrants?
Isn't it amazing how much Chuck Schumer has changed? That's just bizarre. Totally bizarre. What is? Oh yeah, I love these. Gotta watch it. Totally off.
Urgent message from police. They're looking for a missing dad.
The girl only had a drawing of her father. She didn't have a photo, just this drawing of her father.
I have an update from police.
Officers have now located the father just minutes ago.
Those are always pretty good, usually anyway.
Tyler, why is the tree jar empty?
He asked.
He asked? How many did you give him?
He didn't say stop.
Tyler, why is the tree jar empty?
Of course we know Jeffrey Epstein is alive. He was our biggest asset on getting blackmail on America. We wasn't about to let bro die. I'm a Zionist. Of course all the US presidents work for us. And the ones that felt like they were too good for us, we offed them. I'm a Zionist. Of course we worship Baal. Why do you think we got the US to bomb Iran? They burned a statue of our God. I'm a Zionist. Of course we sacrifice children. Baal requires innocent bloodshed to give us what we want. Money and power. I'm a Zionist. Of course Epstein Island was just one of our operations. We're still doing this stuff. And no one's gonna do anything about it. I'm a Zionist. Of course I'm racist. I'm a Zionist. Of course we start global pandemics to create widespread panic. That's to instill more government control. I'm a Zionist. Of course I'm bringing the mark of the beast. I'm a Zionist. Of course the 200 fallen angels are real. That's who's really in charge. I'm a Zionist. Of course we have blackmail on Donald Trump. Why do you think we can always tell his bitch ass what to do? I'm a Zionist. Of course we control the media. Our whole purpose is to get everyone to believe that 10% of the world's opinions is 90% of the world's opinions. I'm a Zionist. Of course we know Jeffrey Epstein is alive. He was our biggest asset on getting blackmail.
Well, all that sounds about par. What?
Hello, how are you?
Hey, we can't be doing this, all right?
This is public streets. I go everywhere around the world with it. It's allowed on a public street.
Not
This
that
is
loud.
public.
Not
This is
that
not
loud.
private.
Not
You
that
can't
loud.
tell me it because I have freedom of speech. Oh, not that loud? You got the clubs blasting music and you're worried about this?
Yes,
You guys are kidding me.
Because you're drowning out what's in the club.
Driving
They have
out.
a permit.
Yeah, this is, listen, you guys can't fool me, okay? I do
I
this,
know,
I've been doing this for
listen.
4 years.
I'm just
This is
asking.
public street.
I'm asking.
I got freedom of speech, my friend.
Yes.
So I'm not gonna leave. I'm not gonna turn it down. It's super loud. They barely can hear me because of all this stuff going on. I'm just gonna move. I'm almost done, honestly.
fine.
It's like really dead out here anyway.
Okay.
So yeah, but you can't tell me I can't be here because I know my
didn't-
rights.
I didn't tell
I
you
know,
you
I know,
can't.
I know, I know.
All right.
But you can't tell me to turn it down either because that's yeah. But it's okay. Listen, I'm almost done. All right. All right. Can I pray for you?
Absolutely.
Come on. See? Come on. Thank you. What's your name?
Shane.
Huh?
Shane.
Shane. I'm gonna just pray over you, okay? Can I pray for you too? Can I pray for you too? No? Okay. Shane, I thank you, Jesus, for Shane, God. I thank you for his life. I thank you for this job because it is a ministry, God, and he is helping so many people. I just pray, God, that you just give him eyes in the back of his head, everywhere. Surround him with your angels. Protect him, God. Go before him. Watch over him. I thank you for his life, God. I thank you that he does know you, Jesus. And I just pray, Father, that you just minister to him and give him power and strength in these last days because what's coming to this earth is going to be so great, so big, that he's going to need the strength of the Lord. So I bless him in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you.
Amen. Bless you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. Hey, listen, I'm telling
Short-term disruption for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain be for long-term gain.
We're going to have some short-term pain with long-term gain. Short-term pay for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain, yes, but we've got some long-term gain. Short-term spike for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain for American consumers. We may have to deal with that in the short term.
Short-term and temporary.
Temporary short-term pain.
It's going to suck in the short term.
Some short-term pain.
Short-term pain. We have to focus on the short term.
Short-term.
Short-term.
Short-term. Short-term and long-term.
Short-term blip.
Make sure you get this out there like wildfire. Here's the problem. Mostly everybody in America is brainwashed. Fear-mongering, right? No, it's the truth. And they say, oh, you're watching the wrong news station. It's all of them. Don't y'all remember what Operation Mockingbird is? We'll get to this in 1 second. Let me make this clear for people who still believe their TV screen. If you don't have independent journalists on the ground in these locations, you're going to be out of the loop and completely unaware of anything that's happening. I have those things, and so do other people. There is no right media station. But yeah, shoot the messenger as always. Listen.
States, you just wait to see what comes in the next 2 weeks.
The next 2 weeks meaning what?
We're going to blow the hell out of these people. This regime is in a death row now. It is going to be on its knees. It's going to fall. And when it falls, we're going to have peace like...
When it falls, they're going to have peace. When they say peace and safety. Parallels as always. Get this out there. Let me know what you think. Why do all these people still believe what's on their TV screen?
My thing is, just listen to how he always talks. He always talks that way. I mean, he just loves war. I don't know what it is.
Israel's a miracle. I stand with Israel.
I stand with Israel.
I stand with Israel.
I stand with Israel today and every day.
I stand with Israel.
I stand with Israel today, tomorrow, and every day after that.
Who matters more to Congress, Americans or Israel? I've been reporting from inside the U.S. Capitol ever since October 7th, and 3 recent insane episodes have shown me how inexplicably committed the U.S. political machine on both sides of the aisle is to Israel, and how much disdain these politicians have for anything or anyone that gets in the way of that support, including Americans.
We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel.
First, in July, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who is wanted by the International Criminal Court on war crimes charges, visited Washington, D.C. This was the 3rd time he visited D.C. since the anti-war Donald Trump was re-elected. Amid all the fanfare and revelry, I asked 7 Republican senators if they knew how many Americans had been killed in the past 21 months by the government they were sending blank checks to. Each senator either had no idea, did not believe me when I told them how many Americans had been killed, or simply had no interest in the question itself. Here's how Maine Senator Susan Collins responded.
No insight on the Americans killed by the Israeli military, Senator?
I am pro-Israel.
A U.S. senator was asked about U.S. citizens killed by a foreign country. She responded by saying she supports the foreign country. Oklahoma Senator Mark Wayne Mullen responded that he did not know and that he hadn't even given it much thought.
Do you know how many Americans the Israeli military has killed in the past 21 months?
No.
Does that concern you?
I haven't even given much thought.
2 days later, Israeli settlers brutalized 20-year-old Palestinian American Saifullah Musallat. For hours, the settlers, as well as the Israeli military, blocked ambulances from reaching him and another Palestinian they attacked, who was named Mohammed al-Shalabi. Both of them were killed.
A U.S. citizen beaten to death by Israeli settlers.
Saifullah Musallat was only 20 years old.
Today, Saif Musallat's family is demanding an American investigation into his death.
After the killings, I reached out to the same 7 senators, giving them more information about the other American victims they all apparently didn't know about, and to ask for their reaction to the latest killing. None of them responded. And I didn't just approach these 7 senators, because earlier that week, there were 14 senators from both sides of the aisle who took a very chummy photo with Netanyahu. I wanted to know what they were thinking about the killing, too. Among the group was Democratic leader Chuck Schumer, as well as Amy Klobuchar, Adam Schiff, and Cory Booker. So I reached out to all 14 senators who, at the time, had not publicly commented on Saifullah, and I asked if they had any reaction to the killing, or what they would say to the leader they had just taken a photo with. None responded. In fact, most of Washington has remained silent. President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance hasn't said anything about it. It took 4 days for a senior-level Trump official to even make contact with Saifullah's family, or even to publicly comment on the killing. That comment was from U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, who condemned the killing, calling it a criminal and terrorist act. Huckabee, who has previously expressed staunch support for the settler movement, the annexation of the West Bank, and opposition to a Palestinian state, said he asked Israel to aggressively investigate the attack. Saifullah's father told me that Huckabee had called him just before that tweet, and that the ambassador said he met with Netanyahu and told him there must be justice for Saifullah. His father said Huckabee came across as genuinely concerned. But then the next day, Huckabee made the unprecedented decision to attend Netanyahu's criminal trial as a show of support for the man facing bribery and fraud charges. Afterwards, Netanyahu tweeted a public thank you to Huckabee for his support. One day, Huckabee apparently tells the leader of a foreign country that there must be justice for the killing of an American. But then the next day, Huckabee goes to that leader's trial to support him.
Mr. Ambassador, why did you decide to come today?
Because I wanted to see what was happening.
Why did you come?
This all is not to center American suffering over that of the tens of thousands of Palestinians killed by Israeli violence, nor the millions who have been displaced by it. But this is to underscore that there is, in fact, no bottom, even for the most cynical, self-interested parts of the U.S. political machine. Israeli forces can bomb the only Catholic church in Gaza, the church that the late Pope Francis would call on an almost daily basis. They can strike clearly marked World Central Kitchen vehicles and kill 7 people, including a Canadian-American veteran and aid worker. They can kill Americans, journalists, peace activists, kids, and Palestinians at will. There is no bottom. A foreign government is committing an actual, ongoing genocide in plain sight. Meanwhile, the U.S. press and political establishment are consumed with college campuses and a New York City mayoral candidate. Think about it this way. How much fear-mongering, cynical, and outright dishonest ink has been spilled on Columbia University or Zohran Mamdani? And then how much clear-eyed, critical, and truthful ink has been dipped about Israeli soldiers and settlers killing Americans and shattering the basic existence of millions of Palestinians. There is no bottom. It is inexplicable. Why are the media and politicians so transparently in the bag for a foreign government that seems to have no reciprocal respect? Why does this foreign government, while those who perpetuate it are rewarded? Why is it that politicians are able to look away as more than 58,000 people are killed, as more than 2 million lives are utterly and irreversibly changed? Why? This almost robotic commitment, shown clearly by a U.S. senator saying, "I am pro-Israel," in response to a question about Americans killed by Israel, makes such a basic question all the more compelling. Hier ist kein Warum. There is no why here. That is what Primo Levi, a Holocaust survivor, wrote in his book, If This Is a Man. The phrase was said by a concentration camp guard, Levi wrote. It illustrated how, in the camps, there was no logic, no basic morality, that searching for an explanation of something so unexplainable is besides the point, because the questioner is denied a reason. They are not entitled to an explanation. Because to answer why is to dignify the question at all. It's to respect the skeptic as equally human, as worthy, as deserving of logic. It is to allow for the possibility of a why not. And as we can see, the people in power are not interested in answering that question, but they are more than willing to tell you who they stand with.
Well, that's a fact. How many times have we heard it?
You're proud of what? You're a Jew hater. 2,000 years of persecution over here. You're a terror supporter. Terror supporter. That's what you are. 2,000 years of persecution, not enough for you. Zionists go to our Jewish land. Terror supporter. Anti-Semitic you are. Anti-Semitic. Look at you.
We are not afraid.
I'm not afraid.
We are not afraid.
We are not afraid of people like you, terror supporter.
We are not afraid of you. We are not afraid
you
of you.
worship Maria and Jesus who were Jews all the time, right? They were born and died as a Jew.
Anna, you can go. You can go ahead. I don't want your money, please.
No problem. We will not pay. No problem. If you don't want my money.
3,000 people killed.
Terror supporter over here. Terror supporter. That's what you are.
It's okay.
2,000 years of persecution over here of Jews. Anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitic. That is what you are, anti-Semitic.
No, you are saying all the same.
Anti-Semitic.
I'm not
losing. Whatever you are is because of us, of our culture.
We are not losing, we are winning.
Arrogance. It's the only word I can think of is arrogance. Okay. So I think I've had my morning dose of X. No, of course not. But I'm going to go ahead and end the stream anyway. I've been streaming forever as I just kind of lull my way around watching stuff. But I appreciate anybody who's hung in there or anybody that just joined. If you could do me a favor and hit the like button. Also, if you're not following the channel, I would really appreciate it. And